continue in Slack, okay?
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Arushi, how's it going?
Countries
Hi,
and the
I
state
think we're
of
still live on
California,
YouTube.
from South Africa
Thanks for joining us for day 3 of our May mini summit on financial inclusion. In case you haven't joined us for a previous chat this week, or maybe you're just dropping in, as like a last minute thing, welcome. My name is Meg. I am part of the Power2Fly virtual hosting team, and I will be moderating this track during today's sessions. One thing I don't want to flag for you, so it's 12:31 p.m. Eastern right now. We will be starting in 4 minutes. Oh, so sorry, guys. Just realized I've got 2 windows open, my bad. So there we go. So sorry, everyone. There we go. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my camera off for just a minute here. We're going to come back in 3 minutes and we'll be starting today's presentations. But you will be, just hang out in the chat. You're more than welcome to, start commenting, getting to know your fellow attendees, and we'll get started. So we'll get started in about 3 minutes. See you guys back here in 3. Bye. All right, welcome everybody. We are just about ready to start here. Since this session is going to be a little bit shorter than all of our others, I want to make sure I turn the floor over to these wonderful women before, so they don't run out of time. So suffice to say, welcome to everyone. We're so happy to have you here. Please feel free to submit questions or comments you have into the chat box on the right-hand side of your screen. If you need to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, the code is in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And I would love to introduce our speakers. So first up, we have Jocelyn Harmon, who is the co-founder and editor of Black Her. Jocelyn is a fundraiser and a communicator and provides consulting and coaching services to help nonprofits raise more money and advance social justice. Jocelyn is also a co-founder and editor of Black Her, a media company that celebrates the leadership of Black women and educates and inspires Black women to act for progressive change. So welcome, Jocelyn.
Thank you.
Jocelyn will be joining conversation with our wonderful Dr. Kelly Macias, PhD. Kelly is a global DEI consultant for Power2Fly, and she specializes in working with leaders and organizations to increase their effectiveness and further equity, racial, and social justice in the world. She also is a writer where she explores the intersections of race, gender, and politics, and has interviewed such notable women as Senator Elizabeth Warren, U.S. Reps Maxine Waters and Rashida Tlaib, and Presidential Medal of Freedom winner Dolores Huerta. Welcome, Kelly and Jocelyn. I'll turn the stage over to you.
Great, thanks, Meg. This is super exciting for me. Welcome, Jocelyn, to Power to Fly. It's not often that I get to be in conversation with someone I know well. So just for the folks who are watching, Jocelyn and I know each other very well, and we have a history of working together. So I'm really excited to have this conversation about two things I know you love: Black women and money. So
Very good, very good.
So I know all about you, but I'm wondering if you could tell our audience a little bit about your career journey and how you became interested in philanthropy.
Sure. So I was actually reflecting on this. I got my first job in fundraising in 2000. I was a development manager for the Georgia Center for Nonprofits. And that's where I became interested in philanthropy. To be honest, I had not really heard about philanthropy before. I didn't know anything about it. But it was really interesting to know that there were corporations and foundations that had a lot of money, and that you could go to them and talk to them and convince them to invest in your charitable work. So that's how I got started in philanthropy, was through fundraising.
That's great. I didn't know that. Okay, so we know each other through Black Her, which Meg talked a little bit about. And I'm wondering if you could tell us more about Black Her and why you started it.
Sure. So thank you, Kelly, because as you know, you've been sort of on the Black Her journey with me for a long time as one of our writers and contributors and a guest editor for some of our weeklies. But I started Black Her, which is a media platform created by and for Black women in 2018, in the wake of the Trump presidency. And I was really concerned about Black women having a space to tell our own stories and our own and have our own narratives during this period of time in particular. And so, to date, we've profiled over 120 Black women leaders, in particular in politics and in the social sector. And then we do a lot of writing, as you know, about the policies and such that Black women can fight for in order to create structural change.
Great. And we'll make sure that folks have the links to Black Her so that they can actually check it out and see all the wonderful work that you all do. So I want to ask a question because I know that you have talked about Black women and philanthropy and that intersection. And you said before that you think that Black women do philanthropy differently. So tell us a little bit more about that and how we do philanthropy differently from other folks.
Sure. So I guess one thing I should have said is that Black Her is a media platform, right? And so our signature product is the Black Her Weekly, which is a weekly e-newsletter where we profile a shero and talk about the issues of the day that comes out every week on Mondays. But the other thing we do is we create long form guides where we highlight Black women in a specific vertical or industry. So both my co-founder and I were, nonprofit executives and knew a lot about fundraising and philanthropy. And we decided, hey, we never really hear about Black women in philanthropy, and we know a lot of Black amazing women in philanthropy. We should write a guide that centers us and the work we do in this really interesting and sort of opaque field. So we created the Black Women's Guide to Philanthropy a couple years ago. And, it's interesting. So philanthropy, the word, means love of humankind. And so I don't know about you, Kelly, but when I think about Black women, I think one of the things we're great at is loving each other, loving on each other and our children and our families and our communities. And so we're sort of like, we are philanthropists. But again, that's not really what you hear when you turn on the news. You hear about maybe Robert Smith's huge gift to pay off all the debt of the Morehouse students, or you hear about the Gates Foundation or the Ford Foundation. And so we really want to put a spotlight on Black women in philanthropy. We did profile some Black women who run institutions like LaJune Montgomery at the Kellogg Foundation, But we also just wanted to talk about sort of Black women as everyday philanthropists. And so in particular, we focus on the 4 T's. We talked about the 4 T's of philanthropy that we give of our time, right? Which you and I know we do probably a little too much. We give of our talent in the sense that we serve on boards, which is a very important role in the nonprofit sector. Whether on nonprofit boards or foundation boards, although we need to be on more of the latter. And then we give of our treasure, right, which is our money. And we do that probably a little too much as well. No, we often donate to charities, but also to each other and to people who are in need in our community. But the other thing that we lifted up in the guide that I feel like we don't talk enough about is we give of our testimony. So Black women are in, when we think about even the uprisings of this year, right, or all kinds of social issues, whether in the local, state, or national stage, Black women are often raising our voices to create solutions or point out challenges in our community, and that in many ways is kind of one of an ultimate form of philanthropy, and so we really highlighted that. I'll say one other really quick thing. Speaking of testimony, I'm a big talker. Black women do philanthropy differently than white philanthropists because we give to Black-led charities and causes, which need our money the most. So there's been some really good research to show that people give to the communities they're from. And there's been enormous underinvestment in Black-led charities, in Black-led movements, in Black leaders. And so one reason our philanthropy is so important is because we actually give to causes that are close to our hearts, like our own community. So we need to do more of that if we can.
This is great. I love the concept of the 4 T's. And actually, before we even start on that, I have very rarely thought of us as philanthropists, and yet that's what you describe is exactly every Black woman I know, right? Starting from my great grandmother, that this is the way that we operate in spaces. And so I love this idea that we're giving our time, our talent, our treasure, and our testimony all the time. And I also really like the direction that you went in terms of the intersection between us donating to the causes that are most important to us. And in some ways, we're both donors and like the recipients, right? Because we understand what's happening in our communities. We know where resources need to go. And so we're best positioned to be able to, decide what happens next. So, so it's a lot to think about. I'm glad that you talked about, resources toward Black-led organizations, because you've talked about that before, and in particular said that the Black Lives Matter movement has promoted hundreds of institutional funders to shift resources to these organizations, which you've already said, rightfully so, are under-resourced. How can institutions find organizations to support? And then also, how can we be sure to hold institutions accountable that pledge to support Black-led causes?
I love these questions. These are really good questions. So one thing you just said got me thinking, the other way that Black women do philanthropy differently is that it's not a hierarchical exercise for us, right? It's not really an exercise in charity. It's really actually a civic engagement exercise. You just made me think it's an exercise in sharing and sharing power in particular. And that goes to one of the questions you just asked, which is sort of how is philanthropy changing right now, right? In light of the Black Lives Matter movement and just all the work that advocates have done on the ground to really push philanthropy to be more equitable and better. And one of the things folks are talking a lot about is this power sharing and power building. There's a really interesting book from Darren Walker, the Ford Foundation, called Generosity to Justice, A New Gospel of Wealth. And he and other philanthropists who are in the book, because it's a series of essays, the Balmers are in the book, the Rakes, Emerson Collective, which is Lorraine Powell Jobs, Steve Powell Jobs' widow, is quoted in the book, are really talking about, for too long, philanthropy has been about kind of sorry we did these bad things in your community. Sorry your water is polluted. Sorry your kids aren't going to the best schools. But here, let us give you this grant as recompense. And now folks are saying, philanthropy doesn't get a pass. Philanthropy isn't just an act of largesse. Philanthropy really could be and should be used as an exercise in justice, right? In saying some of the ways that we've even accumulated our wealth, right, have been extractive. And instead of it sort of being just a nice thing that now we're giving back to people, no, we're actually righting wrongs and some of the harms we've caused in communities. So it's a really exciting time, I think, to be a fundraiser and to be in philanthropy. I will say, you asked, how do people do it well or do it right? And how do they get money to Black-led groups? A great strategy, because let's be honest, a lot of philanthropists or even program officers and foundations, they don't have the connections. They don't have relationships with folks on the ground. They don't know, like you said, who are the leaders in communities and who they should support. So a great way around that or to deal with that is to give to intermediaries. And these are groups like maybe a Borealis Philanthropy, who create a fund. They even have like a Black-led movement fund. And so you can pool money, you can give your money to this fund and they get the money to the ground because they have the relationships. Groundswell Fund is another one of these. So I guess what I want to say is there's no excuse, right? Like there's no excuse for people not getting money out the door right now because there are these other groups folks can work with today who have the relationships and can do the evaluation and all that good stuff and get money out the door. It's a pretty exciting time.
It is an exciting time, and I have been thinking a lot about this in other parts of my work, and I do want to ask you this. I'm curious how we make this a movement and not a moment.
Yeah.
And what happens when it will never be over, right? The search for justice will never be over. Racial justice and racial equity are ongoing, but I think that there are peaks and sort of spikes, right, that we see. And so how do we make sure that individual donors and organizations sustain their giving to Black-led organizations?
I love this question, and it is the question, and I think it's the question we're asking in a lot of different sectors. I mean, we know there will be backlash, right? If, some folks are talking about this time period as like a second Reconstruction, right? And we know the first Reconstruction lasted 12 years, and then there was enormous backlash against Black folks and Black communities. So to me, this is a time where we should be thinking really strategically about how we change systems. So for example, if we could run a campaign right now or figure out a way to change the rules about donor advised funds. So these are the fastest growing philanthropic vehicles, I'm sure you know, Kelly, in the United States, led by Fidelity and Schwab and Amalgamated Bank. There's a whole bunch of them, and community foundations have a lot of donor advised funds that they manage. Right now, if I give money to a donor advised fund as a donor, I get an immediate tax deduction, but I don't have to give out that money. There's no requirement right now that I have to give out that money, which is, I'm going to be honest, bad public policy. So changing the rules about something like that, if we can figure out how to come together as advocates and say, no, you have to at least have a minimum 5% payout, which is the payout for foundations. That creates the structural change that when people decide later on, this isn't, that there's a new cause of the day, we'll know that that rule has been changed and that rule is in place. So I think it's changing the rules. That is the most strategic work we can be doing right now. But, let's be honest, it's also difficult, right? Because that's the testimony. It's like we're speaking truth to power as advocates, as nonprofits, and people who want these resources. It's a dance of how do we also push philanthropy and philanthropists and foundations to do better, and corporations.
Yeah, it's a reminder for us for sure that all of these systems and structures are interconnected, right? And so we have to make progress to dismantle them in lots of different ways. There's not sort of one individual way that we're going to get
Right.
progress. Yeah.
That's right.
So I'd love to hear a little bit more about the causes that you care about that are underfunded by institutions and individual donors, and then tell us like what they should know and why should they give to these causes.
Well, you know, Kelly, when you said I love money, it embarrasses me a little bit. I actually love power, and I love the idea of being able to have agency, and I want Black women to have more agency and make decisions about our lives. And to me, the only way to have power in a capitalist society is to have wealth. And so I think a lot and have worked, you know, in past jobs around trying to deal with this gaping wealth divide, which we've all heard a lot about. It's interesting because when I first heard about the wealth divide, I was actually working in an international charity, so I wasn't as focused on domestic policy stuff. But I went to a conference and somebody put up a slide and it showed, you know, a bar here and a bar here. And it said, Black folks have 6 cents on the dollar in wealth to every on the dollar for Black folks have 6 cents, white folks have $1 in wealth. And I thought that somebody had created the slide incorrectly, that the decimal point was in the wrong place, right? Certainly it must be 60 cents and $1. No, the wealth divide is enormous in our country, and it's much larger than the income gap that we hear a lot about. And that's for a host of reasons, right? That's because of, you know, discrimination in the job market. That's because of legal discrimination in the housing market, because a lot of us build our wealth in have our wealth in our homes, right? But if you can't buy a home in our neighborhood where housing values are appreciated, you're not going to have as much wealth. You're not going to be able to get as much out of the house when you sell it. So that's my cause, you know, closing the racial wealth divide, and in particular, helping Black women build wealth. And the one thing, and you know me with my soapbox, but I really want Black women to we need to change the discourse about how wealth building happens too. That's the narrative and the media part that's so interesting to me, because we're told all the time that if we fix ourselves in some way, we'll gain wealth. And it's just not true, because we already are enrolling in college, which is actually putting us further in debt. We already are in the labor market. We already are civically engaged. And so I think letting go of those sort of, there's something wrong with us narratives, you know, that we just need to be better savers or budgeters, has to go. The only way we're going to build wealth is we're going to come together and we're going to fundamentally change policies and systems. And we're going to create new innovative products and services like baby bonds, right? Like a federal jobs guarantee, so that we can build both our income and wealth.
Yeah, I want to make a caveat that when I said you love money, what I meant is that you are someone, I think, more than anyone else I know, who really connects wealth to well-being, and wealth, you know, to power, and in particular wanting those things for Black women. And I'm so glad that you mentioned the systems and structures, because I think there is this persistent narrative that it's an individual shortcoming, right? That wealth gap is about people who just aren't trying hard enough. And I love that you named, no, actually, we're civically engaged, we're enrolling in college, we're the fastest growing demographic, I think, of entrepreneurs, right? Yeah. Like, we are doing all of these things actually the quote unquote right way, and we are still falling. We are still so far behind. So you spend a lot of your time and energy thinking about the racial wealth gap. And I'd love to actually ask you, because this is a conversation I'm having with folks in philanthropy a lot. Anytime I talk about right now I'm looking at women and girls in philanthropy and those issues, but every time I talk with someone, they always mention the pandemic as having exacerbated these issues. So how has the pandemic affected the racial wealth gap, and in particular for Black women?
Yeah, I don't know the exact stats right now, but I would not be surprised at all if it's made things worse. I think the thing about the pandemic is, of course, the pandemic was terrible, but I think the pandemic also really shined a light on everything that's sort of wrong with our social safety net, right? People not having health insurance. Healthcare debt is a huge thing that I think we need to be looking into more, especially now that we know that people may have lingering effects in healthcare issues. They didn't die from COVID, but they got it, and now they're having respiratory issues and such. So I'm certain, I would put money on it that it's probably going to exacerbate the wealth divide. I think the other piece is we were so hard hit as essential workers. And so entire industries, because there's so much occupational segregation, laid off huge swaths of Black and brown women. And then of course there's the issue of childcare and the exorbitant cost of childcare, and how Black women and white women all women have had to figure out how to navigate now being life in a pandemic and having children home and being teachers. So it's been a hot mess. I think the good news, if there is any in the pandemic, is, as we can see now, there's an opening for us to do all sorts of creative things as a country, right? Oh, we actually can just send checks to people if we decide to do that. That could be a precursor to something like a guaranteed income, which some of the presidential candidates talked about, right? And which is being done in other places, even in our own country, in Alaska, for example. And so we're figuring out that it's less an issue of opportunity, or even it's an issue of will. It's an issue of political will. If we want all Americans to have the basics, right? To have the food, to have good, affordable shelter, and healthcare, we can figure this out as a nation. But it's going to take, like you said, change to a lot of different pieces. I just don't want Black women to think they're alone, or it's just them, or they're the only ones that are having this difficult time, because that's also part of oppression, is that we think it's us, and it's not.
Right. In some ways, this is offering us an opportunity to innovate and to dream, right, what could be different. And no one does that better than Black women. So I'm excited to see what we birth out of this moment.
Yeah,
we need to wrap up, but I do want to ask you, where can people find you and find more about your work?
Sure. So my fundraising and communications consulting is at jocelynharmon.com. So that's easy to find. And then I really hope people check out Black Her. It's blackher.us or .us. And you can subscribe. We are going to have a summit that's coming up, a virtual summit that's all about Black women and wealth building. And we're going to showcase some of the smartest Black women, our Black Her heroes in wealth building. And so that's coming up in June. So I hope people will subscribe so they can get an invitation to that event.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm thrilled to have had this conversation with you and for people to learn more about your work. So thank you for being with us, Jocelyn.
Thank you, Kelly. It was great. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. Can we get a round of applause for this amazing group? Yay! So sorry, everybody, usually we have an applause track that plays, so we'll get that up and running. I want to say thank you to both Jocelyn and Kelly. That was a really great talk to get to sit in on, and I can't agree more with basically everything Jocelyn said. So thank you for that. If you are looking to earn credits from SHRM credits from today's chat, please refer to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And I'm really, as we get our next speakers onboarded, I'm really excited to welcome anybody who's just now joining us. You are here for day 3 of our May mini summit, Power to Fly's Diversity Reboot 2021 virtual series. And obviously May's theme is financial inclusion. So I hope that you all are just as excited as we are to continue these great conversations we've been having for the last 2 days. Just a couple quick housekeeping items for you. If you are, for those of you who are tuning in on our website, please feel free to add any questions or comments you might have into the group chat. It's going to be on the right-hand side of your screen. We have a couple Power to Fly team members monitoring over there, so please feel free to tag us if you have any technical issues, but we'll also be over there collecting your questions and hopefully posing them to our speakers as time allows throughout today's conversations. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits for today's talk, again, look at that code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And I'm going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct that my teammate Arushi is putting into the chat there. It's just intended to make sure that this event, like all of our virtual events, is a positive experience for everyone involved. So just make sure that as you are connecting and asking questions, just lead with a sense of kindness and respect for people, and we should be all good. All right, so to introduce this next group, I'm really excited to present you or have you meet our next speaker. So Rosa Ramos Kwok is the Managing Director and Head of Technology Strategic Programs for JPMorgan Chase. She is dynamic and results-oriented as a technology executive who has 25+ years held in global roles such as software development, technology risk management, governance, and production management. Rosa was identified as one of the top 10 female engineers in the US by Business Insider, as well as being one of the top 50 Latinas in corporate America from ALPFA and Fortune. And she's one of the 100 most influential Hispanics in technology from HITEC. So welcome, Rosa. She'll be joining conversation with our own wonderful Seppi Tabibian. As a new Power to Fly team member, I've been blessed to work with Seppi a couple times. She is a native Texan who has been living in Spain for the last 5 years. She's a skilled marketer with a passion for people, community, and content. She is also the founder of She Hit Refresh, a community for women aged 30+ who want to break free from a life of routine and start a life of travel. So welcome, ladies, and I'll turn the floor over to you. Oop, you're muted, girl.
Oh, sorry.
That's the best of us.
Thank you so much for that wonderful intro. Thank you for everyone out there who's joining us at our Diversity Reboot Summit on Financial Inclusion, and a very warm welcome to Rosa. Thank you so much for joining us for this session. Excited to have you here.
I am so thrilled to be here. Thank you to Power to Fly for the invitation.
Fabulous. Well, let's get started because we have a lot to go over in this half hour here. So I think we should just start from the top. If you could just briefly introduce yourself a little bit and let us know, I think it's really interesting, your background, how you made that leap. I saw you have a bachelor's in psychology, but you also worked in tech and now in finance. So let us know how you made those leap and a little bit about yourself.
Sure. So you heard a little bit about me in the bio, but I'm a managing director at JPMorgan Chase. I am a very proud immigrant from the Dominican Republic. And I was raised in the Washington Heights section of Manhattan. So in the Heights, that's where I'm from. And I spent my entire career in technology within financial services in a variety of roles. I started as a technology trainee and I worked my way up to managing director. So I'm very proud of that. How I made the switch. So that is a little bit of a story. As you noted, I majored in liberal arts, in particular psychology and classics from NYU. And my concentration was in industrial psychology. And that's all about the workplace and how do we make the workplace more efficient for employees. And, as any college grad, when you graduate, I needed a job. And I came across a role where Morgan Stanley was recruiting for liberal arts graduates that were looking to get into computing. So I went on the interview, one of very few women actually who were on that interview, and I liked the angle of learning how to code to make the workplace more efficient through automation. And so I got the job. I thought that the kind of alignment was there with what I had studied in psychology, and I did learn how to code. And I spent the first part of my career automating security settlement processes. So that's how I started my career on Wall Street and how I made the transition.
What a fabulous story. Okay, I love that. Well, since you've been in the sector for a while, can you let us know a bit about like what does that intersection between kind of engineering or tech and finance actually look like?
I think that that intersection is an exciting and interesting one. First, I cannot think of any industry that is not touched by technology today. Look at Power to Fly. Look at what we're doing today, right? We are touched by technology all the time. So in the very beginning of my career, I saw how technology made a difference in finance, right? Making it more efficient. Us being able, whether it's in the back office where I focused a lot of my earlier parts of my career, and eliminating manual effort, allowing us our volumes to grow exponentially, and other areas of technology which have made the improbable probable. Who would have thought that you would be able to carry a bank on your phone? Right? I mean, that was like, you have everything at your fingertips. That has happened through technological progress. So that intersection is very interesting, exciting, very creative as well. I think that the way that the industry also pivoted to virtual is another way of that intersection. Who would have thought that bankers would be able to conduct business virtually and not travel, right? That's another great example of that intersection. I think for me, another intersection that I have seen throughout my career is the intersection of diversity and technology and finance. So, when I started my training class at Morgan Stanley, it was 12 people. I was one of 3 women in that 12-person class, and I was the only person of color. When I take a look at what our firm is doing, JP Morgan Chase, and supporting programs like All-Star Code, Girls Who Code, High Tech, ITSMF, our software engineering program, those efforts are all very much focused on diversity, making sure that our intake has diverse individuals. And where there is effort, there is change. There's so much more that we need to do, but that intersection is much more diverse than when I started.
Fabulous. That is great to hear. Thank you so much for sharing. I want to touch on a little bit of your experience because there's a Harvard Business Review out there where you talk a bit about a time in one of your previous roles when you were in charge of an all-male team. As the financial world can be a lot of times. And a colleague gave you a piece of advice and they said you should act tougher. And you had some resistance to this. So I would love to know, like, why did you resist the urge to act tougher? And how did you know that it was the right thing to do?
I love that story. And let's spend a little bit of time on it. So as I mentioned, I am a proud immigrant Latina. And I was raised on minimum wage. I was raised in a very tight-knit Hispanic family, and family was everything. I was not raised to be a tough person. In my family, growing up, I was raised to be respectful. I was raised to be demure. I was raised to be empathetic. I was raised to have faith. I was raised to work hard. Those were kind of the values that my family had. I learned a couple other things along the way, working in Wall Street, that faith also translates into having faith in your own abilities. You have to believe in yourself. And so when my colleague mentioned that, I thought to myself, someone higher than me put me in this role, gave me this management responsibility. And I was put there for a reason. And that reason is because I have the ability. I have the ability to lead. I have the ability to make these decisions. And I have to decide what that right direction is. And that direction has to be in line with who I am as a leader. I had to be authentically me. So in that situation, I had inherited a team that was like a hodgepodge of a whole bunch of different organizations. And so that team, many of them didn't know each other before. They hadn't worked with one another before. They were questioning, why are we together as a team? What is the synergy? And so one of the things that I emphasized was collaboration. I emphasized the how, the why we were together as a team. I emphasized, hey, Seppi, if you were on my team, let's get to know Seppi better. What is special about Seppi? Let's get to know her as a person. Let's get to know how she fits into the team. And I had the whole team do that. Then I also emphasized other aspects around why our teams were together, how maybe two groups that had never worked together before came together and accomplished a common goal. And all of a sudden, it was very clear why we were a team. We were put together for a reason, and I celebrated that. And that celebration was also in line with my cultural heritage, in which we celebrate successes. And so that worked. And we had one of the highest engagement scores in any surveys in my team. And so tough sometimes is not what is needed. You have to assess the situation, and you also have to trust your own abilities and why someone put you there. So anyway, that's my story. And that's why I resisted, because I knew in my heart that the team needed something else.
Love that. Love that. And just want to ask the audience out there, if there's anyone out there, any women of color, Latinas out there who, maybe feel the same way, that, maybe we're given some advice to be a certain way that felt kind of, against their own leadership style or their own natural style. Let us know what kind of advice you got and what did you choose to do? Did you take the advice or did you listen to your gut? Let us know there. Touching on, I can tell you're really proud of your cultural heritage, and I love that. I'm half Colombian myself, so I love, being Latina, celebrating that. But I'd love to know, how you embrace your cultural identity, again, in an industry that's predominantly white male.
Yeah, and I really think that it is so important that and you take pride in where you came from. That knowing where you came from, that sense of who you are and being proud, that gives you strength, an inner strength that I don't think that I can find anywhere else. And I also think it's important that you know what your strengths are, that you know how you show up every day. What do you bring to the table? And that you leverage those strengths. How many times do we look at a performance evaluation, or we talk to someone and we jump to the end where it says areas of improvement? Of course, work on those, but leverage your strengths. And the more experience that I gained, the more that I honed my skills, the more that I acquired different skills, my confidence in myself and my abilities grew. And when you have the skills, when you have the subject matter expertise, that's a fact. That is when you have the skills, you can bring it. And with that confidence, I found that if I tried to be someone that I was not, if I tried to be a tough person and that really is not in my personality, that takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of mind share that I want to be putting into getting to the next step, into networking with others, not necessarily being somebody that I'm not. So that's what I did. I embraced who I was. I also had a number of mentors and sponsors who believed in me and who made me feel very comfortable in sharing my story, made me feel very comfortable about being myself. I attended meetings and joined employee resource groups. Interesting things when you do that, when you meet kindred spirits, when you meet someone that has a similar background, all of a sudden you can talk about things that you couldn't maybe with other colleagues. And so I became more and more active in that. And so when I was promoted to managing director at Morgan Stanley, I was also asked to chair the Employee Latino Network. And so all of a sudden, my ethnicity I was using not just to, influence maybe how I lead, but also at from a leadership position to other individuals that were like-minded or who wanted to know more about what it was like being a Latino, right? Because anybody could join a network. And I just thought it was wonderful to be able to share your culture at work. Something happened along the way through that journey, through me being comfortable with me having the right sponsors, the right mentors, leading employee networks along with the work that I did in my day job, is that I started sharing my story. When you share your story, you inevitably will find someone that says, that resonates with me. I can see myself in you. Wow, I didn't know someone like you had, a role like that. I didn't know there was somebody as senior as you in technology. And, you cannot be what you cannot see. And I am proud to share my story. I'm proud to have many other Latinas, maybe even from Washington Heights, right? Surpass me in anything that I have accomplished. But I think that's really important in today's world.
Love that. Thank you for sharing with us. And I love that. I mean, sharing your story is so important, not only to connect with people who maybe, aspire or feel like they're a kindred spirit or maybe have a similar story, but also I think that's where you can really connect on a human level. And that can take you really far in the workplace as well, connecting with people on a human level. Any tips you gave us a lot of great information there, but any additional tips for Latinas or women of color who want to bring their authentic self to work, but maybe just don't feel comfortable?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I learned is, again, I mentioned I come from really humble beginnings. I don't shy away from saying that because you know what? That's something to be proud of. So don't shy away from that. I learned that your original station in life does not define you, does not define your destination. So don't let it. Hone your craft, celebrate your successes, be yourself every day, because you have the capacity to really, do what you want. It's going to be hard work, no doubt. It will be absolutely hard work, but we're not afraid of that, right? We're not afraid of hard work. Any Latinas and any women of color out there know that is our X factor. Our work ethic is our X factor. I think the other thing too is get mentors and sponsors. That's really important, especially for women, especially for underrepresented women. You need some help along your journey. You need that advocacy, and they're going to be invaluable. I think the other thing too, and I think you mentioned this a little bit, Seppi, is around your peer networks. I'm thinking about the pandemic and the importance of being an empathetic leader, of being in service to others. It cannot be more important and more needed in today's world. I think about everything that's going on in the United States with what happened last summer, and with everything with George Floyd and all the racial injustice that has been going on. All the Asian violence that we see happening with COVID, what's happening with India, just being empathetic leader and in service of others, that will distinguish you in ways that you can't even imagine. And having also peers that you can count on during those tough times will also great sounding boards. Every experience, even the not so good ones, are great learning experiences. Embrace those, learn from them, and then move on. Don't dwell on this didn't go the way that I wanted, and don't dwell on it. Learn from it, move on, the next thing. And then be authentically you. There is no one else better at being you than you. So be that person.
Love it. Love it. Thank you so much. I'm going to just take a look at the chat here. I see some comments coming in. We actually have some comments coming in from when you were talking about leadership. So we have Dana here says, I have used servant leadership and laissez-faire leadership styles. We have other people who say here, they love that you said that, tough isn't always the solution. And someone added here, as long as you are assertive.
I think one thing on that, Seppi, if I may, sometimes people equate tough with getting results. Like you have to be tough to get this, right? Like you have to show that you're a certain way to get results. That's not always true in all situations. There's always a time and place for everything. The kinds of work that we do, you can do in a very collaborative way. And, I use the word service, to change from servant, like service leadership in service of others. I think that's really important. And then on the assertiveness, of course, I believe, and I myself have been ambitious about where I want to get to. That's why I firmly believe, like, don't waste energy on things that you should put into getting to the next level, right? That's where you want to put your energy, into building up your skills, into what's the next big project that I want to work on, versus, oh, let me try to be someone that I'm not.
Love that. Love it. Yes. Focus your energy on what's going to move that needle forward in the direction of where you want to go.
Yes.
We have about 8 minutes left. So if the audience has any questions, let us know. Drop them here in the chat box. I do just want to go to a few more comments here. Ashley also talking about advice that she was given for leadership. Someone told her to be less direct. And she says, I took it with a grain of salt because I was also awarded because I was more effective than my colleagues. So thank you for sharing, Ashley. Just looking through here, we got a lot of comments.
I think that's one thing that I would say around that. I always say that the best response to feedback is thank you. Because once you know, you can do something about it. And I don't know if it was Hillary Clinton or somebody mentioned this, but like once you know, it is up to you to decide how to action it. So you don't have to like take every single piece of feedback and like say, yeah, I'm gonna action. You have to figure out, okay, what's behind this? How am I going to react to it? Good thing that I'm aware. What is it that I'm going to do with that information? But it's really up to you.
Great, love it. I have a question here about, you were talking about celebrating your successes and just kind of talking about, this series here, this summit, the series is about financial inclusion. And I want to talk a little about advocating for yourself as an employee and kind of knowing your worth and really speaking up. Because I know for a lot of women, they may not feel comfortable speaking up or even, tooting their own horn. So really celebrating those successes and really owning and conveying how important their contributions are, whether that's to a team or to a project. Especially when it's for something critical, when it's for, when you're trying to advocate for yourself, whether that's for a raise or promotion or just to be recognized. Do you have any tips for women for to help them feel more comfortable to speak up and really, allow themselves to be seen fully and get that recognition that they so deserve?
That's a fantastic question. And I actually do have a tip on that one, which has worked for me. I think culturally, for, again, just the way that I was raised in my background, kind of tooting your own horn can be a little bit like bragging, and it doesn't feel right because, you're supposed to be humble, like you're supposed to be comfortable with where you are and like not make waves. That's all well and good, but the facts are the facts. And so what I would encourage you is not to think about it as like tooting your own horn, but think about being as objective as you can and telling the truth. If you had impact on a project, then say, this is what I did. It is not bragging. It is, you are telling the truth. When you feel that you are saying something truthful, you say that with confidence because you have lived it. You have experienced it. I think one other little trick that I have too is that sometimes the people who are best positioned to say about the impact are things like your clients or other peers or other individuals that you've worked with. So maybe you get an email from someone that says, Seppi, you did a great job on that project. Thank you so much for going above and beyond. And you're like, oh, great, I got that email. How about flipping that to your boss? Really, really small thing. But now all of a sudden, like your boss is like, oh, wow. I'm like, and you could just send something like, hey, look what I just got. I'm so happy about, I spent a lot of time working on this project. I felt so good when I got this email. Like those are like small little things. And I think one other thing that is a really important strategic tool that maybe we're not thinking about that way is every firm usually has self-evaluations. I have myself read self-evaluations from my male employees and my female employees. And I know very much what their contributions were. When I read the male reviews, right, there are a lot about, I did this, I led this. And women will say the same thing. And I'm overgeneralizing a little bit for effect, but women will say, I contributed, I worked with the team, kind of downplaying a little bit about their own contribution. Read how you're describing your contribution. Read it a couple of times. And then I would ask you to put in a couple of I's in there that are well-deserved.
Love that piece of advice. Thank you. And we have a few questions here. Ooh, I don't know if we're gonna have time for all of them, but thank you everyone for these lovely questions. Lauren here is asking, what's the best piece of feedback you've ever gotten in your career?
The best piece of feedback that I got, and I would have to say it was probably when I started managing more and more people. And I was really, I wanted to do a really good job. I wanted to just knock it out of the park, right? And, some of my team said to me, like, relax, Rosa, like you're a little uptight, you're micromanaging us because you want everything to be perfect. And so I had to take a little bit of a step back and I had to say, look, how am I showing up to them? And then I had to tell them I am making an effort to adjust, and I enlisted their help. And you know what? That was just wonderful. And I'm like, if I'm doing something that is like a little bit much, please tell me, and then I know when to scale back. So I enlisted my team to kind of help me adjust as I was getting, a bigger leadership position early on in my career. And that really helped. And that also helped my sense of community. And I incorporated that in other roles that I've had too, making that sense of community, saying like, this is our team. How are we going to approach things? And that really helps. But listening skills are really important, including some of the, the people that work with you.
Fabulous. Oh my gosh, we're almost at time here, but I would love to know if you have any advice for the audience, for anyone who aspires to be in your position someday. Any advice you have for them, and also where the women out there watching can connect with you?
Please connect with me on LinkedIn. So I'd love to chat. And then, my advice is get started. And know, and this is going to sound a little cliche, careers are long. It is a marathon and not a sprint. You will have ups, you will have downs. Everyone does. I went through I mentioned I was promoted from trainee through managing director throughout my career. And every single time I was up for promotion, the first time, I didn't get it. I got it the second time. And every single run. You all would not have known that unless I told you. Because those experiences should not define you. It is about how you react to those things and how you learn and how you move on. This is why peer networks are important. Do your best every single day and be strategic about the roles that you take. And the roles that you take may not give you the big promotion, but you have to think about what it could lead to, because it may not be staring you right in the face. So happy to dialogue more.
Thank you so much, Rosa. We could go on forever because we got more questions, but we are unfortunately at time here. So I just want to thank you so much for joining us here today. And everyone in the audience, give Rosa a round of applause in the chat out there. Rosa, thank you so much.
To everyone. Thank you, Seppi. It was great meeting you, and wonderful again to be here with Power to Fly.
Thank you. Passing it back to you, Meg.
Thank you so much, ladies. Can we get a round of applause for this amazing panel? Yay! There we go. All right. So Thank you both, Rosa and Seppi. That was a really amazing chat to get to sit in on. So thank you so much. As we round out this presentation and go to onboarding our new panel, I just want to say if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's chat, you can refer to the code that'll be in the upper left-hand corner of your screen in just a moment. And the last thing I want to highlight for y'all is that we will, let's see. So anyway, last thing I want to highlight is for those people who are just now joining us, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us for day 3 of Power to Fly's Diversity Reboot 2021 virtual series. The theme for May is inclusion in finance, and I hope that you are just as excited as we are to keep learning about this amazing, or this really, kind of pivotal topic that a lot of people, it involves so many people in their daily lives. So as you are joining us, please understand that this next conversation, we would love to include you. So please make sure that if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to put them into the group chat that's on the right-hand side of your screen. My colleague, a couple of my team members from Power to Fly, including Arushi and myself, will be in the chat to monitor and pull those questions out to give to our next speakers. But we'll also be there in case you have any technical issues that you need some help with. We're also sharing a code of conduct briefly in the thread. That's going to be an important thing to take a look at, just in case, before you comment and stuff. Just make sure that you're leading with kindness and respect for everyone, and everybody will have a great time. So I'm really excited to introduce our next speakers. First up, we have Limor Bergman-Gross. Limor is an amazing addition to the Power to Fly family. She's actually been with us for about 1.5 years now, I think. She is the director of mentorship for Power to Fly. She also volunteers with Plato, where she mentors managers and leaders there. For more than 10 years, Limor has been leading teams and organizations of different sizes while building a great culture, innovating, and shipping products. She enjoys helping engineers grow both their technical abilities as well as their communication and collaboration skills. And she has absolutely created and revolutionized our mentorship program. So welcome, Limor.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Limor is going to be in conversation with Deb Waters. Deb is a strategic and charismatic technology leader as the head of private bank operations and technology and commercial bank technology for Citibank's Institutional Clients Group. I'm so sorry to trip all over that. She is passionate about proactively driving change for inclusion and diversity. So I'll turn the stage over to Limor and Deb. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Meg. As always, it is a pleasure. Hi, Debbie. How are you?
Hi, Limor. I'm good, thank you. Happy to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us today. And let's get started because we don't have a lot of time and 30 minutes fly by like crazy. So you're obviously at Citibank, the head of operations and technology. But I know that you do have a technology background. So can you please share with us today your career journey and basically how you ended up with the financial services and with your current role?
Happy to. So I have a computer science degree and an MBA. I started my career in aerospace, which was a lot of fun, very, very technical, really interesting work. But several years into that, I decided I wanted to move back to New York City, where my family is from. And that said to me, what should I do? I should do finance. So I joined what is now Citi, but Salomon Smith Barney way back when. And I started as a hands-on developer, and I've worked in numerous roles throughout my career at Citi. I worked in credit risk, I worked in market risk, I worked in mortgage technology, equity technology, and I've always been lucky enough to work for terrific people, to be challenged, and actually to challenge myself. I am currently leading technology and operations for the private bank, and that was an interesting change for me because, as I said, I'm a technology person by background and by heart. So I had quite a lot to learn when I took over operations. And I also have the commercial bank in my portfolio. So I build the technology solutions for these businesses, as well as our research business and our portal infrastructure, which is really exciting because it is a tool that is used across my division. So it allows me to get involved in much broader than my specific business responsibilities.
Absolutely. And can you share, some innovation that you're working on and some project that you're currently working on?
Of course. So what's really fun about my job actually is the diverse nature and complexities of what we actually do. So when you think about private banking, it's banking for individuals, but it's banking for individuals with significant amounts of money, many of them who can actually operate like an institution can operate. So
Mhm.
our goal is to make it easy for them to do what they need to do. They will always want a relationship because these are folks that are support teams. So they're bankers, what we call our investment counselors, our financing people. So we're working on a lot of programs that let us improve that communication. We're also looking to build and continue to enhance our experience for our internal teams through digital, especially because again, these individuals want true service and we want to make it as easy as possible for our teams to service them. We're also on the commercial banking side working on simplifying how you interact with Citi because we are so large and complex. We want to make it a very streamlined approach where you can come in, a single door and go into any room that you would like to actually help serve your business needs. So those are a few of the projects that are really exciting for us right now.
That's very exciting. And tell me, has the pandemic accelerated the growth of digital?
Absolutely. If you think about it, again, not just my business, but any business where consumers have had historically been able to walk into a bank or go to their ATM and do something they wanted to do. Now they've had to drive to a much more digital solution. And that's very logical. It's how they've operated in their day-to-day lives anyway. But what we saw through the pandemic is a significant increase in our web and mobile usage across multiple platforms. We saw, particularly on the private banking side, an increase in remote check deposits, an increase in online trading capabilities, the ability, usage of moving money across the world, because normally they would go into a bank to do some of those things. So the pandemic has truly, truly driven a digital solution across our industry. And historically, we talk about a lot of our clients being older generations, and the next generations already are using digital, but this has driven actually our current clients who are sometimes in their 70s to use some of these digital capabilities.
That's wonderful to hear that they have been adopting it. Do you think it's here to stay?
Yes.
Digital?
Yes. Think about how all of us operate in our day-to-day life. My husband lives by Amazon. If he never had to go into another store again, he wouldn't. But you get online, you order what you need and it's delivered. And look at all the fintechs that are coming up and they're challenging around payments and tools like Venmo. So, and when you look at the next generation, my son would never even think to walk into a bank because everything he's ever used has been serviced digitally. So digital is absolutely here to stay. And what is really interesting, I think, in the financial institutions, especially a company like ours that offers such a diverse set of services, we are actually starting to think, how do you simplify that? How do you make it easily accessible for their clients? And then how do you make it so that they want to leverage this and that we can not just compete with fintechs, but actually use fintechs as part of our broader offerings? Because what we do is we have the breadth and the historical networks. The fintechs have some really interesting technology solutions. And when you bring that fintech in partnership with a company like ours, there's real power in that. And that's going to continue to drive the digital transformation.
Incredible. And let's talk about diversity and inclusion, because we're all to talk about that. Can you please share with us, I know that you're very passionate about it. Can you share your focus around it and some programs that you have in place to support it?
Absolutely. So first of all, I like to call it inclusion and diversity rather than diversity and inclusion, because I truly believe if we create an inclusive environment, you're going to attract diversity. So that's how we think about it here at Citi. We have a suite of programs that we do. I'm really, really proud of. We started a returnship program last year, and we started it in the UK. And we have now branched that program out to 3 other countries. And we're really, really seeing great success in this. For instance, I have a mentee, she's wonderful. She was an architect. She was out of work for several years, raising her children. And now she's come back and she's here at Citi and she's working on design for us for one of our products in markets. We're also really focused on making sure that our junior diverse talent have opportunities. So we have a terrific program for our AVP and below talent, where we put them into several months of training. We give them a project that they have to create, and they get a lot of opportunities to present that good work to senior managers. We also have a terrific program for our Black and Hispanic talent in the US called Caliber, where we're very focused on helping them grow their careers. We, as we all know, this was a very challenging year in the US, and we created something called Honest Hours, where our senior leadership offered their own personal time for any of our Black talent who wanted to have a conversation and just wanted to share what their feelings are and their concerns. And the thing that I'm most proud of that we're working on right now is around disabilities. We've really done a brilliant job with women. We've really done a great job around our US Black and Hispanic talent. And now we're looking at how do we make it easier for our organization and our teams that have disabilities to grow their careers, actually work really effectively at Citi. And we've done some brilliant things, simple things like trying to get closed caption available on our Zoom and changing certain signs on our bathrooms for our LGBTQ, but lots of powerful things we're doing to help our diverse talent grow.
That's incredible. We have few questions from the audience. So
Okay.
Ashley asks, do you need strong coding skills to be successful in fintech?
So, you need strong technical, it depends on the role is probably the best answer.
Yeah.
But, even here at Citi, we need strong technical skills. We need people who want to figure out how to solve the business problem and then how to use technology to make that solution simple and easy for our clients. So not every role needs it, but many roles does.
Mm-hmm. And Jacqueline Tisdale asks, will the returnship opportunity launch in the United States?
We are launching it in Tampa just now. So we're just getting started.
Wonderful. And this is in offices or in branches, or is it virtual? I know that a lot of things.
Right now we're still predominantly virtual. So that has also been really exciting this year that we've managed to do so many things even in this virtual environment. But the program for our returnship in the US will be focused on individuals with technology skills like Java, for instance, and they will ultimately be in our Tampa office, but for now they would start when we kick off the program, and it will have significant training as part of this program, mentorship. It will start virtually.
Okay, sounds wonderful. Can you tell us, you mentioned mentorship and you mentioned your mentoring. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Absolutely. I mentor a significant amount of individuals. My admin yells at me all the time about how busy my calendar is. But I truly believe when I think about inclusion and diversity, as a senior leader, my responsibility is to help our teams grow and develop themselves. So I am lucky enough to have a formal mentorship program with my individual from our returnship program, but I also mentor and sponsor, and I think those are two different things, and they're both really important, numerous people. So I mentor lots of folks who come to me and say, I'm thinking about my career, or I have this challenge, can you help me? The other thing I do is sponsor. And all of you, I would suggest you find a sponsor wherever you are, because what a sponsor does for you that a mentor doesn't is that they are talking about you. They're talking about you in a certain forum. When there's a job opportunity that comes up, they say, hey, did you consider Limor for that responsibility? They
Absolutely.
bring you into a meeting you might not have attended before. They introduce you to somebody who you might not have met if you had not had that mentor, that sponsor. So sponsorship is a really important concept, and most people don't think about it. They think about, I need a mentor, somebody to talk about how I'm doing, where I'm challenged. But what you also need is somebody to talk about what you're great at and where you could continue to be even better.
I absolutely agree with you. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't be where I am today without people who supported me. You know, back then I didn't know to call it by name, by sponsors,
Yes.
but really people who supported, who advocated for me and for my career growth. And usually when I mentor, I advise people, you know, to find those people internally that can advocate for them. We have a few more questions. A lot of interest about the returnship program.
Okay.
Yossi Low, and sorry if I mispronounced the name, where can we apply to returnship opportunity programs?
So you can apply at Citi at jobs.citi.com, and you can look through there. You can also connect with me on LinkedIn, and I can get you to the right folks as well.
Excellent, excellent. And Heather Raybon is asking, are the leaders of diversity diverse from the teams to share with? I'm not sure I understand the questions. Are the leaders of diversity diverse for the teams to share with?
So I'm not 100% sure of the question, but what I will say is that we actually have a pretty diverse set of leaders. My boss has 40% of his team as female, which is pretty powerful.
Pretty amazing.
Yes, last year, our managing director promotions were also 40+% female. So we are absolutely moving the needle. And I truly believe you need to have diversity on a leadership team. My own leadership team has a good amount of diversity, whether it be male, female, different locations, different backgrounds, and other histories. So I find that diversity actually makes us stronger. It allows us to challenge each other. It allows us to truly think about what especially for a company like Citi, who serves so many different types of clients, having an inclusive and diverse leadership team helps me think about what actually my end users, my external clients really need.
Absolutely. Grace Gonzalez is asking, are you planning to return to offices once COVID is gone, or will there be permanent options for virtual?
So our plan is to go back to the office, but we are now working through what that will mean, and we will have some level of flexibility in that, but we do expect people to be back into the office at, multiple days a week.
Yeah, I know that a lot of people kind of, got used to working remote. I mean, I know myself, I've been working from home for so many years. So people are, curious about I know that we have also a lot of jobs remote. So people are always curious about working remotely.
Yes, I think, look, the reality is that COVID has changed so much that we have learned that you can actually operate in a remote environment quite effectively, but there are also things that it's invaluable sitting together with a group and brainstorming, for instance, especially when you're doing technology work, or if you're a new hire, sitting next to somebody who does your job is really an invaluable experience. Plus, it's nice to talk to somebody in person other than my husband, cat, or dog. So it will be nice to be back in the office at some level.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I also wanted to talk to you we talked about returnship. Do you also have internship programs?
We do. We have some amazing internship programs in the technology organization. We have a 10-week summer program that brings you in for the internship, and you are placed on a team. You're doing hands-on development for the summer. You're placed with a leader in the organization who is there to help you. You get a mentor. If you are lucky enough then to get a full-time offer, we have a 2-year rotational program for individuals that are part of this initiative. And they have 2 rotations. They have a 7-week training program at the beginning of the 2-year rotational program. And it's really a terrific learning experience.
That sounds quite incredible. And when do you usually start to interview for the internship?
I'm sorry, say that again.
When do you usually start the interview process?
Oh, the interviews right now, we're close to the candidates will actually start their internship on June 10th. So we normally start our recruiting. It's open probably now for the next summer, because at this point, and some of our next full-time, so you can look again online for jobs.citi.com and you'll be able to see what internship programs we have, and you'll be able to apply formally through there.
Great. And Grace is asking, how did you meet your sponsor and how did he or she became your sponsor?
I am a big believer in making connections casually and having the relationship develop. So for me, it's been doing a really great job at whatever it is your responsibilities entail. And then through that, you meet somebody and you've made a good impression on that individual. And then over time, you can ask that individual to help you from a sponsorship perspective. So for me, I like it to grow organically. There are other ways you can do it. You know, you might go to some event at work and hear somebody speak, or go to a meeting and be really impressed with somebody. Feel free to reach out to that individual. I will tell you, in my experience, most people will be happy to give you time, and you can then share with them your expertise, your experiences, your ambitions, and then you can ask them to help be a sponsor for you. But demonstrating, and when you're thinking about your career, the first thing you need to do is demonstrate your capabilities and how strong you really are and how much you're able to deliver, because that leads you to whatever you want to do next. And then you have to do things like network, and network is a great way, as I was just saying, to find a sponsor. Talk to some of your peers as well. Maybe they can introduce you to somebody they might know.
Yeah, absolutely. I can share that the sponsors I had were people that knew me and knew my capabilities. And definitely it grew organically, as you said. It was not like I picked someone and said, hey, will you be my sponsor? It was some relationship that were built over time. But I think it's really important to make sure that you kind of be your own advocate, right? And
absolutely
not just do the work, but show it to others, make it seen also, which is a lot of times I see that women are lacking that of, you know, not just doing the work, but sharing.
Absolutely. And again, a sponsor is a great person who can help you share that work. Is there a place you can present what you've done? Ask that sponsor to help you find that opportunity. Talk to your boss. I like to tell anybody I mentor that no one is responsible for your career but you. And it is a question on how you ask for that help for your career.
Absolutely. There is one question Yvonne asked about vaccination. Will your employees returning to office be vaccinated?
I think that we have no answers to that at this point. I think not just the US, but the world is struggling with that very complicated question and decision.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Wow, time flies by. We have 5 more minutes for last minute questions. And Debbie, if there is anything else you would like to share with the audience, how they can contact you, or any last words from you?
Well, you know, what I would say is, of course, you can contact me for LinkedIn, but what I want to leave you all with is that you can do whatever it is you want to put your mind to do. I posted on my LinkedIn a couple weeks ago a great quote that said,
I thought I can, so I did. And I want to let you all know that if there's something that you want to challenge yourself with, if you want to take that risk, I think taking risk is one of the greatest ways to advance your career. You be thoughtful about it. And what's the worst thing that can happen? You fail and you pick yourself up and you try next time. So like I said, remind yourself, if you think you can, you should.
Amazing and so inspiring. Thank you so much, Debbie, for being today with us. And Meg, I mean, I'm trying to be very kind of careful of time always, so.
Absolutely. No, thank you so much for that. That's very helpful. Deb, I want to say thank you so much for spending time with us and sharing your expertise. This was a wonderful chat to get to sit in on. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Anytime. All right, so as we move into our next panel, we do have about a minute or a couple minutes here break in between. So I want to highlight a couple things for you. So first and foremost, welcome to Power to Fly's Diversity Reboot 2021 virtual series. We are on day 3 of our May Financial Inclusion Summit, and we're really happy to have all of you here with us. Before we proceed with the next panel, I just want to highlight a couple things. First off, in case you haven't seen it yet, I'm going to drop the link here in the chat, but Power to Fly has a merch store that we're hosting. It's on bonfire.com. Like I said, I'll drop the link here in just a moment. There we go. And one thing that I want to highlight for y'all about this is that Power to Fly, so we've got all this great merch there, and we're really excited to be partnering because 100% of the proceeds for every item that's in that store is going to be donated to Trans Tech Social. Now, if you haven't heard of them before, definitely take a look. They're a great organization. The name might be familiar to you because they are an organization that was founded by Angelica Ross of Pose fame. She's been a partner with us and we've been lucky enough to have her join us for several of our sessions on these virtual summits that we've had over the last year and a half. And we're really excited for this partnership with Trans Tech Social because, so like I said, 100% of the proceeds from all merch purchased on Power to Fly's Bonfire store is going to be donated to Trans Tech Social. Now, they are an incubator for LGBTQ talent with a focus on economically empowering transgender people. So all of the funds from all the merch we sell in Power to Fly's Bonfire store are going directly to support technical boot camp fees for Black, transgender, or non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. So definitely check out that website. We've got a lot of really great stuff there, and you can get yourself something comfy and new to wear while we're still in quarantine, but also be supporting a really great cause while you're at it. All right, so as we get our next speakers onboarded, I'm going to go over a couple quick things for y'all. So if you're just joining us, welcome. Throughout the upcoming conversation, we would love to hear from you. So please feel free to add any kind of questions or comments that you have into the chat that's on the right-hand side of your screen. We're going to be in there monitoring myself as well as my coworker Arushi. We're going to be in there to help you if you have any kind of technical difficulties on the website, but also we'll be there pulling those questions from y'all and putting them, sending them to our panel so hopefully they have a chance to answer them. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, go ahead and refer yourself to the code that is in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And if you are participating in the group chat, just make sure that you review real quick the code of conduct that my coworker Arushi is throwing into the chat there. It is just there to, it's mostly there to make sure that this experience, like all of our virtual events, is enjoyable and positive for everyone involved. Again, if you want that SHRM code, it's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And yeah, as we proceed, I'm really happy to introduce you to our speakers here. So first up, we have Mandy Singera, who is an award-winning philanthropist and human rights activist. Mandy has been driving innovation, building strategic partnerships, promoting advocacy, and programming in the areas of human rights, gender equality, accountability, and social justice on a global scale. As an international human rights activist for the last 27 years, she has been supporting victims and survivors of harmful practices such as honor killings, FGM, early child forced marriages, faith-based abuse, and witchcraft. So thank you so much for joining us, Mandy. Mandy is going to be in conversation with our lovely and amazing talented interviewer, Mariella Marie. Mariella is a Renaissance woman and social impact multimedia producer who has spent a decade working with diverse technologists, independent artists, and divergent innovators across the globe to deepen their audience's emotional intelligence. Sharing the virtual stage with disruptive leaders such as Deepak Chopra, Raw Goddess, Deepa, I'm so sorry, I'm going to butcher that last name, my apologies, and Catherine Zaleski, and many more, she curates meaningful conversations and installations centered around belonging, amplifies underserved and underheard voices, and develops provocative initiatives that bridge our shared stories and connect us to an enlightened state of awareness. Welcome, Mariella and Mandy. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, Meg. Thank you, Power to Fly, for inviting us to have this conversation. Mandy, thank you in advance for sharing knowledge and encouragement with us today. This is such an important topic. I'm so happy that you're sharing time with us today. And I know we've got some live callers listening in. Be sure to write your questions in the chat box, and I will flag those to our guest speaker here so that she can get those answered. Time is going to fly by. So Mandy, I know Meg gave that awesome introduction, but feel free to share a little bit more about yourself and anything you'd like to kick us off with before we jump into these questions.
So for me, I've been campaigning for over 32 years, and something that is just a passion. And I think people don't always understand this, because actually I never feel like I've done a day's work. Honestly, that's how it feels. And for me, I've been incredibly blessed and really lucky with an amazing life. But one of the things that I'm really passionate about now is empowering the next generation and making sure that I send the elevator down and I lift people off the sticky floor and tackle those social economic barriers, stopping people from reaching their full potential. Because when we talk about lifting others up, and people will say to me, but why? What does that mean? And I'm thinking, you know what, we're talking about smashing the glass ceiling, but we're not addressing the social economic barriers that are facing people, and they have come to the surface during the pandemic like never before.
Absolutely. And please feel free to share, more of your journey as we're going into these questions, because I know that I'm not alone in saying that I want to hear more about, what got you started. And actually, that's a great segue into our first question here that was submitted offline. Can you tell us a bit more about your career journey and how you became interested in philanthropy and human rights?
Okay, so I started campaigning. That's how I first started, and then got into real estate and, did some investments and did okay. But actually, for me, I realized that my life was more about making an impact, making a difference in people's life. And just because that I was in a position of privilege and power, that it's not just about kind of lining your own pockets. And I think when you're blessed with riches beyond, your wildest dreams, it's really important that you pay it forward, you make a difference. Because actually, one thing, like I said to you, this year we've realized that we don't need as much, and we can all do something. We all have a social responsibility to do something, pay it forward, help other people. And one of the things that I have seen is that actually, when you show kindness, it's a ripple effect, because actually when you do something, then somebody else wants to do the same thing for somebody else. And it really does do that. And I have seen that so many times over the last 3 decades. So I kind of started working with lots of big companies around the world, and actually started challenging them around their corporate responsibilities. We're asking them, well, what are you doing? How are you helping people? What are your mission statements? How are you kind of giving back into the community? What are you doing? And it's not a question that many people at the top want to hear sometimes. But I think it's about kind of finding synergy with people, finding out what people are interested in, and you become a bit of a broker in between. So what you're doing is finding people the causes that they're passionate about. So it could be about gender equality, about climate, about ending poverty. And obviously I do a lot with the UN around achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We're in the Decade for Action. And what's happened is that a lot of companies now want to help us to achieve those goals. So what you do then is actually bring the right people to the right table to have a conversation, to meet the activists and civil society on the ground and support them. So this is how I've managed to do that. And to me, doing like social philanthropy was about actually supporting people and actually making a real difference. When you have been blessed with finances and a good career and a good life, it's really important that you realize that actually you've got to make a difference with it. And then what's happened is there's people that are a lot more wealthier than I am, but you know what, but it's about sort of knowing that your life is more, and it's about finding your dharma, which means finding your life purpose. And a lot of people don't understand that, but actually being brought up as a Sikh and a Hindu, it's a part of your faith to have a calling in life to pay it forward. So that's where I started, and that's where it's kind of come from.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing your story. And I know that you have so much more to share there. So before I forget, I just want to have you remind folks how they can be in contact with you when we finish the conversation. I want to dive into some of the things you recently said, but how can we follow you, support you, you know, all that?
Brilliant. So people feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn or Twitter, follow me and I will follow you back. And you know, I'm always doing events and it's great to bring people together. There's some great things that I'm doing right now. With lots of great organizations around the world. And it's so important that we bring young people together. And to me, it's about a lasting impact and making a real difference to people's lives. And one of the things that I do now is a lot of hackathons and things with young people and getting young people into tech. And recently, we were in countries like Syria, Palestine, and Ethiopia, Kuwait, you know, places that where you would not think about young women and getting into coding and into tech, into Pakistan, into India. So I think it's really important that we leave no one behind. And I think one of the things that have done, and I think it's something that actually I didn't even realize. I mean, I'm the least techie person. Listen, I know my limitations. I never pretend to be something I'm not. And but it was about looking at tech and moving with the times. And then I had to work with the right organization. So like there's organizations like Esteem, Teams in AI, and there's NASA does the Space Acts and hackathons and things like that. And then I realized that actually there's all these really clever people that can build things, but actually they don't have the knowledge and the expertise or the life experience that I do. And then you kind of come together and you want things to, you want to make a difference, you want to change things for the better, you've got to move with the times, look at AI, tackle those biases and all the, you know, inequalities and about bringing that. So I think, you know, my career has been so diverse. I just sometimes have to pinch myself. Honestly, I really do.
Well, I love that you're being so transparent with speaking about your privilege and also being practicing emotional intelligence. So the part about self-awareness and empathy and the social responsibility, that part that is key to a part of philanthropy. I find that even though I feel like the world is on fire and everything is topsy-turvy, especially these days, and we're focusing on this particular pandemic, because I'm sure you can agree that there are so many pandemics that have been, you know, percolating under the surface, and this one has called everyone's attention. But we talk about food poverty, you know, all of the things that are happening in the world, you know, before the COVID virus caught our attention, and really finding out how to be socially responsible with these endeavors. So I really appreciate your transparency. I find that it is a great time to be alive, although it seems like the world's on fire. And the reason I say that is because, you know, you say, let's speak to our youth, you know, let's go and ask for corporate responsibility. Yuval Noah Harari has been one of my guiding lights in this madness, because he speaks about, you know, the dangers of technological advances and how that could, you know, create more gaps as far as, you know, social equity is concerned. And so we have this question here from a live caller. I would love to hear your feedback on it, but where do you see the most change happening, real change? And how can you kind of collaborate with technology to see, you know, how technology can be responsible during these times, especially so that we can make some more balanced progress, I would like to say, for lack of a better word.
Yeah. So one of the things that I have seen is actually through the pandemic, there has been some real opportunities, which I have seen firsthand, not just in the UK or in the United States, but actually even countries like Africa, the global South. And actually the pandemic has been sort of, people keep saying, oh yeah, it's been leveling the playing field. It hasn't. What it's done, it's actually brought inequalities to the surface like never before. The only thing is we're all in the same storm, but we're certainly in different boats. And so one of the things that I have realized is that actually there are people who were in Africa who were dependent on aid from other countries, say like the UK and the US and other countries. But what happened was when the pandemic hit, it came back to closing your own ranks of your own country, trying to protect your own citizens. And we didn't care about other people in other countries. And what happened was, though, people became quite resilient. And then it was about sort of showing them about the power of networking, working in collaboration, working in partnership. So whereas once upon a time, you may be fighting against each other for that same bit of funding, that funding isn't going to come now. How can we pool resources? So if somebody had an office, but somebody had other skills, share. If we did that, and we saw that happening. And then in the UK, what I also saw was a lot of companies were getting their staff to work from home, and they had more time. They weren't traveling, and sort of trying to get them to work and become volunteers. So they worked in the National Health Service, or they were looking after neighbours. They were doing driving, volunteering. People, I think the pandemic has brought the best out of people as well. And I think it's shown people, because I think we all have a moral responsibility, but some of us sleepwalk through life and not see that we have a bigger purpose, that actually life is not just about me. It's about actually giving back, supporting other people. And companies have then realized, actually, do you know what? We don't have to give as much money, but actually by giving our time away, giving our staff the time to go and do this, we're still kind of fulfilling our corporate responsibility. We're giving back the social return on investment. And what that is, it's about every pound or dollar that you're putting into an organization where they get volunteers, or they are used in other spaces and using in kind and matching the cost, you're getting like $3-4 back for the dollar that you've put in. So it's about educating companies and individuals. And I think it's about bringing people together. And it's also trying to show people, the pandemic, when you're coming in and just sort of asking with a begging bowl, companies are not going to give you that. They need a clear vision. So what I was also doing this year and last year was helping people to draw a very clear logic model with what their aims, their objectives were, what they wanted to do, and then sort of help them to do some mapping about who might be the best funders to help them, who might help them to come through this storm. And one of the things that I saw was the government was quite good in the UK compared to some countries, because they paid and they furloughed people in their companies. But social enterprises and things didn't get so much protection. And some of those little good think tanks and good organizations have gone to the wall. And I think, and it's women who have been affected, because all the small businesses, the beauty businesses, the catering and all the other sort of things that women had, those women now have sort of lost their savings. They've not been able to come back. And I think we have a responsibility to now re-empower, to invest and educate and upskill women to move up.
Yes, you're dropping so much knowledge right now. I love the collaborative piece that is shining through during this storm, and I hope that more of us can find ways to collaborate so that we can work together and just remind each other that we do have a responsibility to help each other out. So let's move on to this next question here. How have you seen the pandemic affect philanthropy and the cultural abuse that you fight against?
So I've always had a challenge, because I have to tell different addresses to where I live and all sorts of different things, sadly, because that's the nature of the work. Because actually I'm addressing issues that people don't want to talk about. I'm talking about early child forced marriage. I'm talking about breast ironing, FGM, cultural abuses, witchcraft and juju, and other things like that. So in the past, I've had people being very passionate about wanting to support child abuse and child marriage and other issues. And these things, people have sort of now said, well, it's not my issue anymore. I need to be looking at supporting my local community. And it's about trying to re-educate communities to say, well, okay, look, what else can you do? What else resources have you got? So sometimes what I've realized is it's sort of like saying to people, okay, what do you really need right now, apart from just finances? What else, what resources do you need? And what I've also been educating people is that, so for instance, there was a company that they needed tablets, like not an iPad, but a digital tablet, or they needed like internet and Wi-Fi, because actually one thing that we've realized is there's been a lot of digital poverty in the UK, where if some people are at home and actually they didn't even have a device, they didn't have the internet at home, and these were poor families, and and we've realized that these inequalities have come to the surface like never before, and these young people were already behind, and now they've been even further behind. So it was about then going to the tech companies to say, look, actually, you have this. Why can you not look at supporting us to give free data, give us, old upskilled, laptops and things like that. So it was those sort of things that we were also able to do with companies, and companies were willing to do that because they had to replace a lot of equipment because their staff were working from home and some of the technology was not kind of compatible. So again, but instead of throwing out the old computer, let's rebuild it or do something at a lot less cost, and let's try and give it to somebody that really needs it in the community. So it was those sort of things that actually made people think outside of the box. So we also realized, like, sanitary women products and stuff like that, like people, and we were saying, look, there are people that you take these things for granted. But again, we went to companies, I can't name them publicly, but, they came out of their way and they started helping us. And it was about people being innovative and creative and thinking outside of the box and saying, right, what do you really need? Who else do you know in your circle? So one of the things that I also do a lot, Mariella, is think about, here I am in the middle, who's in my network to help me to achieve that goal? And I know that my inner circle might not be the right people, my family might not be, my best friend might not be, and my colleagues may not be the right people to help me to achieve this goal. But on LinkedIn, I know somebody and I know that they do this work. What about if I write a letter to them? Because actually they can help me to achieve this goal. And it's helping people to think about their social capital, their network of people around them to help them to achieve. And I think that that has been really quite clever in one way, because one thing that I have been doing is I've been just as busy, if not more, being at home. And I've been able to collaborate and work with some of the world's biggest organizations like the World Bank and so many other, the World Humanitarian Forum and so many other organizations, and bringing people together and kind of networking and connecting people and getting people to partner.
I love that you speak about being this bridge, this liaison between, let's say the leaders in the corporate world, for example, who are producing, devices, let's say, to take your example, and maybe not understanding or realizing that there are people who, can't have access to it for lots of reasons, right? So then you have this digital poverty that I've never even heard the word for, but of course it exists.
Yeah.
The fact that, if my iPhone breaks, I have to have either the money or the access to get a new one so it works, so that I can be connected to do my work, to learn, to da. And if I don't have that access, if accessibility is not, at the reach of my fingertips, then I am not a part of the conversation. So I love that, just by using your creative spirit, using your network and speaking to these leaders, you're able to be a bridge and to create some change there. So I applaud you in that. And I hope more people are listening to this, speak up,
I think it's something so simple to do though, isn't it? Because like you and I could look at this and I mean, like for me, my iPhone and your company always changes it for a few £100 or even free sometimes. And you have so many phones that are sitting around the house because, when you think about my nieces and nephews, iPhones are changing every time there's one, almost they have one. But I've made them realize, no, hang on, you need to be sharing that or give that to somebody else, or we look at doing that, because actually give it to somebody that would need it, because actually I've got an old Samsung tablet thing that I didn't even realize I had for years. And then because you've got the iPhone, you've got an iTablet and stuff, and you're thinking, what am I doing? So somebody needed it. And I thought, no, let's clean off the thing and just give it to them. And they were just been so grateful for that. So what I'm saying is that we all have things at home that we don't need. And actually, if we paid it forward and give it to somebody that really needs it, it just means a real lot to somebody, doesn't it?
Yes, absolutely. I love this idea. I mean, I speak often about emotional intelligence. And when you speak about emotional intelligence, you have to consider conscious production and conscious consumption. So these questions come up. Okay, I have all of this. What do I do with it so I don't just throw it out or just, become unaware of what I can do with my access, with my privilege. So we have a question here, actually a live question that I would love to hear you speak to. How do you not burn out seeing so much pain and cruelty when doing volunteering or charity works?
So, I mean, like I said, I've been doing this for 32 years and I meditate a lot and, I have to realize that I have to unpack things. I mean, I have dealt with some of the worst things that, like child abuse, children being trafficked, topics that, people wouldn't even dream of. And, I've done rescues with people around the world in countries where they might have been a victim of a forced marriage. There have been so many things that I have done. And again, for me, like I said earlier, it's a calling. And I think it's that God uses me to do his work. And it's something that kind of just drives me to do this. But, It is about kind of thinking, okay, I've done all I can do. I can't actually do any more right now. I've passed this on to the local authority, or I've passed it on to the police, or I've dealt with it now. This is as far as I can go with it. And sometimes there are miscarriages. We know that people don't get the justice that they want, but actually all you can do is do your part, if that makes sense. And it's very difficult because sometimes people want you to wave a magic wand and you can't do that. And it's really important that you live your authentic self and tell people the truth that I can do this, but I can't do this. And I think people know me that actually what you see is what you get, and I don't pretend to be something I'm not, I'm afraid. But you know what, that's me, and I'm not going to change who I am, and people respect that. And I also say to people, look, I want to help survivors to thrive and live a life of purpose, and they find their kind of why in life. And to me, it's not about survivors just surviving day to day. So if people need therapy, you know, I have friends who are therapists who will come up and support people, give that time up for free. And like you talked about emotional intelligence, I have friends that run workshops, will do things for free for me and help people. You know, I will give people life skills myself to help them to come in and try and rebuild their life. And it takes years, not days, not weeks or months. It takes years to rebuild your life. You know, and I don't take things for granted. I've gone through things, and I always say to people, you know what, I've had poor health, you know, at 21, had cancer, lost an ovary. In my early 36, I ended up with a hysterectomy, wasn't able to have children, but I don't sit and cry about those things. And, you know, even though I've been on my knees, I've used that time to pray and look forward and think, okay, that happened to me. I can't do anything about it. And my life has a bigger purpose. It has a bigger meaning. And sometimes, you know, things will happen in your life that seem so unfair, but you have to take the good and the bad together, because otherwise you wouldn't know the difference. And I think when you're talking about things, people see success by just finances, but it's not. It's about giving back. And I always say to people, if you was lying on your deathbed tomorrow and you had to look back at your life, would you have any regrets? And I always look at my life and I think, God, I've been there a few times. And I think, no, I've have a life of purpose. I've touched people's lives. I've been able to save people's lives. I've been able to make a difference. So, you know what, my life has mattered. And, you know, and I've been incredibly blessed, and I've used my life to follow my dharma, which is life purpose, and make a difference to others. And, you know, and I just feel so blessed. And I always say to everyone, I'm too blessed to be stressed, really. And I try not to let things bother me.
I love that. Too blessed to be stressed. So for folks who are interested in getting into the world of philanthropy, this question kind of rings to that. What suggestions do you have for people who are interested in getting into the world of philanthropy? And if you have finite resources, how do you choose which causes to support?
Right. So do you know what? It's about finding what makes you tick. And I'm going to be very honest with you. So to me, I originally started off with doing domestic violence. I had a friend with a disability who was a victim of a marriage, which was an immigration scam, but, you know, she suffered horrific abuse. And that was something that I was really passionate about, and I'm still passionate about today. But what happened was then I started to work on helping people to develop skills. Because actually one thing you can't do, charity is not about just holding people's hands. You hold their hands through that crisis, but you pull them through. And one thing that I always do is never look down at somebody unless I'm pulling them up. And what I would say to you, look at the cause that you're passionate about. Look at all the charities and other organizations out there. Sometimes it starts with volunteering your time. That's how I got into this. And then, you know, you've gone in and you've brought real estate, and it gives you an income, and then you can use that money to do the work that you want to do and live the life of purpose that you want to. And I know that not everyone's going to be in that position, but what I will say to you, it's also about rolling up your sleeves and getting your hands dirty. Don't just write a check, because actually go out there and actually do the work. Go out and meet the victims and the survivors. Or if you're doing something around climate, because, you know, or around poverty, give up to your local food bank. Go out and serve the needy. Do something that actually fulfills you, because actually it's very easy to just write a check or do something, but actually it's not about that. It's about actually making a real difference, making a real impact, and supporting people and making a real difference. I mean, that would what I would say. Follow your passion for what you're passionate about. Look around what else is around. And, you know, people always jump through the big names. don't they? They want to be linked to the UN, or they want to be linked to Oxfam or the Red Cross and things like that. And they have a lot of volunteers, and they offer great schemes and they offer great internships. But also sometimes think globally, but act locally, because there might be real local organizations really struggling to survive right now. And you going around and supporting makes all the difference.
Wonderful advice. So we've got about 5 minutes left. I have time for maybe one or two more questions. So you spoke earlier about corporate responsibility. I want you to, take some more time if you can to speak to that, but specifically for individual contributors who are cautious about how to create change from the bottom up. Do you have any words of advice for them, any food for thought for them to consider as they try to create change from the bottom up?
Yeah, I think, you know what, we have to be the change that we want to see. And it's really important that we use the opportunities that we have. So like a team meeting, or you have like meetings on Zoom and things like that, and sort of look at your organization and saying, well, actually, do you know what? There's a local hospice right now. They're really struggling. They're looking for resources. Could we look at doing a fundraiser? Because actually, or could we look at doing something? And then it's about looking locally to see what else is needed. So like in the UK, I mean, like anywhere in the world, I think our frontline staff around in the hospitals, our ambulance services, our nurses and doctors, and it was about looking at supporting them, supporting the front line. And I think it's about finding what you're really passionate about and actually what can you really do? And you've got to be very realistic, because some people will go to their boss and think, oh, could we just write a check for £1 million? They're not going to do that for you. So you have to be really realistic and have a bit of a plan and think, okay, you know what, we can do this. This is where we've got a bit of funding. This is what we want to do. Can we give back to local? And one thing I would love to say just before I end, I know we've got 3 minutes, is the class of 2020 and 21 have been affected like never before. I'm so passionate about empowering the next generation. There are so many people here in this amazing event for the last few days and still will be for tomorrow. If you can mentor or you can support a young person, give them some work experience, give them some opportunities to shadow you, or give them some work experience or whatever it is, honestly, it will make a difference, because actually you're going to teach them some skills in the real workplace. And that doesn't cost you a lot. And you know what? Pick up their tube ticket or their tram ticket or whatever it may be and pay for a bit of lunch. You know what? You can start so small and make a real difference. And you know what? It will make a difference to that young person's life. They can add those things onto their CV and their resume. We're helping young people. And this is something that I would really love people to do. If you could do, please look at the skills that you have and all the opportunities that you've had, pay it forward and help somebody.
Yes, I love that you speak about paying it forward and about volunteering and mentorship, as being portals into really getting into this good work that we all have the opportunity to do. I mean, we're in front of our screens a lot of times these days. So how can we use our social capital? How can we use our network to build bridges instead of build walls? I love this idea of mentoring someone else. If you could go back in time and mentor yourself, what piece of advice would you give yourself if you could go back in time and say, you know what, Mandy, stay away from this, or make sure you do this?
Do you know what? I've been really blessed, and I think I'm a bit of a fearless thing, but actually, do you know what? I love that actually, I don't have many regrets, to be honest with you. And I just think, okay, do you know what? Take every opportunity and don't just sort of sit there, because sometimes when at the beginning of my career, I was thinking, oh my God, can I afford to do this? And I don't now worry about what if somebody comes to me with an opportunity, I take it. I never really think about it, because I think the universe is opening that door. Because like right now, I've spoken at the House of Representatives for 3 years in a row, and there's gone to Davos and spoken at, the World Economic Forum, the United Nations, God knows how many times. These are things that I never expected to happen. And these things just came my way. And there have been things where at the beginning of my career, I was asked to go somewhere and I was thinking, oh my God, can I really afford to do this? Am I going to be clever enough to do this? And I think it's that doubt. And I realized that let go of fear, because it's only real in your head. Outside of your head, it doesn't exist. And that would be the advice I'd give myself.
Beautiful. I know someone needed to hear that today. So thank you for sharing that piece of
Thank
wisdom. We've got about 1 minute left. Please remind us, how can we support you? How can we find you online and keep up with all the great things you've got going on?
Yeah, please follow me on LinkedIn at Mandy Sanghera or on Twitter, and I will follow you back. And if people have got questions that they would like to ask, if there's any courses that people are interested in, think, oh, actually, do you know what, Mandy? I've got a company I want to look at supporting, and I can connect you to a good organization globally who's doing things. And actually, do you know what, get you to volunteer or mentor a young person, and online just now, like you and me, Mariella. And if we had young kids in Africa and from the global south, and you and I talk about our skills that you and I have about our emotional intelligence, or women of color, how we've come through discrimination or microaggressions or tackling unconscious biases, we have to pay it forward. That would be my advice.
Thank you so much, Mandy. Well, I'm looking forward to connecting you with you offline. Thank you so much for sharing your time and your knowledge. Meg, I'm going to pass the mic back to you so that we can continue on with this beautiful lineup we've got in store for everyone.
Wonderful. Thank you both so much. A round of applause for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting us sit in on that amazing chat between the two of you. Looking to earn SHRM credits from today's sessions, make sure that you keep an eye to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And as we're bringing up our next speakers for our upcoming chat, I'm really excited to welcome anybody who's just now joining us. Thank you so much for being here for day 3 of Power to Fly's Diversity Reboot 2021 Virtual Summit Series. May's theme is inclusion in finance, and we are so happy to have you here with us. As we get going into the next conversation, I just want to highlight for everybody that we are really interested in hearing from you. So please feel free to add any comments or questions that you might have for the next set of speakers into the chat that's on the right-hand side of your screen. I'll be in there as well as my coworker Arushi. So if you have any questions or problems that you need troubleshooted, please feel free to tag us. But we're also there to help gather those questions that you submit so that we can pose them to our upcoming speakers. Now, if you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talks, you can take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the screen in front of you. And I am going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct that Arushi has just shared into the group chat. It's just intended to make sure that this event, like all of our virtual events, is a great experience for everyone involved. So just know that when we encourage you to participate and to connect with your community and connect with us, just make sure you're leading from a place of kindness and respect. I'd love to introduce you to our upcoming speaker. First up, we have Lauren McCollum, who is the Director of Early Stage and VC/PE at Grasshopper Bank. Lauren is an early stage technology banker, somewhat of a startup concierge, if you will. She enjoys rolling up her sleeves and leveraging her 13+ years of commercial banking experience to help entrepreneurs solve complex problems and build great companies. When she's not working with founders, you can find Lauren at a playground with her husband and 2 young children, or running with her dog around San Francisco. So welcome, Lauren. Lauren will be joined in conversation with our own amazing Amy Carlotto. Amy is a director here with Power to Fly and works with the East Coast sales team. From working in the employee benefits field to supporting companies with family care benefits and DEI services, she has helped companies with their HR, talent acquisition, and DEI goals. She is a wife, mom to a 13-year-old and 10-year-old children, and 2 adorable dogs who like to make their daily Zoom appearances. So welcome, Amy and Lauren, and I will turn the stage over to you.
Thank you, Meg. Lauren, we are so excited to chat with you today. So I'd love to just kind of open it up to you and have you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about why you chose a career path in equity financing.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me today. I'm thrilled to be here to speak with you all. So my name is Lauren McCollum. I'm a director of on our banking team, and I'm focused on working with early stage companies and venture capital firms. I started working in banking in 2006 as an analyst, so I guess I've been at it for about 15 years now. And after being an analyst, I went to the middle market banking area, and I was working with more mature companies and commercial and industrial businesses. And to be honest, I didn't feel like I was adding much value to those companies that I was working with, and it was rather transactional, even for a relationship-focused bank that I was at. So early in my career, I took a lateral move, and I had an opportunity to start working with venture capital funds. And that's when I was really drawn to the faster growing startups at that early building phase. So when I realized I could leverage my banking experience to help founders with more than just their banking needs, but act as a concierge and leverage my network to help them in a variety of ways, that was really, really exciting for me. And seeing an entrepreneur passionate about building something and then seeing that vision come to fruition was pretty inspiring. And it's why I love working with early stage companies and the investors that provide the cash to fuel their growth.
Wow, that sounds exciting. You must be really fascinating to work with founders at all different stages and in different companies.
Yeah, it sure is. You can see the future through their eyes, if you will.
Oh, wow, that's cool. So if someone is listening to this chat today and they're inspired and want to be in your position one day, what would their role look like?
Yeah, well, like I said, I took, a non-traditional path to get to the role that I'm at. But thankfully, if you come and, are a banker in the early stage practice at Grasshopper, I can speak to that, you won't be bored. While the pandemic certainly shifted business development and serendipitous networking avenues that in the past year, in my role, I have the opportunity to connect with founders and investors and other service providers and community stakeholders on a daily basis. I engage with my team internally and external partners in supportive ways to connect and grow my network with the intention of serving my clients. So no 2 days are the same. And I think that could be said for many roles in banking as well as other industries. But to give you a kind of a day in the life of myself, yesterday I started my day with a founder pitch practice session. So I had a founder come in who was going to be going and pitching to investors. So we did a dry run through it where we, myself and other folks from my team were able to give feedback to them that they could include in their presentation. I connected with the venture studio to learn about the projects that they were working on. I had a few internal meetings around revenue initiatives that I'm leading. I wrapped up my day meeting with a prospect who had questions about banking and wanted to join Grasshopper. So in one day, I was consulting and learning and connecting and strategizing and doing project management and sales. And that was just one day, not including all the emails and phone calls that I attended to as well.
I was going to say, it sounds like you're never bored, very busy, which is great. I'd love to just dive in and ask a question, like just for, maybe I'm the only one wondering this, but I'm just curious, what is the difference between private equity and venture capital?
Yeah. So when I think about that, I think it's kind of the same, but the way that that I kind of parse it out is, so both private equity and venture capital firms invest in privately held companies and they seek a return on their investment. And a venture capital organization or firm is a subset of private equity. So that's broadly how I would put it. Private equity is synonymous really with buyout firms and leverage takeout, or in the way that I keep it in my mind, it's what Richard Gere did in Pretty Woman. And PE firms are investing in buying ownership in more mature companies. They look to purchase a majority, if not all of a company, and they can be using debt and or equity or cash as part of the transaction. The size of the investments are also a telling factor. So, although in recent years, public markets weren't available, it was kind of hard to tell if it was venture or private equity going in unless you knew the firms. But PE firms usually invest large amounts in a company. So excess of 100 million at once, usually. They could be mid-market PE firms. Maybe they're investing 50 million at one round, but usually it's in the tens of millions of dollars. And venture capital is delineated kind of at the stage of investment. And they range from early stage to growing, accelerating companies. They usually have an industry focus at the firm, and they typically are purchasing a minority ownership stake in the company for cash. So they're not going to offer debt. They may do convertible notes, but in the traditional sense, it's cash. The return timeline for venture funds is shorter. So they are going to look to get a return on their investment, usually in 4 to 6 years, I would say. Fund lives are about 10 years. So it's going to be within that 10-year time period. Their investing period's usually the first 5 years, then they try and harvest those investments at the tail end of the fund life. And PE firms can be a little bit more patient in allowing their money to last a little bit longer or not be returned for about 6 to 10 years, I would say.
Interesting. I love the analogy of Richard Gere. Anytime we can talk about Pretty Woman and Richard Gere, we're good. Awesome. So It sounds like obviously you're working with a ton of founders and owners. So from your perspective of working with startups, what is the one problem all startup owners tend to overlook in their initial stages?
Okay, so I don't want to overgeneralize, but one thing a founder does not get back is their time. So picking the wrong co-founder, the wrong bank, the wrong investor can cost that founder time, and time is what I view to be the most precious resource for any founder. I've also seen a lot of fraud take place, usually friendly fraud. So I always advise my clients, keep track of your cash. Don't avoid overdrawing your account, giving unfiltered access to the bank accounts to employees unless they have a need to have that access. Don't share credit cards or debit cards, and certainly don't share bank login information. It seems kind of, best practices and kind of common sense, but it happens all the time. And those can cause financial problems with a company at any stage. And it's more commonly seen at the early stages when there's not a professional finance staff with oversight and good governance put in. So be diligent with your time, do your research up front, and keep an eye on your cash. And the one thing I would add to that is, always build a network and be thoughtful in building that network. Because the network can carry you for different avenues and different ways that you are going to look to build your company and grow professionally and personally throughout life.
That's good. That's some really good insight. So you mentioned this before, and you just mentioned it again. I'm kind of interested in hearing, how have you been kind of networking and reaching new kind of contacts over the past, what month are we now? 15, 16 of this?
Yeah. I think, networking starts with your clients, right? And I think that that's a really easy way to get to know new people. We do have the benefit of being a digital bank at Grasshopper. So we have awesome entrepreneurs coming and joining us organically by just seeing our website and joining the bank. There's been a lot of virtual networking events, but I've also touched base with all of my standing referral partners, people that support the economy, the innovation economy broadly, and just really ensuring that we're connecting and staying in touch, and always asking, who else should I connect with? And I think that's an important point when building a network. Ensure that they're the right people that you want to connect with, and be willing to give and get. It's not always about what can I get from this network, or this individual or the service provider, but how can I support them and make them look the best? And then in turn, it'll benefit me and my network, and then therefore my clients.
Love that. That's some great suggestions or great ideas and ways that it sounds like you've been busy for, until we're back to face-to-face happy hours or lunches or, all the things that
I can't wait to go to lunch and happy hour. Just go to a demo day and run into new and exciting people. That is missed.
Yes, I'm joking that I'm going to wear like a cocktail gown to my first event. I'm going to be like, oh, what? This little thing?
This isn't how we do this anymore. Okay. Yeah.
All right, we had a great question from the audience. How did you start working in your field?
Great question. Yeah,
I guess maybe even take it step back, because it sounds like initially you wanted to go into banking and then you kind of pivoted into the banking that you're in now. But is there something that made you get into the field initially and then kind of made you also move into where you're at with Grasshopper?
So there's a lot of transition periods. I actually wanted to be a CPA, oddly enough. I had this vision of doing books for people while sitting at the park, and I thought that was going to be reality. And part of my work, I was working at Wells Fargo out of college. So I had an internship with them as an analyst, and I had the privilege of enjoying my work with them. And I really, my father was a mortgage broker, still is actually, here in the Bay. And I really loved the projects that he was working on. He was taking dilapidated warehouses in Oakland and throughout the East Bay, actually, and working with lenders to help those developers convert those projects into live work offices and just really interesting buildings and keeping the history of the building, make it look like a warehouse, but having these huge floor-to-ceiling windows. And he was doing that working with commercial banks. So I was like, well, I can go and learn the inside out of how to lend commercial on commercial properties, and maybe I'll go into commercial real estate or go and be a mortgage broker with my father. But then Wells was like, hey, we're going to pay for some accounting classes. And I was like, well, maybe I can do the CPA route. So it was this weird path that brought me there. But I will say that Wells had a great training program. And in part of the training program, you got to see various lines of business that I wasn't exposed to previously. And as a consumer in the banking space, you know, your relationship is with your ATM card, right? So, or today your app. And that wasn't the case when we got, you know, to commercial banking. There's so many different lines of business. There's international, there's domestic, there's insurance, there's mortgage, there's a whole host of banking and financial service products that were sold through them. So they did a really great job of providing avenues of learning and opportunity to see what else was out there and what you were passionate about. And when I went into the creative training program, coming out of that, it was the financial crisis. So I didn't really have much of a choice of where I was going. There was 0.8 jobs in 2008 when I graduated. They're usually in this training program are 3 to 4, and you have the pick of, are you going to go to corporate banking and work with, you know, Coke and Pepsi? Or are you going to stay in, are you going to go into branch banking even? Or are you going to go to workout, which a lot of my colleagues had to do because of the financial crisis we were in. So, you know, there really wasn't a strong path that was laid out, but I was fortunate to stay in commercial banking. I was fortunate to be working in Palo Alto, and I was just surrounded by startups. You could throw a rock and you would hit so many startups there. And there was some energy that comes with that type of community and that type of ecosystem, and I wanted to be a part of it. And I found a path to that just through being open to taking a lateral move and being open to whatever opportunities came my way, and really taking the truth and honest look at, you know, am I going to learn from this? Am I going to build my network? Am I going to build my relationships through senior leadership of the organization? Is there a path here? Is there growth opportunity? So I was able to kind of, long way around saying, you know, take this little internship that I had and turn it into a career, which I didn't think I was going to be doing.
Awesome.
And at Wells, I co-founded a group with a woman working with startups. And so when the financial crisis kind of subsided, we were like, wow, there's going to be all these really cool companies coming out. You know, let's work with them. And that was an awesome time to be working with companies. And so that's really where I kind of found my passion of working with startups and really wanting to roll up my sleeves and help them, and found great success in doing it, both for myself and being passionate about what I do, and then for the companies that I'm working with as well.
Awesome. So it sounds like being open to different types of internships, and then also being kind of open to the idea of pivoting and kind of taking that experience and thinking about how it can fuel something you're passionate about. Awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah.
There's another question from the audience, and it says, how can we take the lead in projects? How can we take the lead in projects in your company? I guess, maybe I'll reframe it. How do you take lead in projects?
Yeah, so there's various, you know, lines of business that we're kind of spinning up at Grasshopper, and there's companies that come to us and fintechs that come to us that have these great ideas, but they need a banking partner to do it. And so just being open to, you know, not saying no because it's a bank, but just hearing what they're trying to do and seeing if there's a path to do it with them and be a partner to them is how I was able to kind of take lead. It's just asking. I asked a company, I want to be your banking partner. I want to fuel your growth. I want you to ride our rails. Can we make this happen? And that's how the project, you know, one of the projects I'm working on just now got kicked off.
Awesome. So speaking of Grasshopper, how is Grasshopper serving the innovation economy?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, broadly, we were built to serve the innovation economy. We were built to ensure that regardless of race, gender, and geography, that all founders had a bank where they could speak with an experienced banker, get the service they need, regardless of their funding stage, their investor base, what accelerator they graduated from. There's no pattern matching at Grasshopper. And as I mentioned, we're not a pure play venture bank. So we support founders and their companies, even if they're not taking investor money. And so it's, some other banks, you might not get a dedicated banker and you might not get the attention that you really, really need at this early stage when you're just figuring it out. And, most people have 15 years of banking experience and know the ins and outs of a commercial bank. So to be able to lean on someone who has that expertise is really empowering and frees you up to do what you're good at, which is building a company and focusing on those opportunities and obstacles and milestones that you have to hit, meet, and overcome. So with getting rid of the pattern matching that we did at our bank, by putting our bank account application online, any founder in the innovation economy is welcome to apply to work with us. I will say, if my compliance team is listening, I'll mention that we do not bank cannabis and crypto companies at the time, but most other companies are welcome. Our digital nature allows us to reach entrepreneurs in all corners of the US, and our team's deep network and experience from working with companies as well as investors in the tech ecosystem enables us to capitalize on our collective shared experience and serve clients as they grow and scale. I will say one big thing that we're doing to support the innovation economy is really offering free basic banking for life. We're offering that to companies who join Grasshopper and make us your primary bank. And again, for my compliance people on the line, terms and conditions do apply. It's not being promoted indefinitely, but that's been one clear way that we've been really able to support the innovation economy and keep startups, allow startups to keep their cash in their bank to fuel the growth of their business and not spent on bank fees. And then separately, I think other ways that we support is really understanding, not every founder is created equal, and the digital nature of our bank enables us to spend time educating our clients and holding their hand through challenges that they didn't know that they were going to face. The history that we have in working with so many companies allows us to share best practices that we've seen and do's and don'ts, so that they can, not share debit cards and have fraud go on their account, and ensure that they have good governances in place, that they'll be successful in building a good foundation. So the hands-on nature of how we work with our clients, and the ability for my clients to call my cell phone or text me and ask me a question nights and weekends, I think that's also representative of, we know that you don't do your banking, during normal business hours. You do it when you find some spare time. And so we want to be here to support you when you need us.
Well, that brings up a really interesting question, because I know when Meg was introducing, she said you have children or spend some time at the park. And then, talking about, being on call nights and weekends. How do you have, is work-life balance even a thing anymore? Work-life integration? How do you do that?
I have a very supportive family. No, I think that's part of it. I shout out to my preschool, who's been in-person learning since June, and a nanny share. So I have support. I don't do this alone. But I think it's also balance, work-life balance is key. If you're not having fun doing what you love, it's going to feel really painful. But I also did take off the other. I don't have a doorknob on the other side, so the kids can't actually break in here. So that gives me a nice little space where I can do my work. And I think that, it's just being flexible, and, we all have smartphones. We can reply to an email on the weekend. It's not going to take away too much time from our family. Yeah.
That is probably the best tip I have heard. I really wish I could take off the door handle.
Yeah, and it's just one side of the door handle. I have to be able to get out.
Well, that is true, but the other side. Awesome. Well, that is great advice. So, in the last few minutes, a couple questions. Kind of one, if you can think back, so it sounds like you've been in banking now for 15 years. If you can think back to when you started, what advice would you kind of give yourself as you're starting off in the industry?
Yeah, I think, you know, be really open and collaborative with your colleagues, and that could be across the organization. Ask questions, be really inquisitive, and try and find a niche that feels, you know, feels like it's authentic for yourself. If I was a branch banker, that wouldn't feel very authentic to me because I would be so transactional. But I was able to find a path that was kind of built by myself. So, you know, leverage your colleagues, pick their brains, get in touch with senior managers, you know, get mentors in your organization and outside of your organization, leverage your alumni. You know, I heard someone the other day say, oh yeah, when you have that @edu, reaching out to other people in LinkedIn or at organizations that you aspire to be at and chatting with them and just picking their brains. I mean, I think that they'd be receptive to that as well. And I know I did that.
Some great advice. How can someone kind of either stay connected to you, support Grasshopper, or learn a little bit about Grasshopper?
Always happy to chat. Always happy to chat with folks and stay in touch. So you can find me on LinkedIn. You're welcome to reach out to me. My email address is lauren.mccullum@grasshopper.bank. Pretty accessible that way. So feel free to reach out. I'm here for you. Here to support.
Awesome. Well, I've enjoyed this conversation, and I learn about kind of the world that you're in regards to founders. So we really appreciate having an opportunity to chat with you. In the last minute or so, anything for us in regards to your journey or anything that you feel like we didn't get to touch today?
No, I think we covered so much of my journey. I will say, if anyone's interested in joining Grasshopper or learning more, we are hiring. We are a growing company. So we have a LinkedIn page with some of the job openings that we have. So, you know, check it out, reach out. Happy to connect with you and share more about either the bank or the industry of banking, you know, best practices to get in, or if you're a founder and you want to work with us, we welcome the opportunity. And I'm stoked by what you guys are doing here at Power to Fly. It's just super impressive and very needed and much appreciated. So thank you. And thanks for having me.
Well, thank you, Lauren. I see Meg and our next group jumping on. So I will let Meg kind of bring us on to the next session. But thank you again for the conversation.
Absolutely. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for you is definitely due. As we move into our next group and get our next panel onboarded, I want to say a couple quick things for y'all. First off, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from these sessions, please take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. If you are just joining us, welcome. We are so happy to have you here for day 3 of our Diversity Reboot 2021 virtual series. May's theme is financial inclusion, and we are so happy to have you know, such amazing people come to speak on this very important topic. Before we jump into the chat, I want to go over a couple quick housekeeping items. First of which actually is, I don't think we've talked about it yet today, but tomorrow we are hosting a virtual job fair. We've got some great companies participating, like Amex, who you'll hear from shortly. But definitely take a look at that, even if you are not necessarily looking actively at the job market. I know there's something like 40% of employees are starting to look around and see what else is out there. So whether you're actively looking or you are just you know, kind of curious to see what else might be out there, definitely take a look at that, you know, at signing up for tomorrow's virtual job fair. I just put the link into the group chat where you can see it. So if that at all interests you, definitely sign up. It's going to be a really great event. I'll be there, so you'll see at least one familiar face, and we would love to have you. Last but not least, before we start today's chat, I want to talk a little bit about participation. We definitely welcome and really appreciate this interaction between you know, our speakers and our audience. So please feel free to add questions or comments into the group chat on the right-hand side of your screen. We would love to hear from you, and we will, my partner Arushi and I will be in the chat, both to help with any kind of technical problems anyone might be having, but also to collect your questions and hopefully be able to raise them to the speakers at some point during today's session. Again, if you're looking to add or redeem SHRM credits from today's sessions, take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand side of your screen. And there's also a code of conduct that my partner Arushi is dropping in the chat right now, just to ensure that this event, like all of our virtual events, is a great experience for everyone involved. Now I'd love to introduce you to our speakers. First up, we have Vipul Kumar, who is the Vice President of Talent and Development with Deutsche Bank. Vipul is currently, in this role, Vipul is responsible for leading strategy and execution of a comprehensive book of work that includes skills development, talent and promotion strategy, diversity and inclusion efforts, executive and leadership development, and culture and conduct initiatives. As an avid traveler, a fitness enthusiast, and an adventure seeker, Vipul also finds time to volunteer for causes that support development of underrepresented youth, low-income women, and the LGBTQ community. So welcome. He'll be joined in conversation by Anto. I'm so sorry, Anto, I didn't even think to ask how to pronounce your last name. I'm going to butcher it. I'm so sorry. Can you tell me how to pronounce it?
Megerdician.
Megerdician, thank you. Anto is an amazing recruitment partner with us for Amex. I've worked with him for a couple of years. He is the recruitment partner in charge of technology at American Express and is responsible for full-time recruitment within the technology organization, including Salesforce and money movement. Before joining the American Express team, Anto served as Director of Strategic Accounts for Atiati Inc., a global information technology solutions and services provider. So welcome both of you. I'm really excited to listen in on this upcoming panel. So I'll turn the stage over to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Meg. And hi, everyone. My name is Rob Rebar. I'm the events manager at Power to Fly. I figured let's make it an all-male panel. So I'm very happy to be here today with our two wonderful panelists. So, and who I've both had a wonderful chance to work with on some past events. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from them today. And, you know, today's topic is really going to be about allyship. This is definitely a word that we've been hearing a lot more about over the course of the past year. So I wanted to ask our panel, how do you personally define allyship? You know, really, what does that word mean to you? And Vipul, let's start with you.
Sure. Well, firstly, thanks for having me on the panel. It's a privilege to be on this platform, and I'm glad I'm able to contribute to the topic. It's a really good question. I think the term ally for me does not denote an identity. It's not who you are, but what you practice. And being an ally means practicing those habits daily, often hourly, if possible, instead of finding ways to finding ways to support and show solidarity with your marginalized groups, whether or not you personally belong to one. So I think that for me is how you define allyship. It's about who you are and what you practice, how you show up. What do you do for your underrepresented groups consciously, intentionally? So that's allyship. I mean, a great example of that is, I was reading somewhere Michelle Obama, in the Democratic National Convention speech, she wore this chain with a pendant which said "Vote." The pendant is produced by sort of this Black woman who owns that business, and right after the convention, all her pendants were sold out. So that is allyship. So anyway, I'll pause there and I'll let Anto add.
Sure. Thank you very much, Vipul. And again, agree with his sentiment about very happy to be here and sharing this time with you all. When I think of allyship, I think about it as a journey. I think about it as the way that you'll consistently teach yourself, teach others with you, the way that you'll bring people along and you'll include. So it's basically keeping track of the way that you think and making sure that everyone gets included in the process, whether it's bringing someone to a meeting, or even if you get someone in the meeting, making sure that that person who usually may not speak up and have a voice, you pause the meeting and you make them you give them that opportunity to speak, you yield in a sense. I think those are smaller ways that you show that, but agree with a lot of the sentiment there.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And kind of speaking on to that topic, as you both probably know, and as maybe other people listening to us right now know, 90% of the Power to Fly community identifies as women. And as two men on the call, how do you as allies support your female colleagues at work? And Anto, you just kind of made a great point about kind of allowing that space there for other voices to go in. But to go back to you, Anto, and then we'll move to Vipul, what are some specific ways that you, during your own careers, have supported some of the amazing women that I know you both work with?
Sure. I think one of the more powerful ways that I'm able to impact that is to talk about growth-oriented feedback. There's many, the majority of job seekers don't get the job that they're seeking. So instead of a automated decline message, or I'm sorry that you weren't a fit, is to give that growth-oriented feedback. So in Salesforce, to say maybe some foundational skills with getting a certification might help, or if you're doing product management, like, there are growth opportunities. This is where you fell short compared to other people versus a decline. I think that's important to how you outwardly do it. And then inwardly, I would say, to make sure that when I seek a mentor at American Express, I make sure that I diversify the person that I'm looking for. It doesn't always have to be someone who was a recruiter who has the same background as me. It's that perspective is gained both, outbound and inbound. And I think those are two powerful ways that I take charge of that at Amex.
That's a great point. And I'm just going to name check our co-founder and president, Catherine Zaleski. I know Catherine has mentioned before that she gets a lot of requests from people saying, can you please mentor my daughter? And she says, I will mentor your daughter, but I also want to mentor your son. And there is that kind of, as you were just mentioning, that cross reference, you do need to diversify the people that you're speaking with, diversify the people that you're mentoring, and mentees seeking diverse mentors that they're going to learn different things from. So that's a great point. And how about you, Vipul? Sure. What are some concrete ways that you've supported some of your women colleagues?
Yeah, sort of similar to what Anto said. I think one of the advantages of us being in HR is we can play this role for ourselves and then also push our stakeholders and sort of our leaders to play similar roles, because we have, I'd say, relatively good amount of power to influence outcomes. I think on the stakeholder side, making sure that we hold them accountable to go beyond lip service, to take action. So I think that's one aspect of it. I think when it comes to me or sort of my own colleagues and our teams, just coming up with sort of sustainable solutions that lead to progression and representation of female colleagues. So we've obviously done recruiting events with you, Power to Fly, when we sort of put this whole diverse candidate slates together for some of our positions. But then also on the progression front, I've kind of designed and implemented sponsorship programs, which we know are very, very successful when it comes to progression of female talent. Also in my past sort of HR business partner roles, I've led initiatives around just making sure that leadership is talking to our female colleagues. And, I'm a big fan of stay interviews as opposed to exit interviews, because, by the time you do exit interviews, it's already too late. So, having those conversations and asking what is going to keep you here? What is it that we need to do to keep you here? And then amplifying that feedback, amplifying those voices into management team meetings, into initiatives that we're going to take at the business. So I think there are many different ways in which we can do it, but those are just some examples.
I love that. And I've been in that situation, I'm sure many other people have had, where you're in your exit interview and your supervisor says, why didn't you bring this up sooner? It's like, well, nobody ever asked me. There was never an opportunity. So I love that idea of these staying interviews and getting that conversation going before it's too late. And that's a great also segue into kind of my next question, which is really about what your organizations are doing. So Deutsche Bank and American Express, these are two really, really big companies. And some people might think, well, yes, they have the resources, but also it's much easier maybe for a diverse person to get buried inside like these big companies. And maybe it's harder for them to get that, that connection coming out. So I'm wondering, what are your companies doing in regard to supporting diverse individuals, especially in that kind of that allyship realm? So Vipul, let's start with you.
Yeah, sure. I think we've been doing a few things sort of in the past, but I think a lot of those initiatives have only been accelerated or intensified given sort of the last 1 year and what sort of society has been seeing in terms of what's been going on sort of around us. We recently did this Day of Understanding with Deutsche Bank in the Americas, which was kind of championed in a big way by sort of my colleagues in diversity and inclusion and also our US CEO, Christian Riley. And in that Day of Understanding, it was all about storytelling and listening to different employees and their perspectives. So there were a number of sessions which a number of sort of facilitators hosted with their teams, with like employees in general, and it was all about just listening to each other. And we categorically said that, hey, this is not a day of action. Action will come next. This is just about listening and understanding, and your experiences in life, personal, professional, what we can gather from those experiences to move forward is powerful. Then sort of over the events of summer last year, our CEO, Christian Riley, she started hosting these open door conversations in partnership with our Black Leadership Forum. So again, just listening to people, just hearing them out is a great way to learn from each other. In my role and sort of for some of the divisions that I support, we're currently rolling out an allyship training where we're focusing on what we call as moments of opportunity. And these are essentially day-to-day actions where managers and leaders find themselves in. So when you're staffing for a deal team, how do you make sure it's a diverse deal team? To the point that Anta made earlier, how do you decide who's presenting in a meeting? When you're hiring from, let's say, the HBCUs, how are you going to make sure that graduates from historically Black underrepresented colleges feel that they belong to this company as much as any other graduate from any other college? So those are different ways in which we're encouraging allyship. I think a lot of companies have upped the bar on that, but I think where we're at today, the more we do, the better.
Great. Yeah, no, that's amazing. And I love this idea of like the day of listening, because I think what sometimes had been happening is a lot of this work was happening after work. And it was almost like, okay, do your work and then please stay later to get these learnings on your own time. So it's great that people are taking advantage of like, okay, let's not give you extra work. Let's work, smarter, not harder, and really integrate that into the day. So that's amazing. And Anto, I'd love to turn it over to you. We know from working with American Express over the last few years that you're an amazing supporter of diversity and inclusion. I'd love to hear some other things that the organization is doing to support specifically women and that connection to allyship.
Sure. I think one of the most powerful messages that we send out multiple times a year are the updates on pay equity. We internally check and make sure that just because you're female doesn't mean you have to accept the same job at a lower paying salary. There are constant reviews by that, and not just reviews, but updates and confirmations broadcast. We have reached it. We have maintained it from last quarter to this quarter, and holding yourselves accountable and just putting it out there, I think is really important. I think that some of the things that we do is we have affinity networks where you don't have to be in the parents network to be a part of that group, and that's just one of many, many examples that you could do. And I think that that's really important. In addition to, I like our partnership that we've built with LinkedIn Learning. There's an unlimited amount for us. So one of the learnings that is on my list is Emily Aries has the LinkedIn Learning for Allyship, because there's a lot of different perspectives on this, and I think it's important that we take advantage of it. So we give a lot of opportunity to our colleagues to, if you're not sure on what to do, there are ways where you can make yourself comfortable. And I think those are two of the more impactful things. But I have to say, for Vipul and Deutsche Bank, I think the stay interview is an excellent idea. I mean, I've done so much with reviewing exit interview data, and there is that sense that this is too late. This should have been addressed ahead of time, because I don't want anybody to leave. I think it's a great community and great talent. So that answer absolutely resonated with me. That's 2 thumbs up for you there.
Yeah, we're definitely in agreement on that. And I love the idea that ERGs, employee resource groups, or whatever different companies might call them, there is an importance there to not just have the people that group is primarily represented be the only people who are members of that group. So there's, I think, that dual thing that a lot of those groups can do, which is, one, provide a safe space for the people that group represents, whether it's the Black workers at that company or the LGBTQ workers at that company, but also letting allies, having allies be participants in that, to hear what the conversations are, what are the struggles, what are people trying to achieve. And I mentioned at the top of this this session that 90% of our audience here at Power to Fly do identify as women, but we always are accepting of anyone who wants to attend our events, because that is the way that we can learn together, is by diversifying. So totally get all that. And, I wanted to go back to something you mentioned earlier, Anto, which was this concept of feedback. And I think feedback is such an important thing, but it's also really hard, especially when you're dealing with issues that can be sensitive. So, Anto, are there any suggestions you have for our audience who wants to learn how to give feedback as allies, or give feedback to people, or maybe even also receive feedback?
Sure. I think an example would be, like, let's say you happen to be in a meeting where there's an unintentional microaggression, and we view that as, like, you don't mention, like, you offended that person or you offended them. It's you take it as, like, no, you've offended me, and this is how it's offend. This is where we can do a correction. That's, like, in a real-time business setting, etc. Now, with regards to feedback, I think it's very much a situation where you are personal with your presentation to the person that you are delivering feedback to. I think it's the right kind of feedback is both direct and constructive. And in saying, like, software engineering, it's not just you're not a fit. It's the data structures are the part of this interview that didn't go well, and here are the resources that I've found that might help you with data structures. Because if you haven't come from that environment, you're not just going to be able to create that experience out of nowhere. So when you have the tools to help advance everybody, you use them. And I think that's how you deliver feedback in a way that's impactful.
Yeah, that's amazing. And Vipul, how about you? Is there any tips for people who are looking to improve their feedback game that you can deliver?
Yeah, I mean, at a very basic level, but it's also so very hard for people to do this, is to listen. And I think, just feedback is about not just communicating what you have to say, but for listening to what people are saying, or also sometimes not saying. And so I think if we can master the art of listening, I think we would be able to solve a lot of the world's problems and also work problems. And I think that is a skill which, can be practiced, can be learned. And I think it can go a long way when it comes to giving and receiving feedback.
Yeah, no, I think that goes back to what we were saying earlier, which is also like giving that space. And I'm the only man on a team of all women. And I have to constantly remind myself, okay, don't be the first person to like jump in, sit back, take in what other people are saying. And I think it's something that is so instinctual and is taught to men at such an early age that we do have to remind ourselves, okay, let's turn on our let's rely a little bit more on the listening and a little less on the talking, and then we're going to have a better conversation because of that. So we get a question from the audience here that I think is a great question. So it's about how would you address the importance of allyship to your male colleagues? So, maybe one of your male colleagues says, what is the deal with allyship? Why should I become, why is this something I should care about? I've got so many other things on my brain. So, what would you say to that person? And Vipul, let's start with you.
Yeah, I think if we're all trying to reach our customers or clients who are very diverse. They're not exactly the same person as you. So you may have had certain life experiences that have made you who you are. But today, as you represent a company or represent a team, you need to learn a very different kind of set of experiences that your customers, your clients may be expecting from you. So being an ally is about learning those experiences, because then you can service your teams, your clients, your customers in a better fashion. And so I think for someone who says, I don't have the time, well, I mean, we probably need to have a much deeper conversation on why they don't have the time for this. But I think there's business value in this. I think that it's imperative that you as an individual in a position of power or in a position of responsibility are representing a diverse set of opinions and a diverse set of experiences, and you get that by being allies to people who are not like you, who've not had the privileges or a set of experiences that you've had. So that's the business case for me.
Yeah, 100%. And I don't have the stats in front of me, but there's so much empirical evidence to back that up. And then as we go increasingly into a virtual world where we're talking to people from all over the world, and of course you're both here from big giant global companies, that only becomes more important. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just had one very quick point. I think a lot of people are a little hesitant in terms of acknowledging that they need to learn more or sort of need to understand more from others' experiences. I think that's fine. It's a little bit okay to give up, to showcase your vulnerabilities and be like, hey, Rob, I think you are different to me and I appreciate that. And I'd like to know more about your experiences. And I think that's such a great way to start a conversation.
No, exactly. Totally. And Anto, what about yourself? What do you say to your male colleagues to have them join you in this cause?
Sure. I think the core values of our company involve we accomplish things together. You'll see the commercials that say we have your back, and that is customer and both colleague. There's importance both ways. The way that I've talked about this within our own recruitment talent acquisition division is we succeed together and we fail together. And it's not just we're not just individuals, we're a community that accomplishes a lot of really great things. And in the part of the community, there's a place for everybody. And I think that's the appropriate way to do it. And that resonates with people. It's not it's a positive thing and it's an inclusive thing. And if you just give it a moment of thought, it only increases your productivity. It's not like an extra step along the way or something. I honestly think it can be seamlessly integrated into what you do. And I see it here, and I'm very happy to be a part of it.
Amazing. And are there other resources that you can recommend to anyone who's listening who wants to learn more about allyship? Are there, that could maybe mean a podcast or a website or a book, or maybe that's something that your company has offered. So Vipul, of course, you mentioned that great listening day. So starting with you, is there any other things that you've taken in that you could recommend for other people, or maybe an event like the one you mentioned that you think other companies can replicate?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of pausing there because I think today there is so much of resources out there that it's almost a question of what should I pick up first. So I think, it's not so much about what is the best resource, but about where do you want to start, and also just like figuring out what's your own learning abilities like. Like, do you prefer reading a book, listening to a podcast, or listening to something like an Audible? I mean, I've recently started trying out the audiobooks, and I've taken a fascination for them. When I'm walking outside or in the gym, it's good. Days when I want to take a break from pop music, I listen to a book. So, but I think there's a lot of content out there. I personally enjoy listening to stories from like professionals in the industry. So I think folks like Carla Harris from Morgan Stanley, Melanie Parker from Google, Verna Myers from Netflix, like those are individuals who are posting things day in, day out on YouTube, on LinkedIn. So maybe start there. Those are like short 15-20 minute sessions where they're actually talking about real practical stuff that companies are doing or employees are experiencing. And I think that may be a good way to sort of start learning, as opposed to maybe reading a very big book, which might feel overwhelming.
No, totally. And no, that's a great point. And Anto, I actually have a separate question for you. So before we run out of time, I'd love to kind of go into, a lot of people who are listening to this right now might not be in a leadership position, but they want to create this change that we've been talking about. So Anto, what would your advice be for people who are not in a leadership position or a position of power at an organization, but they want to affect this kind of change?
Sure. I think in larger organizations, there will be the types of diversity and inclusion teams and divisions that you can reach out to. And I've always experienced it's an open door and immediately responsive and things like that. If your company is not that large, I start a lot of the strategic things I do with a HR business partner, because that person, if you think about an orchestra, like that person's the conductor. Like they don't know how to play all the instruments, but they know who to get in touch with to get things done. And I find those are first steps, because that's my position. I'm not leading a team of people or anything like that, but I've when we were in the office, you would just walk down the aisle and talk to the person. Now it's a little bit of investigating in the org chart to see who to get to, but I would say your leader usually is a good first step, and that person will likely be tied into people that can connect you. But a lot of times, if you follow a lot of your colleagues in human resources, you'll see them quoting people that are going to be the ones that will be able to do the impact. So I recommend one of those things. Personally, I recommend all of them because I've found them to be successful for me thus far.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, please go ahead.
If I could just add to what Anto said, Rob, I mean, I was reading somewhere that the word ally is a great acronym, where A is for action, L is for listening, the other L is for learning, and then Y is for yielding. So it's about action, in getting involved, supporting, being in solidarity, listening in terms of like listening to others' experiences that are different to yours, building trust, sort of finding ways to learn from each other, which leads to learning, whether research or sort of storytelling or just understanding each other's struggles, experiences. And then lastly, yielding, which is about be careful to avoid monopolizing, overtaking, things that Anto was mentioning in the beginning, like speaking for someone else. So even if you just use that as an acronym in your day-to-day lives, irrespective of your position, that's a great start.
I love that. Definitely going to steal that. And as we wrap up here, Vipul, how can people find out more about what Deutsche Bank is doing, or want to find out more about what you're doing? So where should people look after today's conversation?
Yeah, I think LinkedIn is a great source for me. I learn a lot from others using that platform, and I'm always willing to share. So that's probably the best way to reach out to me, and I'll be more than willing to share more about Deutsche or sort of whatever else I learn, use that as an opportunity to learn about the individuals who are reaching out as well. I think there's so much merit in cross sharing. So yeah, happy to stay connected with anyone who'd like to and learn from you as well.
That's amazing, because often people are like, should I reach out? Is it going to be annoying? So you heard it here. He wants you to reach out. So, and
yes, you should.
Yeah, and I know, Anto, you're the same way, which is amazing. And American Express is a gold sponsor of this summit, and the organization has helped make these conversations over the last 3 days possible. But where else can people learn more about American Express and or follow you yourself?
Definitely, LinkedIn connection is a first start. It's a busy season for us right now, so for someone that has an interest in an application and things like that, the site is just americanexpress.com/talent community. That way, if you're not necessarily an active job seeker right now and you want to be notified for something later on, if you fill out a profile, our system will match you and will reach out proactively. So I encourage you to do that. And if you have something more specific, I'm going to accept your LinkedIn invite, and it may take me a week or so to get to it, but Rob will attest that I will come back to you and I can connect you with somebody that will be able to talk specifically to whichever job function that you're looking to do.
Yes, no, I know you're very diligent about that, so I can totally vouch for you there. And also, we should mention that American Express is participating in tomorrow's virtual career fair as well, which is free to attend. So anyone who's watching this and is looking for open roles, or maybe just curious, wants to learn more about American Express or any of the other companies that are participating tomorrow, definitely recommend that you check that out. Again, it's a free resource and it's a great chance to get one-on-one or small group, I should say, conversations going with hiring leaders, talent advocates at their companies. So great. Well, we're just about out of time, but thank you, Vipul and Anto, so much for your generosity today and all of your insights and for being here. And I'll pass it back over to you, Meg.
Thank you, Rob. Big round of applause for you three.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to sit in on this amazing discussion about male allyship. Thank you to both of you, Vipul and Anto. As we move into our next panel, I just want to echo what Rob had said. Don't forget, we do have a job fair happening tomorrow. So make sure that you check that out. I'll throw the link into the chat here in just a moment. As we onboard our next speaker, I just want to say welcome to anybody who is just now joining us. It has been a really great 3 days so far, and so we are really excited to continue on with this next in the next few chats to round out May's virtual 2021 virtual reboot. We're so excited to be continuing the discussions around inclusion in finance. So go through this next panel, I just want to make sure everyone is aware that we really would love to hear from you. So during this next session, please feel free to throw any questions that you might have for our speaker into the group chat. You can also add your own comments, and we would love to float those questions to our panel or to our speaker here in just a few minutes. My coworker Arushi and I will be in the group chat over there to help moderate. If you need any technical assistance, please feel free to tag us. And don't forget that the SHRM code for redeeming your SHRM credits for attending these talks is at the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. All right, so I would love to introduce you to our next speaker. Dominique has over 25 years of experience on Wall Street and was named one of the top 25 women in hedge funds by Ernst & Young in 2017. She currently serves on the boards of Anworth Mortgage Asset Corporation, which is a mortgage REIT investment firm, Studio City International, which is a casino in Macau, and Tiptree Inc., which is a specialty insurance company. Her book, Damsel in Distress: My Life in the Golden Age of Hedge Funds will be released in August of 2021, and we're so excited to have her here. I will be joining her in conversation. In case you're not familiar, my name is Meg. I'm part of Power2Fly's virtual hosting team. I have been a part of Power2Fly as a community member since 2014 and joined them as part of their talent sourcing group in 2019. So I've been with them for about 2 years now. So I'm super excited to be here and take part in today's event. And Dominique, I'm especially excited to talk to you. So welcome.
Thank you, Meg. Pleased to be with you.
I'm so happy to get to meet you. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about this accolade that I had researched about you, about being named one of the top 50 women in hedge funds. Can you kind of walk us through your career journey and talk a little bit about what led you into this field that is so I feel like even if you're not involved at all on Wall Street, you know it's a very male-dominated field. So let's talk a little bit about your career journey and what led you there.
I was born and raised in France, and frankly, I took a job in finance in New York on Wall Street, not really because I had an interest in finance, but just because I wanted to travel and see the world. So there was a great deal of luck and sort of, curiosity other than finance related. And then I stuck around with it. My real interest for the investment business started when I went to business school. I realized that I wanted to make decisions. I wanted to be in a position where my work would speak for itself. In other words, you make money, you're right, it shows. You lose money, you're wrong, it unfortunately probably shows even more. But a job that sort of has an objectivity to it, and where you don't get lost, but you make a difference. So after business school, I joined a little hedge funds. And at that point, this was in 98. So it was a completely uncool business, because what was hot at the time was the internet. That was sort of the nascent and fun, cool industry. The hedge fund business was relatively unknown, and companies were sort of scrappy and pretty small at the time, both in people and in assets. So I joined a company called Canyon Capital based in Los Angeles. And I ended up staying there for 20 years, becoming a portfolio manager and a partner. So basically my entire career. And it was a great adventure. I retired in 2018. So I am happily doing nothing but being on boards and enjoying that work quite a bit. The award that you were mentioning is a list of 50 women that matter in the hedge fund industry, published by the Hedge Fund Journal and Ernst & Young every year. And that in itself is an interesting event, because look, I'll be honest, they have trouble finding 50 women in hedge funds, particularly 50 women on the investing side. There are quite a few women in the legal profession, be it litigation or corporate law or securities law. There are quite a few women on the banking side, on the advisory side. It gets more rare on the investing side, even more so in hedge funds, and even more so within hedge funds on the investing team. So most women are sort of, I was going to say relegated. I don't want that. That's a negative word for a very good job, but a lot, probably most women are still on the marketing side and the investor relations side, which are great jobs. The only problem is that it doesn't pay what the investment team makes. And part of my journey, or what I'm interested in at this point, is to promote women in finance, in investing, but also be completely unabashed about women having ambitions, both for their career and also financially. I don't think there's anything wrong with actually making a lot of money for women. And that's something we don't really either hear or think it's okay to say.
Yeah, I feel like you're right. The cultural kind of pressures around who makes the most money in either a couple or even just as a single person. Yeah, it is there's a lot of pressure on women to not necessarily not make too much money, but like don't make more money than whoever your partner is. And I think it's one of those very misunderstood kind of tropes, which is like, we're not embarrassed about making more money than our partners. We just like historically have not made more money than our partners. So I think that's a really good, thank you for highlighting that. So as you were going through and kind of, over the span of your career, in what ways did you have to, or how was it like kind of navigating such a very intense boys club?
Look, the job itself is quite intense. Many jobs are. This one is, again, very transparent in that, you become responsible. You're not responsible at the beginning for your positions. You don't have any as a young analyst, but the goal is to become responsible for your positions, whether you make money or not, and eventually have a large portfolio. So look, I'll be very blunt. I was just very focused on running a profitable portfolio for my firm. And I think that's the case for many women in my position. There's only so much you can do, and all my effort and my concentration were really directed towards being an effective and profitable money manager. The sort of fight for women representation started very, very late in my life, started really when I stopped working, because there's something we're asking a lot of minorities, be it female or African American, Asian, in that it feels to me like we're asking them to be excellent at their job on top of advocating for more of them. And in my case, I could not do both. What I could only do is represent myself and be a great investor. And so I sort of ignored the male environment. It was possible because Canyon was run by two men who, thank God, gave me their trust and their confidence and promoted me, and never. I didn't feel like there was a ceiling that I reached and couldn't break, and that was very lucky. So I just, the only thing I could say is I stuck with it. I just put a foot in front of the other and tried to make more money and run more capital, and then have a business line on my own and, get investors. So it was a very sort of it was a traditional path where I really singularly focused on being a good investor at the expense of, look, I was not a mentor nor an advocate, because I really felt like there was only so much time I could devote to my professional life.
No, I completely understand where you're coming from. And you're right. The idea of that model minority, that you have to, if you are somehow like part of a group that's not really well represented, or not the dominant group, where in whatever your professional situation or social situation you're in, there is a very, very, very pervasive like kind of belief that you need to be that representative. So you need to be better than everyone else. And you're right, like that in and of itself is already very exhausting. But then add in the fact that you're trying to be the best at your job. That does not leave a lot of room or even energy for most people to fight the good fight for themselves and for the rest of their group.
That's right.
I think that you would find that that's a pretty common thing for a lot of people, regardless of whether they come from a difference of gender or a difference of ethnicity or sexuality or whatever. It's very hard to do both.
Right.
So this kind of sparked in my mind when you were talking about how, in like the legal field, there's a little bit more representation for women. And I was in law school and I was a paralegal for 5 years. And the one thing that I saw there was, even in this very heavily female dominated world, because we're mostly kind of glorified secretaries, admins, that kind of thing, there was still this overwhelming, I won't say a mold, but definitely like a code, right? Of like how you were supposed to show up to work and what you were supposed to, be conscious of while you were there. And unfortunately, clothing was a huge part of this. I mean, I had attorneys that I had to go to court with. And depending on which judge was in the court, I couldn't show up in pants because that was not acceptable. And this is after, like, I graduated college in 2008. So this was not, you know, the 1990s and 1980s. This was pretty recently, right? Did you ever have a similar issue with, like,
Oh gosh, yes.
dress code became a huge issue in your career?
Yes, and in fact, it reminds me of an article that I wrote, which really started me on the path of becoming, you know, a contributor to different magazines and eventually writing my own book about my experience. But this is a story that came back to my mind on my first day at Lehman Brothers. I was an investment banker before business school. I showed up in what I thought was a very formal and very chic business suit, which was a pantsuit. And I was immediately called to HR, who said, "I'm sorry, we don't allow pants for women." That was in 98, so that was well before your experience. But look, I think I understand that dressing is part of a formal code that is the work environment. And of course, there are codes for every job. But to be that backward that women would not be able to wear pants was a complete shock to me, especially coming from France, where, you know, I thought I was pretty stylish. So that really took me. I was befuddled that somebody could. Yeah, I could not understand that somebody was questioning my level of taste. So yes, obviously there is a certain dressing style that men and women must respect, and you know, within that, I think women have the pressure of dressing the part. Look, I never. I think maybe where I might be a little lucky or unlucky is I am a foreigner. I've spent now, you know, over 30 years in this country, but I think I still appear on you know, first impression as French, and therefore I sort of used that excuse to dress the way I wanted. And if people question my choices, first of all, as you get more senior, they start questioning it to your face. They probably said things behind my back that I never realized. But I think a lot of it, they attributed the fact that I was not from this country, and therefore, you know, maybe I didn't know any better. Look, the dress code is sort of I thought that was the least of my concerns. If I thought that dressing with, you know, a bag on my head would have brought more capital under my name, I would have. So of the different unfairness, inequity that women and minorities face in the business, I think that one bothered me probably the least.
Well, and that's good. I mean, you know, it's one of those things that you're right. It seems very frivolous. And it's like, well, can't we just focus on the issue here? Like, am I doing well at my job? How do I get to do better at what I'm doing? So yeah, I feel
that's it. So the dress code is one thing, but I can recount numerous times when I was in the middle of a trade, and the trader would ask the trader on my desk, "What does Dominique look like?" So my answer was always, does a bond come cheaper if I'm good looking? Because, but that, yes, that was definitely a step further from, you know, the dress code problem.
Yeah. All right. So you talked a little bit about the two men at the you know, head of your top of your organization. Obviously they didn't, you know, kind of put up barriers in your way, which is obviously great, but did you have any really like support or mentorship from any of your other male counterparts as you were rising up?
No. Part of it, I think, was because the firm was small. Part of it may have been because the notion of mentorship is relatively recent. I think it was less prominent and talked about, you know, 20 years ago. But no, there was no I didn't have any mentors. I learned from people, but no one was particularly vested in my career and my professional development, other than obviously they wanted me to make money because that was the purpose of of the firm, of the job, and that was how I was getting compensated. And look, I have contradicting thoughts about mentorship. On the one hand, I do realize that it can be immensely helpful to somebody. And now that I have a lot of time as a retiree, I'm more than happy to try to be a mentor to people. On the other hand, I wonder if somebody had told me, I'm going to be your mentor, and these are the things you need to look out for in the industry. These are the things you need to strive for. These are the obstacles you may encounter. I think it might have frightened me. I think there's something quite freeing and liberating about not knowing what's going to happen and just doing it one step at a time. And you hear it from a lot of young entrepreneurs when they say, I had no idea what I was doing. I just, it was just one step at a time, learning the job and dealing with different crises. I think that's that can actually work for a lot of people, not to know too precisely, too specifically what crisis and terrible future they might face. So I have sort of, it's not completely clear to me that mentorship is for everyone, or at least it has to be very well thought out. And if we're talking about mentorship in the sense of discussing one issue at a time, making one feel like she or they're not alone, that I understand completely. But sort of, there's the risk that as a mentor, you're going to be overwhelming your mentee. And that's always something that makes me hesitant.
Oh yeah, like trying to fix your past mistakes through this other person, or try and lead them down maybe the path you wish you had followed. I think you're right.
Or scaring them about obstacles they might face, which they had never thought of. So it's a delicate role.
Well, there's a reason they don't tell you a lot about certain things, because if you knew how scary or like dangerous or whatever it was going to be before you did it, you might back out.
Right.
I absolutely. So I love the way you're thinking about it in terms of, kind of tackling each thing as it comes, because that's one of the things that's been really helpful in my, not necessarily career, but like work history, I suppose, to remember is that we're all doing this for the first time today. No one has done today before. So remembering that everybody's kind of taking it as it comes, and they might have dealt with more things in the past than you have, but that doesn't necessarily mean that their approach will be any better than yours, is really important to remember. So when you were kind of starting out, then did you have any sort of like visualization or anything about how you wanted like large scale, big picture, your career to go? Or was it just, okay, well, how can I be best at what I'm in right now?
The latter. I did not have, I could see that the hedge fund I was at, it's called Canyon Capital. It was a small firm. I could see that it had the potential to be a really fun adventure. There were, 10 of us. It was very entrepreneurial. We kind of meshed. I really gelled very well with the partners who were quirky and funny and look, so am I. I mean, I hope I'm funny, but I'm definitely quirky. So I could see that there was potential, but did I think I would become a partner and a portfolio manager? Never. So it was just, looking at my first investment, which I completely botched, and then learning from that and getting another one and having my first huge loss and surviving it and having a, working harder to make up for it. It was really a sort of, I mean, it's a cliche, but a marathon without a clear view of a 5-year or a 10-year plan. I think
Yeah.
the qualities that that I think the job require most, it's not to be a math genius or a super deal maker. It's just to be resilient and stick with it, and also have the conviction that you're just as good as the average guy next to you. That really, and I that I can say for sure, that I've always thought I'm just as good as the next guy, and I'm probably better than a lot of other guys. Not because I'm so special, but that's math, right? I mean, you're just, the average is the average. So by definition, you're probably as good and than most, and probably better than a few. So
Yeah.
that's sort of comforting, even when you lose a lot of money.
Yeah, I do appreciate the kind of the idea of looking at that bigger picture in terms of the numbers.
Right.
All right, so we only have 5 minutes left. I'm so sorry, but I want to make sure we cover a couple more things here. So we talked a little bit about your writing and your articles that you published. There was one article for Forbes that talked about the rise of women in all industries. Can you talk to us a little bit about recent changes in NASDAQ and what this really means for women in finance now?
Yeah, I think it's very positive. We've seen a number of initiatives to, well, the NASDAQ initiative is in the context of putting more women on the boards of public companies. And I think that is a fantastic development. I think it does take regulations and sort of coercive laws to get there, because if it was simple to do and if it was a natural thing to do, we would be there now, and we are not. So it started really, I think, with California, where a law was introduced that California-based public companies need to have 1 female board member by, I think it was 2019, and 2 by 2020. And that idea and initiative was taken by NASDAQ, who's proposing that all NASDAQ traded companies must have a diverse board, and it's more than women, it's minorities as well. At the same time, so that's sort of on the regulation side, and at the same time, investors are really pushing for the same diversity, and you've seen strong language by both BlackRock and different pension funds, but more recently by the Yale Endowment, saying we will judge fund managers by the diversity of their investment team. We will vote no on slates of directors that are uniformly white male. I think that kind of pressure is really important to get things moving. And look, this is not just a question of being fair or equal. This is really about performance. I mean, there are oodles of research papers that show that diverse teams make better decisions, are more effective, and companies with diverse boards are more profitable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are certainly statistics that Power to Fly is very intimately familiar with.
Right.
I think that's a really great step forward, and really, a very good first benchmark to have to keep moving that that change and that growth forward. So before we run out of time today, let's talk a little bit about your book. So you have this book, Damsel in Distress, My Life in the Golden Age of Hedge Funds, coming out. I saw that it's going to be out in August, but can you tell us a little bit more, kind of a little bit about it and where people can get a hold of it?
It's actually coming out in September. August, I was told, is a period of lull in the media, so I was advised to move that release date to September. The idea is very much in within what we were talking about. To aspire to do something, it's helpful to see somebody who's done it before. And there are no books written by a female hedge fund manager by a female hedge fund manager. And so if nothing else, if somebody in your audience, in a university, in a college, picks up my book and thinks, she did it, so could I, that is fantastic. That really is the goal. The second goal is to give more information about the hedge fund business and how it's evolved in the last 20 years. That's my humble proposition. And the book is on Amazon. It's on pre-order now, and it'll come out in September. And I hope it inspires some more women to join the business, because it really is a fun job.
That's so awesome. Thank you for sharing that. I can't wait to read it. I'll definitely put my name on get the pre-order all squared away once I'm done presenting today. So in our last couple seconds here, where can people keep up with you outside of your book?
LinkedIn, Twitter, and I have my own website. I'm always happy to chat with anyone who's interested in talking about either the business or the career. And as I said, I have plenty of time that I don't work anymore, so anyone's welcome to reach me.
All right, so if you'll drop those links for me in the chat before you go, I will make sure that they make their way to the website, so that way our audience can see it. And I just want to say a huge thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule, obviously.
Thank you.
And share your expertise about what it was like in your experience. So
awesome. Thank you, Meg.
Big round of applause for you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. So as we get our next speakers onboarded, I want to say thank you to everybody who's hanging out and sticking with us for the rest of today's chats. I also want to say, remind you that if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. As we bring our next speaker up for the upcoming session, I just want to say hi and welcome to everybody who's just now joining us. Thank you for joining us for day 3 of our May mini summit. Diversity Reboot 2021. The theme for May is financial inclusion, and we've been having some amazing conversations around this topic. If you are, hopefully you're as excited as we are for the upcoming chat. If you have any questions for the speaker, or you want to add some comments or anything like that, please feel free to do that in the group chat that's on the right-hand side of your screen. We really enjoy hearing from you, and we want to make this as interactive an experience as possible. If you have any problems, please feel free to send those, shout us out in the chat. I'll be in the chat helping to moderate, as well as my coworker Arushi. So please feel free to let us know if you have any technical issues. We'd love to try and help you with those. I'm also going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct that my coworker Arushi is putting in the chat right now. It's just to make sure that this virtual event, like all of our events, is a positive experience for everyone involved. Now, I'm really happy to introduce you to our next speaker. Carissa Begonia is a first-generation Filipina-American daughter of immigrants. She is the founder of Conscious Exchange, which is a leadership and business coach. Oh, and she's also a leadership and business coach, I'm so sorry, specializing in helping BIPOC leaders and entrepreneurs pursue meaningful careers, build their own values-driven businesses, and design a life of purpose. Carissa is the former head of diversity, equity, and inclusion of Zappos, one of my favorite places to shop, and has over 15 years of experience working on both the operations and human side of business at some of the country's largest retailers, including Macy's, Saks Fifth Avenue, and Ross stores. So welcome, Carissa. She's going to be joined in conversation with our own wonderful Mariella Marie. Mariella is a Renaissance woman and social impact multimedia producer. She's spent the past decade working with diverse technologists, independent artists, and divergent innovators across the globe to deepen their audience's emotional intelligence. Sharing the virtual stage with disruptive leaders such as Deepak Chopra, Ra Goddess, and our own Catherine Zaleski, among many more. Mariella curates meaningful conversations and installations centered around belonging and amplifies underserved and underheard voices. She does this to help develop provocative initiatives that bridge our shared stories and connect us to an enlightened state of awareness. So I want to say a big welcome to both Mariella and Carissa, and I will turn the floor over to you.
Thanks, Meg, and thanks, Power to Fly. Carissa, I just got to say, it's a pleasure to be here with you virtually today. I'm really excited for this conversation. And of course, this is a very special month. I want you to just, rock the mic, let us know how we can support, share stories, let's shake up, what the social norms have, built in front of us. Let's shake it up, let's rebuild. And I just want to pass the mic back to you as Meg did a beautiful introduction, but I know that, I would love to hear more about your story, just to kick us off. Anything you want to share to get us kicked off, and then I'll move into the questions.
Yeah. Thanks for that wonderful intro, Meg. Mariella is very excited to also have a chat with you today, and thanks to the Power to Fly team for this opportunity to chat with you all today. I think the only thing I will add in terms of my experience, I'm sure we'll get into a lot more of the diversity, equity, and inclusion work. But something I also am very proud of is my work for the AAPI Asian American Pacific Islander community, specifically in 2020, when some of the uprise of racialized attacks, xenophobia, and such were happening against the Asian American community with the pandemic. I had worked together with two partners, Shengxiao Yu and Julia Berryman. Shengxiao is a social justice educator. Julia Berryman is a somatic healer and creativity coach, and really wanted to create this holistic program to help Asian Americans really understand our own racialized identity through looking at the historical activist lens for the Asian community, again, and contextualizing what's going on today, with this also more emotional intelligence side and piece of like just understanding what's going on and processing, as well as healing from, again, that more embodiment and somatic standpoint. So I was really proud of creating that, co-creating that with the team, and being, unfortunately, fast forward to today, where again, there's been an uptick, especially with violence against our elders, and being able to provide a space, a community, a place for learning and healing and support. And so I'm also just really proud of that group and that work that we're doing for the Asian community.
Beautiful. And before we get kicked off, I know that I would say that would be the first thing we do, but I want to make sure that folks can follow you, support the great work that you're doing. Can you just mention your website, how you prefer to be connected with, and then we'll roll into the questions.
Yeah, so my website's consciousexchange.com. The program the community I just spoke about is called ARISE. It stands for Asian American Racialized Identity and Social Empowerment. So you can look at us, you can find us on Instagram at ARISE Community for that as well. My Instagram is consciousexchange_. And then also I'm pretty active on LinkedIn. So just Carissa Begoni on LinkedIn.
Awesome. So let's jump right into these questions. I love that your LinkedIn says, I help people of color and white allies liberate from societal expectations, build their own businesses, and design a life of purpose. So just reading this beautiful manifesto that you have, it helps me to remember some folks that I look up to, some of my idols, such as James Baldwin, Josephine Baker, Oprah Winfrey, Alan Watts, like these folks who stepped outside of the norm to look for something that filled them up, and also that they could use their work as a service. So I just want to know a little bit more about your career journey and how you became interested in diversity and inclusion, because I feel like if we just had more folks who were, willing and able to challenge the norm, and from a place of love and kindness as well, that we would have more, artists in the world to create the technology, for example, that would help us come together to create, the working experience that, we can innovate and help people come together. Tell us more about your career journey.
Yeah, I first of all love that you are bringing up artistry. That is something, I'm a very spiritual person, and creativity and artistry. I think in my past, I would never have called myself an artist or creative. And I'm very much starting to claim that today. I'll get a little bit more into that. But thank you for even just talking about that, because you're right. I think some of the folks that I'm really admire right now are like Adrienne Maree Brown, Sonia Renee Taylor, and this idea of imagining something different, right? And I think we do need creatives and artists to help us dream about what is possible. We're in a very different time in diversity, equity, and inclusion than just pre-2020, right? And I think the challenge is, we're so used to this, colonized capitalistic model that really, when following some of those like Adrienne Maree Brown and this idea of reimagining what is possible, I was like, yeah, we're just living someone else's imagination. So why couldn't we recreate that? But that's really hard, right now. And I think it's going to take the creativity of the artist and that, again, that in just like creativity to think about it differently. And that's a lot of what I am pushing folks in the DEI space to think about as well. But in terms of my own journey, I say that I fell into this work. And really not really, because as a spiritual person, that, you know, that's not entirely true. I think things happen for a reason. I believe that. And I am grateful that I believe that I found my calling and my purpose relatively early on in my career, if you will. And have just been really following that instinct for some time now. But I think a lot of people who get into diversity, equity, inclusion work, it's very personal. And I think a lot of people want to do that today. And a lot of folks that I know who have maybe been doing this for some time are like, we actually don't want to do this. It's emotionally draining. It is really hard. It feels like a boulder up the hill, and we're starting at -0, you know. But the way I got into it more formally is I had been doing this work as the head of diversity and inclusion for Zappos in 2016. And where that kind of came from is I had earned my seat at the table a few years prior. I found myself being the youngest and the newest to the company. It was the woman, the person of color. And, you know, I gave myself a pat on the back. I was like, good job, Chris. But I also started to realize, I think, like in any workplace, it doesn't matter how progressive, that, you know, like where is everybody else, you know, and was really looking for just support and in this new leadership role that I was taking on. And so what I had really much identified with with my gender identity at that time. And so I really was looking for other female leaders at the company to lean on again and to be in community with. And so I started a women's group at Zappos first, when I was still in my role was more operational and strategic at the time. And I was running like programming, like it effectively was an ERG for women, just doing some like events, community kind of events, and you know, fireside chats and such with like some internal leaders. And it was awesome that I got to just meet again a lot of female leaders at the company who, again, I developed really deep relationships with. And then over, you know, course of a year and a half or so, after kind of doing that on the side, I started to realize like I was kind of bored with doing what I was doing operationally for some time, and wanted to move into the human side of business instead of in that operational side. And eventually I ended up pitching to the late Tony Hsieh and the C-suite, hey, like I think we need a formal DEI office, and I want to run it. And they gave it to me. And then I had immediate imposter syndrome, like, what am I doing? And so I went back to school, I took some grad classes and such. And in that experience was really when I started to dig into my own cultural, racialized identity. I covered some stories about my own life. And my first experience was when I was a child, when I was about 9 years old. And I was on vacation with my family in the happiest place on earth, Disney World, right? And I was in the hotel pool, and a little white boy came over and said, I don't want to swim in a pool with Chinese people. And I had two thoughts. One, A, I'm not Chinese, I'm Filipino. And two, what's wrong with that? Like, what's wrong with either? And I remember, Mariella, just being, you know, people have different different trauma or threat responses, right? Fight, flight, freeze, fawn. Mine's fight, quite feisty. But I remember I did freeze in that moment, but the emotion I was carrying was rage. I was so angry. And to the point where I was like, this kid needs to go, meaning like I was like, this guy needs to drown, and so his parents, because that's where he gets it from. And I'm almost embarrassed to say that today, but I mean, as a child, to know that, to be that emotionally charged, and fast forward with stoic Asian parents, we didn't talk about emotions in the household, right? And so I actually internalized that my entire life up until probably that moment. Now, you know, I was probably in my early 30s at that point with that role. And so what, 20 years-ish of my life, as I had no idea how it was actually, that incident was impacting me subconsciously. And I was intentionally distancing myself from my Filipino culture. I was intentionally, you know, probably, I think I can have an assertive personality and a bold personality. I wonder sometimes how much of that is natural and how much of that has been conditioned, you know, from that experience of saying, hey, I never want to be othered again. I never want to feel less than again, right? I have visible tats on my arms, and sometimes I roll those things up. I drop my, there we go. Yeah, here's my New York skyline. But some of those peacocking things, right, to compensate for, like, again, I don't ever want to be in a position where I'm seen as other or less than, and maybe overcompensating in some ways for that. So that was some really interesting kind of revelations in my journey. And then even just starting from that point, right, even looking at, I had the formal role in 2016, but I had been doing this for some time. I won a national contest with MTV. Like, this thing was called Free Your Mind. I think I was like in 6th grade or something when that happened. And then I started a multicultural club in my high school. I interned at the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Office in my in university. My first job out of college at Macy's, I was in the buying offices with, they mass hired, they had done like a merger, and they had mass hired a bunch of essentially folks out of college. And I had a role, I was surrounded by a bunch of 20-year-olds, and they were launching these ERGs at the time. And I started an ERG for millennials before millennials was even a thing, or even a term, right? So I have been doing this, again, informally, maybe only for 5-ish years or so, but this has been following me my entire life. And I only really became conscious of it because of that role. And I'm so grateful for it. And then I said, again, uncovering that this is a mission, this is something that you were born to figure out and support people with. And then fast forward again into the work I'm doing, particularly for the Asian community. When in 2020, when these attacks were starting to happen again, it really triggered in me. I was seeing people my age, my friends, like, talking about their racialized experiences now. I never used to hear it. It was just me who was always like mouthing off about like the racism that I experienced, right? Whether that was verbally in the workplace and discrimination, or lastly, unfortunately, I was physically attacked. And so, here I am talking about all this, and now I'm seeing my friends talk about it. And that was deeply painful, but even more painful than hearing my friends starting to vocalize some of their traumas and experiences from even maybe childhood was now that their children are experiencing it. And to hear that their kids were experiencing, racial slurs and such on the bus or in the classroom, that brought me right back to my 9-year-old self. And I was like, oh, no, this is not okay. And if my friends are not prepared to have these conversations, because they didn't have, like myself, to have these conversations with our parents, right? And then now these children are gonna grow up with this and not be able to emotionally process, or and talk through this, and we're gonna continue this generational trauma. I was like, no, we're not. And so I created Arise out of that, and so that's a little bit of that journey. This is lifelong work, and I don't see myself moving away from it anytime soon.
Wow. I mean, first of all, thank you so much for diving in on your beautiful journey. I know that folks need to hear this. As we were speaking in the green room, storytelling is key for just putting a big, beautiful salve on the wound that is what you're saying, the trauma of colonization, essentially. I mean, not sugarcoating it at all. And if folks have heard me interview people on Power to Fly these days, that I speak often about digital colonization. So I would love to hear what you think. I mean, because what I hear from you is, allyship, advocacy, having the initiative to make space at the table, but also start your own table. Like, maybe don't wait for people to say, hey, yeah, okay, we're looking for you, been looking, to diversify the room. It's like, how can I start my own initiative based on, me walking through the door of my past traumas, essentially? I mean, I live in Argentina now, and I love that folks can show up late. Grown-ass people can show up late to something really important, say, sorry, my therapy ran a little over, and nobody judges them. Nobody judges them. Nobody looks twice. But in the States, there's this taboo about like working with things that and in the States, look at all of the isms. Look at all of the isms that we have to work through. So folks, if you learn nothing else from Krista being so transparent and vulnerable and sharing just a piece of her beautiful story, it's about turning in. And I love that the DEI space allowed you to do that. Because I have so many questions that I'm not even going to look at right now, because I just want to unpack a lot of things that you were speaking about. because like I said, stories like this, we need to unfold them more and more. I would love to hear your opinion, because a couple of years ago, the DEI space probably didn't exist. I mean, it existed, but not in the not at the capacity that we see now. So I would love to hear any flags that you want to warn people of for, people want to get into this space, but I don't know that people are necessarily willing to do the work that it takes. Like you said, that big boulder that you're starting at negative and you have to push it up, and it's a lot of work. I would love to hear you give some tips and tricks and, maybe some things to avoid as you've learned in your experience on, how we can truly move the needle here in this DEI space.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to remember is there is no playbook, right? We're in a very different time, and to definitely utilize and leverage that imagination. A couple things that you were touching on are, I guess some flags that I'll say are, when I first started this role, oftentimes a lot of us are on our own, right? And trying to push that boulder up a hill by ourselves and internally. So just kind of in terms of how I look at all the work that I do, I look at it having different tables, right? One being the career table. Are you climbing the ladder? Because as a woman of color, very quickly understood things like, I didn't see it at first until I was at the table that, oh, this is what the bamboo ceiling is. And that's the bamboo ceiling, different from the glass ceiling. It's what Asians kind of run up against in terms of our ability to move into leadership roles, because we're not seen as leaders in a Western perspective, right? And so, but I do think there's liberation there, right? How do you climb? And I do think representation is important. It's not the only thing though, right? The other table then was, I did have this experience in diversity inclusion, which I think until you're sitting in that seat internally, you don't realize. I think like a lot of folks now are asking me about, how do I get into this space? I was naive about, hey, I'm just going to help people, right? Everyone wants to help people. And the spectrum of ideas and perspectives around what equity meant and what justice, or not even, we weren't even talking about justice and liberation in pre-2020. So what just equity, even diversity even meant, and getting, being seen, right? And getting, what you're looking for taken care of, was so large. And it had tunnel vision, I think, as well. And I'd admit that. And something else I think I missed too was not knowing and not having an entire community. And that includes mental health and mental wellness support from therapists or coaches or whatnot, not just peers. And realizing the importance of that. And I think if you look at, movement spaces now and activists, they talk so much about community care. It's not just about self-care, but community care, right? Because ultimately, if you think about what DEI means, it's so broad. What are we doing here, right? Like, there's no way I can actually be an expert at all things from a cultural identities perspective, but and the intersections of that as well. But from a functional standpoint, when we're talking about being in a company, I spent most of my time in strategy and operations, right? Looking at financials and such. I didn't spend 15 years in marketing. I didn't spend 15 years in HR or recruiting or what other, ways in which we're looking at diversity. So of course there needs to be many people. And what I find beautiful today is, as now I've solved for that, beautiful community support system, therapists, coaches. I joke with my friends, I have an army of people who support me in doubling down on self-care, because this is so emotionally exhaustive, and physically, that I have people to lean on. That community care is so important. And what's been beautiful, even in digital spaces, that the community is all really willing to help each other. There's not this competition, right? We have different expertise, different lenses. And I've found such support I think when we think we have to move things forward by ourselves, it can be really daunting, but I've definitely been leaning on other folks recently and seeing how I feel really safe and really comfortable saying, I gotta pass the baton for a second. I gotta take a break. I gotta sit on the sideline and take care of myself, and trusting that I can pass it to someone who's going to take that torch up for that moment, because then we're probably going to switch back, right? Or otherwise collaborate on such. So I really do think don't neglect that self-care, that community care. And then again, this idea that there isn't a playbook. There are, we're beyond unconscious bias. It's overt racism at this point, right? And so I've never been able to talk so openly and directly about, specifically about the identity around race, right? And so that's really new, I think, in this time.
Absolutely. I hope that we can continue this conversation after this, because we only have like a little bit over 5 minutes left, and we haven't even cracked open the egg yet to just let everything out. I love it, but we're getting it heated up. I like it a lot. I also applaud the work that you do, the vision that you have on, making it more of a holistic experience, bringing the community in, and not I don't even know if this is a term, but I'm just going to say it now, this false connection, this false community. I feel like social media definitely is playing a hand on thinking that we are building communities, but really we're just building more separation. So just to be aware of that as well, and having that emotional intelligence, to be self-aware, to practice self-regulation, empathy, to be socially responsible as well. So with that said, I want to kind of switch gears here and talk a little bit about business, and taking up space in the financial world as, people of color. So do you have any advice for BIPOC or female entrepreneurs who are trying to decide what kind of businesses they want to create in this time? And feel free to, make it very specific for, Asian American Month that's happening now. I know that lots of things are, on our radar, but we would love your direction on like how we can support, how we can be aware, how can we educate each other and ourselves just to build a better community.
Yeah, I feel like, it was divine connection that you and I were put together when I was hearing a description of you as, talking about emotional intelligence. That is something that I've been talking about for DEI, even when I was at Zappos. This is why I was very adamant that that was a skill set that I think we all needed, because how am I going to even believe or that there's a lived reality it could be so different from mine, that's actually possible if I'm not even comfortable with my own story, right? And I think you probably know that we learn in EQ, it's really a lot about awareness of self, our bodies, how we're experiencing, emotions, not just again mentally, but physically, and also seeing how it's playing out for other people, right? That empathy. So in terms of starting a business, oftentimes I think people are like, really, I don't know. I know I don't want this, right? But then I ask, well, what do you want, right? When we talk about values aligned businesses too, they want to do something that's meaningful in their career, or start their own business that again is values aligned. And I ask, okay, well, what are your values? And often I'm met with a blank stare, like, sort of no, maybe, and follow up that with, Carissa, I've actually never spent a lot of time to even think about it. And yes, in a capitalistic, like colonized world, when everything is hustle and grind and move fast, we haven't had time to pause to think about what it is that we really want. And so the first question, how do you even move into a values aligned business? I'm like, what are your values? And it's funny because we all, especially if we're leaving or trying to leave our 9-to-5s, right? We see a lot of our companies, that those values are on our badges, right? They're on the walls and blazoned on our company handbooks, right? So and decisions are made off of those values, with that being like your North Star, right? And so it's no surprise to me when I speak to individuals who are trying to do their own thing and don't know where to start. And it's like, well, what are your values? And if they don't have it, it's like, okay, so it's no wonder to me that we're feeling lost or confused or uncertain, right? And this is the same thing. So whether you're starting a business or just, again, speaking up, standing up, a lot of the conversation too, again, for the AAPI community right now is, like I'm getting asked, like, how do I speak up for myself or advocate for myself or advocate for my community? How do I have cross-racial dialogue with folks? And I'm like, okay, right, again, the awareness of self and stories and what I really believe, hey, our confidence comes from conviction, and conviction comes from a deep, deep knowing, and that knowing comes from awareness, right? So again, we take it back to EQ. I take people, a lot of my programming, a lot of the work I do initially with clients, both group companies, and I actually just came from a company workshop that I just conducted. And I take people through this, and it seems really fuzzy and introspective and kind of like, what's going on here? Like, you're going to tell me how to power pose or something and how to, do my TED talk. And I'm like, listen, you have to go internal first. We are so quick to say, hey, these are the strategies we need to implement. Hey, it's always outside of ourselves, right? What's the tangible and tactical and external things we do? But a lot of that is driven internally, and we skip that piece. And I'm really inviting people to come back to that internal drive. What are the stories? What motivates you? Like I said, if I didn't know what was going on when I was 9 and I didn't understand that story, I wasn't aware of that story, what do I think I would have that same confidence that I do today? No, I don't. right? And I unpacked all those different stories from then until, until today. So yeah.
Beautiful. I love that you're the reflection part of this is, to start from within and move without. So let's assume that someone has done the internal work. Can you take the last 2 minutes? We've got about 3 minutes in total, but I'd love for you to, take your time on this question within the 2-minute time frame, and then we'll continue this later. To go a little external. So let's say I've done the work inside and now I need to, convince people. So this question reads, how can individual contributors convince stakeholders to invest in DEI efforts at their organizations?
Yeah. For me, that was strength in numbers. So I paired up with, when I first started that women's group, for instance, at Zappos, and even when the one I did at Macy's, right? It wasn't me by myself trying to get it together. I did surveys. I amassed people. I didn't ask for permission. I was just like, let's just go, right? And I probably started with my friends and closest, my BFFs at work, hey, do you want to do this? This is interesting to you, right? Are you experiencing the same thing? So it starts off kind of small, just touch, grabbing a friend, and that started to grow, right? And so I think there's strength in numbers. You activate, right? Again, I didn't really ask for permission. I was just like, I can do this thing, right? It's fine. Let's just go do it. And yeah, I think we stop ourselves from asking, and I think that's what it was going to be a no if we didn't ask in the first place. So why not just ask? So have the courage to just go for it and ask, and then to strengthen numbers, right? Find other people, start small, start to meet people, test things out, right? And then you'll see how that starts to grow and grow. And now you have evidence. Now you have proof of concept in some capacity, right? To go to your executives and say, hey, this really matters, and I've already activated it. So what's the problem? Give me some funding.
Yeah, give me that funding. Data, we all know that data is speaking these days, so let's use it to our advantage to create more DEI space at the table. I've enjoyed this conversation. Can you just remind us how we can stay connected with you, your website, your socials, however you prefer us to be connected with you? Because I know that folks have more questions. They probably want to tap into the beautiful work that you're doing as well. So let us know how we can stay connected, Carissa.
Yeah, sure. So I'm pretty active on LinkedIn. So Carissa Begonia on LinkedIn. I'm pretty easy to find. Go ahead and DM me. I apologize in advance if I don't get back to you. It's been a little bit of a whirlwind for APAM this month. And consciousexchange.com, as well as Instagram is consciousexchange_, and my Arise community. If you are AAPI, Asian American identifying, it's Arise community on Instagram as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to pass the mic back to Meg, and we'll see you all on the next conversation. Ciao.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. That was such an amazing panel. Thank you so much for allowing us to witness it. All right, as we move on into our next chat here, I just want to say, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits for attending today's chats, you need to refer to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And as we onboard our next set of speakers, I just want to say hi and welcome to anybody who's just now joining us. We are rounding out day 3 of May's virtual summit with a focus on financial inclusion. So as we go into our next round of speakers, I'm just so excited to try and solicit some feedback from all of you. So please feel free during the upcoming conversation to ask questions of the speakers, or add comments into that group chat that's on the right-hand side of your screen. My colleague Arushi and I will be in the chat available in case you have any questions or technical difficulties. But if you have any questions you'd like to raise to the speakers, please put those in there, and that way Arushi and I can raise them to our panel. So hopefully they can answer some of them as time allows. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's chat, make sure you check out the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. And don't make sure that you refer to the code of conduct, which my colleague is dropping in the chat right now. It's intended to make sure that this chat, like all of our virtual experiences, is a positive one for everyone. So I'd love to introduce our next speakers. First up, we have Catherine Zaleski, who is our co-founder and president of Power to Fly. Catherine is one of the most amazing people I've ever had the luxury of working with, and I'm so excited that y'all will get to experience her in her element on this upcoming panel. Catherine, would you like me to introduce the rest of the panel, or would you like to do that yourself?
You're doing such a good job. You just, completely blew up my ego, so I think you should keep going.
Absolutely. So joining Catherine is going to be Natalia Brzezinski, who's the head of strategy for Klarna. Natalia is an experienced moderator, journalist, and communication strategist focused on building dynamic dialogue across numerous sectors and cultures. She has held cutting-edge roles in the U.S. Senate press office for Senator John Kerry, as well as the Huffington Post and the U.S. Embassy in Sweden, focusing on the intersection of digitalization and diplomacy, along with innovation and leadership. This is obviously in addition to many, many more accolades. So my apologies, Natalia, I had to cut down the list somewhere.
No, I'm embarrassed. Yeah.
Don't be. Those are amazing accomplishments. So welcome, welcome, and thank you for joining us today. Joining her and Catherine, joining the both of them is going to be Marquite Corcoran. I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. I found like 3 different pronunciations for it. She is the Managing Director and Chief Innovation Officer at Barclays, based out of New York. She spent 2 decades in the financial services industry, holding positions and leading teams in businesses spanning across fixed income, operations, risk management, finance, and banking. Outside of the office, Marquite is an avid runner, dancer, tennis, and paddle player, as well as being an endurance racer. So welcome, and I will turn the stage over to you, Women.
Thank you. All right, great job. So first I remember I met Mariquette. Am I pronouncing it right?
Yeah, Mariquette. Yeah.
Mariquette in when you started the Barclays Innovation Center in NoHo, and we actually practiced the pronunciation of your name in the ladies' room.
Yes, I do remember that.
When one could do that back in the day. So obviously I've been acquainted with you and Natalia, where we sort of crossed over a little bit about Huffington Post and life in DC, but I want to start out and hear about your journey. I'll start with you, Mariquette, if you could give us a quick journey in about a minute, and we'll go to Natalia next.
Sure, I'll give you a 60-second snapshot. So as mentioned in my intro, I've been in the financial services industry for 2 decades now, which feels like a very long time. And I started off with a career in operations, finance, sales, and trading. And I realized throughout my career that I really enjoyed the sort of entrepreneurial business development type of activities that I had the opportunity to be a part of throughout my career. It ultimately led me to working on building a startup within Goldman Sachs. I was part of the original team that built Marcus. I was actually employee number 30, and saw everything from sort of day one, how to launch a startup within a large financial services company. And I think that really stamped my interest in that space, and also the ability for fintech to really disrupt the industry. I joined Barclays about 3 years ago, and I'm currently the Group Chief Innovation Officer. And in that seat, I lead a global team, really focusing on finding new technologies that can positively impact the services that Barclays is offering its customers, its clients, its colleagues. I work with the different business heads to identify and review solutions that can either solve problems they've identified or introduce them to sort of emerging tech that we've come across that we think can differentiate things in the market. In that seat, I'm lucky enough to lead the RISE platform, which I can talk about in a bit more detail, as well as lead our programming, which ties really well into what we're talking about today. So as part of my role at Barclays, we've been successful in launching programs specifically focused on helping women entrepreneurs, helping invest in and develop female-led businesses. We partnered with a well-known venture capital firm called Anthemis to launch something called the Female Innovators Lab. Last year, we launched a program called Female Founders First. So really trying to address a particular problem in the industry with all the resources and all of the platforms and availability that we have at Barclays to really power this from all angles.
That's great. So Natalia, different path into
quite a circuitous, convoluted, and to be nice to myself, I'll call it a generalist path. But I remember I'm a journalist by training and fashioned myself very much like, a wannabe Christiane Amanpour. Ended up, and I followed you in DC circles for a very, very long time. I'm kind of like mildly starstruck and sweaty right now to finally be doing this, but ended up, Southside Chicago immigrant family and upbringing, competitive ice skater, Mariquette, so I understand that athletes kind of drive. Hustled my way into a variety of different posts, including John Kerry's press office as an intern, at the birth of kind of social media digitalization and digitalizing your voice. Ended up in a US embassy where at about 25,
through the gifts of, I think, naivete, youth, and more naivete, I advocated to the State Department that, you know, embassies need to be focusing on this burgeoning tech ecosystem in Europe, especially the Nordics, mainly because of this strong sense of shared values. And that became a lot of the diplomatic focus. And what do I mean by that? Shared values in the space of innovation, really focusing on diversity, women's entrepreneurship, and sustainability in the holistic sense, which I feel is really rooted in diversity and inclusion as the driver of a new way to set up business societies and bring nations together even. And I've always felt that entrepreneurship is the greatest form of empowerment in that way. So spent 5 years doing that in the US Embassy, followed a rise of all of these companies, Spotify, Klarna, Minecraft, entering the US and becoming the behemoths they were, and really being kind of a bind between Stockholm and Silicon Valley. That led to 6 years as the CEO of Spotify's foundation, which again, I focused on kind of those shared values in tech and trying to build a transatlantic bridge around those values, again, in diversity, inclusion, women's entrepreneurship, sustainability. Never thought I would be in finance. I've met the Klarna founders about 12 years ago, and at the time, I didn't even know what the word fintech meant. And I said, it'll never work. Everyone in America still writes checks. A lot of people in my family still do write checks, yet here I am, really, really, really loving coming into Klarna with this perspective of, you know, they've mastered this incredible product. Fintech is exploding due to a variety of factors beyond just the pandemic. But now, as we are this behemoth that has really picked up on the next generation of youth trends, and especially like 70% of our users are women. So millennial and Gen Z women, how can we kind of use that platform to drive their preferences, their voices, transparency around, you know, we shop and we bank with our emotions. Like, it is a very kind of emotional and specific experience, and it's been really, really fun. It's been about 5 months, feels like 5 years in this role in a hyper growth setup, but I think a lot of my role is kind of reimagining that impact and reimagining the shared values and how we can bring them to life, like in this financial setting.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to talk about here, and we booked too little time, so and I mentioned that on LinkedIn. For everybody who doesn't really know what Klarna is, I'll try to sum it up very quickly. It's a sort of buy now, pay later product that has been around for a while, but has really taken
16 years. Yeah.
So like, I think that's another story of, there's all this romanticism about around, you know, you can build a company in 2 years or 5 years or whatever. But really, these things take a long time. What's interesting is like Affirm went public this fall, but Klarna is actually valued more privately. And so, but I want to get back to Mary Kat, because you're both dealing with these issues around inclusion from very different platforms, if you will. I mean, she's doing it at a massive financial institution. You're doing it now at a massive private company. And, you know, it's such a big, there's so much work to be done there on each side. I guess my question is really like, how do you not get discouraged by such big problems? Yeah.
I think it's starting with what you can control within your current remit, right? So I can't change the world overnight. And one of the first things I remember coming into the seat was seeing how amazing all these programs Barclays already had running were, and how many great companies that they've been exposed to or working with or invested in. But the percentage of female-led companies, for example, was quite small. So one of the first things I tried to figure out was, are we not selecting the right companies? What's going on? And we really found the root of the problem was the number of applicants coming from female-led businesses were really, in parallel with the percentage of companies we were accepting that were led by women. And so we really focused on the problem, which was, let's get more companies in the pipeline, right? Do we need to do more outreach? Are we not going to the right places? Are we not talking to the right people? And really make that effort so that we can get closer to 50-50 or to the sort of that, the best of our abilities. And then the numbers started slowly creeping up. To be honest, we're not at 50-50, but we are way better than where we were 3 years ago. And that also led us to think about, what kind of programming can we do that really focuses on that population? So in the last couple of years, Barclays launched a Black Founders Accelerator. We launched, again, the Female Innovators Lab, which was something that, you know, I was a part of from sort of like the first initial discussion, which was just one of the most rewarding things we've done. And for that, recognizing that women entrepreneurs at the early stage get less than 2% of VC funding at the very early stage. Even if every study proves that, you know, for each dollar invested in a female-led company or in a company led by at least one female, the results are always far better, right? But yet they still struggle to get that investment.
Right.
We decided, let's create a program where we're going to help women at the earliest stage of their journey, right? When they have an idea, they're still developing something. Let's help them at that stage, not when they're, you know, they've got 7-figure revenue and we're like, okay, we're going to invest in a female-led company. Let's go earlier and actually help them develop their company, help them test the market, help them build their team. And so, I mean, pandemic aside, it was a program in which they would physically actually move in with our venture capital partner, and it would almost be like a really hands-on studio. And we work with them closely using our networks to really support these companies and invest in them. And that's a program we've now been running for almost 2 years.
Yeah, we're actually doing the talk after this is female founders from Hearst Lab, which is another incubator. They call it a greenhouse. And I'm always curious, like, what are sort of the most successful things that you can do for a founder? What have you seen that really can tip things? Is it team building? Is it, I mean, it just takes so long to really click, as in the case of Klarna, for example. So.
I'll let Natalia opine on that as well, but I will say the building the right team is huge. And I can't tell you how many companies I've met where I felt like they had the wrong CEO, right? Like someone had the CEO title, but they weren't the right person. And so I think for any entrepreneur, female or male, you just have to be open to those suggestions and maybe being really open to changing your business model. Like I can't tell you how many companies come to me with a B2C model. And after lots of discussion and vetting and talking, all of a sudden they, you know, it's like a light bulb, right? B2B would be a better model, right? Or for what we're doing. So I think being really open to those suggestions from people who know a lot and are just trying to help you, right? Because when you meet with a founder who says, no, I know exactly what I want to do, I'm not open to changing it, it really limits how they can get help. So I think that's big, have the right team. And for women in particular, I would say, I've been told by many female entrepreneurs that when they talk to investors, it's like the investors are always honing in on all the things that can go wrong with what they're doing. That may be cliche, but it seems to be common feedback. So I always tell them, just get in front of it and like stay to the script of like, here's all the things that can go right, you know, before they have a chance to sort of shift the dialogue. I think that's been something that we just have to accept, unfortunately, is what happens when you're talking to investors often. Hopefully that changes with time. But if you sort of direct the script before you get to that point, I think it helps them with their meetings and conversations as well.
Yeah. Like Natalia, I'm really glad we have your input on this chat as well, because you've done a lot of work in, you know, what is considered like the world's most sort of female-friendly incubator, which is Sweden, right? From family, but
even though there aren't that many female founders there either. So I mean, as Marikat is speaking, I'm like writing notes. I'm like, yes, she's right here. She's right there. I mean, two things I wanted to pop up on. You can tell my passion is flowing, and like, you know, all I've done my entire career is be popped into like very male-dominated industries with lots of men. And it's so interesting what you said, Marikat. I will have two replies, but the first is around that investor-founder relationship, and especially when it comes to women. I often cite this. I used to give speeches in Sweden where I would like cite this ranking, this fact in the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor that came out in 2012. And it said, you know, here is the linchpin in this whole issue. The problem is, you know, when women pitch to investors, only 33% of them actually think their startup will be successful, actually think they're going to grow, they're going to scale, they're going to reach their goals. How many men do you think actually think their startup will be successful, actually think they're going to be the best Mark Zuckerberg, like, get behind the line, here I come, like 75%, you know? And so I often say that because if you don't believe in your idea, no one else will. And the investor community is rough. Like am so like getting on my knees thrilled what Mariquette is doing. And I spend a lot of just personal time doing this, is acting like, you know, a matchmaker and a connector, because I think a lot of investors come in first. Sometimes female founders have a reticence and a fear to really speak to an investor in a certain way with that confidence. And when they do, the investors, who are mostly men, not only tell them what's wrong, but tell them what to do, which completely eliminates their instinct and this new idea they have. Like, women think of things differently. That's why they're creating new things that solve new problems. And when we take that away from them, I always say we don't need advice, we just need support. Like, support me, like give me the wings. And, you know, I think getting the wrong investors can really, like, excuse my language, screw you up as a female founder very, very quickly. And I also love what Mariquette said about like kind of using your remit. Like, I often think about my role as head of strategy and also kind of having really a massive role in business development in the US, our biggest growing market. It'll be our biggest market in a few months. And to just give you some perspective, in Europe, we're a regulated bank. In Europe, we process almost 65% of all e-commerce transactions in the nation of Germany go through Klarna. Like, we're bigger than PayPal. We're huge in most of these markets. And that's kind of coming here. And as I look at that, I tell my teams often, like, it's great to get the top 1,000, the top 100 merchants. We want those huge partners. We want the Macy's. But my goal now, tomorrow, for the next 10 years at Klarna is to be the growth engine for those next generation of retailers. Those, you know, who's the next Jen Hyman of Rent the Runway? How can we be a turbocharger for her business? Because that's what we do. We're a growth partner. Like, we partner with a company, it's customer acquisition, it's lift in AOV, it's like broadening their brand awareness, partnering them with bigger merchants as well. So that's the way I'm looking. How can we empower and enable entrepreneurs? There's so many amazing entrepreneurs out there and that have come up in this e-commerce era. Mariquette could attest to that. Like, actually, like, you can really occupy a niche, whether it's, you know, a small sports basketball retailer in North Dakota, or like the amount of ideas coming out these days are amazing, and you have this equity power, and they just need these growth engines.
Yeah, growth engines, and then really the grit to not give up. Like Jen Hyman, I great, and like she's been at it for a very long time.
It takes forever.
Yeah, and you know, making it a success. So
one of the favorite quotes I ever heard was, "An overnight startup success is 7 to 10 years."
Yeah,
and
or actually, like
that's really good.
There's a great Steve Jobs one, which says that there's a Steve Jobs quote where he says, "I'm always amazed by how long it takes to build an overnight success."
Yeah.
Like, people don't realize that Apple was basically 20 years.
Oh my gosh, of course.
Before, and he came back as CEO. Like, that's, you know, certain, you know, people who've been around know that, but it's the staying power. I think that's one thing. So, you know, what you're doing, Mariquette, with providing resources, what Klarna can do to support sales, it's the ability to just hold on and be able to get it right. And really, you know, I try to counsel people who are coming up that it's just, you have to just prepare yourself for major valleys and some peaks, and
absolutely,
and you got to hold on.
And I think for entrepreneurs or people trying to start a business in any sort of fashion, right? It's just like the way you would pitch for a job, right? Like, or the way you're going to pitch for a promotion. It is not easy. Nobody says it's easy. Nobody feels comfortable doing it, but you kind of have to approach it that right way. You know, one of the best things I ever heard was there's a female founder who I actually mentor, and she was pitching to some investors, and she had a consumer-based product that she was trying to launch. And she goes, all the investors looked at her like they had no idea why her solution would ever be successful. But she had, you know, the experience and sort of the confidence to say, why don't you go home and ask your wives and girlfriends what they think about this before you make a decision?
That is amazing.
I was
what
so
a
proud of her. Yes, she did get the
person.
investment. She got the investment. But it's being able, because if she had never said that, they probably would have just said no and moved on. But the fact she had the courage to say that, but she said that's because she had launched 2 companies prior. So she had learned along the way that you really have to push, and it's not just, you know, taking what they say and moving on, because, you know, it's tough, right? There's a ton of investors out there, but there's a ton of companies as well.
Yeah.
You're fighting for that slot.
And I love what you're saying, because I think at the end of the day, and had two reflections there. I mean, we need these women to be successful. We need these women of color, men of color, you know, these outsiders to the establishment usual ecosystem to be successful, because I really think that's the key to diversity and inclusion. Like, how do we really accomplish that? Broaden the pie, get more investors, CEOs that are women, that are people of color, that come from outside of the usual circles. And in order to do that, it's kind of, as you say, how many investors do you know in VCs that say, oh, well, we invested in this guy. I don't think that company will work, but he's special, or he's bold, or like, I like his personality, or like, I like to hang out with him. Like, I hear that all the time. Like, they really believe often in that founder. And I think sometimes when a woman, and it happens to me, when I'm in that room and someone critiques me or doesn't like support me, I can shrink, I can diminish, I won't like come back. And it's so much around that. And I love that story you shared.
Mm-hmm. And I really do think, in all respect, right, do what you can within your remit and influence. Make those introductions, use your network.
Yeah.
So much goes a long way by just introducing someone to someone, you know, who ends up like developing a relationship with them down the road. And similar to finding a good, diverse pipeline of companies, right? Like, there's always been this notion, right? Women in technology, you know, vast minority, right? No surprise, it's been that way for a long time. And I've heard people in the market say, well, there aren't as many women in that industry. Well, you know what? You're not looking at the right place. So in 2019, a group of senior female technologists at my company and I went to Orlando, Florida, to the Grace Hopper conference and met with, there were 26,000 people there.
Oh, that's awesome.
I had never seen anything like it. And you know, if people say, oh, you're not finding founders, you're not finding talent, you're not looking at the right places.
Yeah. Here. I completely agree.
Yeah, no, it's definitely they're out there, and yeah, and I think we have you like the support phrase is key. Actually, Linda said that's so true. We don't need advice, we need support.
Yeah.
It's the ability to give people that staying power over time. So.
And that I know, I love what you said as well. I'm getting so excited about kind of network and introducing people. Like you know this, Catherine Madeline Albright has that famous quote, like, special place in hell for women who don't help other women. And I often say, like, if you're so lucky, like I don't deserve to know the people I know. It's luck, it's spontaneity, it's running into someone. There is no one I won't introduce people to. Like, if you have a network, it is your responsibility to share it, connect. Like, it's so important, because I think 99% of businesses and guess what? These women that don't have that network, that are rising up right now, they don't have that opportunity to like bump into a senator at the elevator on the Hill, like have that moment of spontaneity because of COVID. Like, I worry so much that when that's been taken away, it's all about trusted networks, and young people don't have them. So we need to like double down on that kind of connectivity and like encouragement, because it's going to be a hard period. Like, I often think, like, where the hell would I be if I was 21 again or 22 during this period? I didn't know anyone. I didn't come from anywhere. Like, I didn't get invited to conferences. Like, people are only, I think, with Me Too, with the techlash, with everything that's been happening, with obviously the pandemic, people are becoming a little bit more insular. Maybe, hopefully it won't stay that way, but there's a trust deficit and there's a certain insularity. And I think new people will have a hard time breaking in. And we really need to be aware of that.
So what's one good virtual networking tip? This is what I do when I meet with someone, especially who's coming out of college, who asks for help. I say, go through my LinkedIn and put together a spreadsheet and write an intro blurb, make it super easy on me, and I'll just forward the email.
Absolutely.
And by the way, I go especially men who've built successful companies in my space say, I want to help you. I say, great. I'm going to put someone on your LinkedIn. We're going to go through it, and I'm going to come up with 20 names, and you're going to make introductions for me, and we're going to have those emails written. Sure enough, it really works. But you have to manage up, right? You have to manage up for those relationships.
Yeah.
And I think that's so key, right? One of the toughest things I remember hearing as I was progressing in my career, I had someone say to me, just keep in mind, your next opportunity, your next job isn't going to come from how brilliant you are, how smart you are. So, it's going to come from a connection or someone in your network. And that's what's going to help you propel your career. And that's held true over and over again.
Yeah.
So interesting. Yeah. I like the LinkedIn thing. I do that. I do that as well. I'm leaning into LinkedIn these days.
Yeah, I used to not be a big LinkedIn
Yeah,
person.
me too.
I mean, I find that people they actually do want to connect more in some ways that we just have more time. So, if you get a good intro, it's really compelling. But
Absolutely.
yeah, it's good. Well, we have 2 minutes left, so I'm going to ask each of you to give some advice to your prior selves at the start of your careers. What would you have told yourself then? What you know now?
I actually
I
have a
made
video.
so many mistakes. Yeah. A video. Oh, good.
It's online somewhere. It was my lessons to my younger self. So anyone's welcome to see it. It's public.
Okay. Well,
but my 20-second summary for that is to take more risks. I think early in my career, I kind of thought if I just do a good job, people will look out for me. I'll play the safe route and sort of propel in my career. And I realized my biggest opportunities and my biggest successes always came from my biggest risks. And some of them didn't work out, but I learned from them. But you kind of have to take that leap. And had I not taken this role at Barclays 3 years ago, I would have never accomplished all the things I've done over the last 3 years. And it's really just taking that chance on yourself.
That's great.
Awesome. I'm going to look at that video. I guess quickly, mine would be, I'm actually a massive risk taker. So maybe like pulling that back a bit. But I think I just was very conditioned that I could do everything on my own. I'm an only child. My parent kind of raised myself, like really like I didn't need a team. I've taken all the responsibility. Oh, here's a job. I'll do all 20 jobs around it. And I think I very, very quickly burned out on that. And I think I'm now leaning in more into trust and a team. And I also think I had that total imposter syndrome where I'm flying it, and they're related. I can do everything on my own, actually, because I have to, because I'm not good enough in my own right. So I have to do 20 tasks to show how good I am and to get valued for it. And if I'm so lucky to get into that position of like, oh, I'm working with tech CEOs and famous people, like how lucky I am. Don't pay me anything. Don't promote me. I'll basically do it for free because I'm so lucky to be in this space. So I never really asked for my value either. Like it's something that's taking me a very long time. And I'm still kind of like, obviously an insecurity thing, still kind of uncomfortable asking for it. So I guess I'm working on believing that I have that value and I don't have to be Superwoman to deserve it. Like I'm okay. I can do 100%, not 1,000,000%.
Yeah. Well, you're the head of strategy at like one of the biggest private companies in the world. So own it.
I'm going to try.
And I get it. We've been talking about imposter syndrome a lot.
Yeah.
This week. Anyway, Meg, we have the next panel coming through. Very excited for that as well. And thank you both. This was really fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. All right.
I think it's more inspiring for me. So thank you so much.
For all of us. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you all. That was a wonderful panel to get to sit in on. All right, so as we move into our next group, I want to remind everybody that if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. As we onboard our next set of speakers, I just want to say hi and welcome to anybody who is just now joining us. We are rounding the final bases on our May 2021 virtual summit. The theme for this month is financial inclusion, and I can't wait to add this next chat to the list of amazing conversations we have gotten to hear and witness this week. If you are just joining us for today's chat, please know that you are absolutely encouraged to submit questions or comments or anything you'd like into the group chat on the side, right-hand side of your screen. We want to hear from you, and we'd love to raise any questions you have to our amazing panel of women about to take the stage. Again, if you're looking to earn SHRM credits for today's session, please take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. And I will refer you briefly to the code of conduct that my coworker Arushi is going to put in the chat in just a moment. It's intended to make sure that we all have a very positive experience on this as well as all of our virtual events. All right, so I would love to start introducing our next panel. First up, we have Marcy Lobel-Ezrig, who is the founder and CEO as well as general counsel for Silver Bills. Silver Bills receives, scrutinizes, and stores clients' household bills and ensures that bills are paid correctly and on time. Silver Bills provides services throughout the United States and often partners with families, attorneys, social workers, and financial planners to improve the lives of countless individuals who otherwise would not have been able to age in place safely and securely. So welcome, Marcy. Joining her will be Dana Kim, who is the founder and CEO of Highlight, which is a venture-backed product research platform. Highlight sends curated discovery boxes to its engaged community in exchange for feedback via their research-optimized app. Their platform boasts 90% survey completion rates, which is no easy feat, and can get product in hands in days, seamlessly collecting qualitative feedback at scale. Dana worked in traditional market research for about 5 years, and then left that world to pursue her MBA at the Wharton School. That's where she met her co-founder, Ethan Kellogg, and the Highlight journey began. So thank you for joining us, Dana. They will also be in conversation with Roselle Safran, who is the founder and CEO of Key Caliber, a cybersecurity technology startup that empowers security leaders to make data-driven strategic decisions by leveraging machine learning to identify an organization's most critical assets. Before that, she was the CEO and co-founder of UpLevel Security, which was acquired by McAfee. Roselle has also managed cybersecurity operations at the Executive Office of the President during the Obama administration, directing tactical measures and strategic initiatives for the 24/7 Security Operations Center that protected and defended the White House's network. And finally, we have Jocelyn Lee, who is the Executive Director of Hearst Lab. Jocelyn is in that position as Executive Director. Hearst Lab invests in early-stage women-led startups innovating across enterprise technology, data analytics, health, fintech, transportation, and media. Hearst Lab's mission is to close the gap in venture capital funding for women by helping female founders build healthy, sustainable, and highly scalable businesses. So welcome to you amazing ladies, and I will turn the stage over to you.
Thank you, Meg. All right, so great to see everybody on camera now. Welcome everybody to our panel. I'm really excited to have Marcy, Dana, and Roselle with me here today to talk about their startup journeys, which, as you'll hear about, will often take many different routes. They can take many different shapes. And so I'd love to just start by just learning more from each of you how you came to start your business and how you came to Hearst Lab. How did you hear about Hearst Lab? Marcy, why don't you go first?
Sure. So how I started my business, I was an attorney for the New York Mets baseball team, the parent company, Starling Equities. And just a few weeks after I started, the Bernie Madoff scandal broke and the company lost $500 million and almost the entire 401k of the company. So I rapidly became an expert in financial exploitation when I worked on that financial fraud for about 8 years as Associate General Counsel. And at the same time, my elderly aunt was aging in her home and she was struggling with this issue of managing her household bills. And when I researched the overlap of those issues, I learned that elder financial exploitation was a $1 billion annual problem in this country, often perpetrated because individuals needed help managing their bills. And so I left Starling to work on silver bills full time. And I actually met Lisa Burton of the Hearst Lab several years prior to being anywhere near ready for funding. And we just kept in touch over the years. We met at an event that was called Project W, sponsored by Davis Wright Tremaine, a law firm that helps female founders. And when she reached out to me in the fall, it was at the beginning of the fundraising process, and it just proceeded from there. So very grateful to Lisa for maintaining that connection, and it was several years in the making.
Thank you, Marcy. I think there's a good nugget in there about how it's never too early to begin building those relationships with potential partners and investors, even when you're not quite thinking about fundraising just yet. Dana, why don't you tell us a little bit about your story?
Yeah, sure. So I was in traditional market research for about 5 years. And I was a qualitative researcher, which meant I was moderating focus groups and doing very manual product testing. I spent far too many hours in grocery stores saying, hey, wait, stop right there, try this new beverage or try this new snack. And I realized that we were working with some of the biggest CPGs in the world, and there was just not a more easy, efficient, scalable, cost and time efficient way of getting product testing off the ground. So I left that very stable life and job in traditional agency side and left for business school. So I went to business school where I met my co-founder, Ethan Kello, and together we really built the business from the ground up. We we raised back in the fall, and we thought that we were, kind of closing out our round and done with fundraising. And then we heard about Hearst Lab and the incredible sort of community it's built and the resources there, and just the offering that being a part of the Hearst Lab community has really built up through Chanel Fields, who's another Hearst Lab founder who also went to the Wharton School. And so through Chanel, met Lisa, met Chris, met the whole Hearst Lab team, and really actually extended the round size to make sure that we can be a part of the family. So it was a fun surprise ending to our fundraise, and we haven't looked back.
Great. And Roselle, let's finish off the question with you.
Yeah, sure. So like Marcy and Dana, I came up with the idea for Key Caliber because I was experiencing the pain point personally in my role at the Executive Office of the President. And so when you are a cybersecurity defender, you are always trying to figure out how you can improve, because you know fully well that the attackers are always upping their game. And so what I wanted to build was a technology that enabled that in a more automated and continuous way, by starting with just the initial pillar of what you need to build out a security program, and that is knowing what's really important. So that was a challenge that I had in my role at the Executive Office of the President. And obviously, when you don't know what's really critical, it's pretty nerve-wracking. And I will say, when I was in my role, I was very nervous every single day that there would be a major breach that would be front page news. That did not happen under my watch, but it did happen months after I left. So it was a completely valid concern. And then, so in terms of getting into the Hearst Lab ecosystem, so I originally found out about Hearst Lab through the Hearst CIO back when I was still mulling over my idea, and I hadn't even completely formulated it. And I had looked into Hearst Lab at the time, and this was pre-COVID, and I saw that it was New York based, and that the team would have to move to New York. And I thought to myself, this seems like a phenomenal program, but I'm not moving to New York right now, so probably won't work. And then back in the late fall or early winter of 2020, one of the Hearst Lab scouts reached out to me on LinkedIn. It's Christy, who's based in Netherlands. I don't know how she even found me. And she reached out to me, and we started talking, and she was saying, yeah, well, now it's a virtual program. So then it became feasible. So if there's like a silver lining in all of the terribleness that's happened from COVID, it's like for Key Caliber, we're very fortunate that we were able to take part in this program. And we're new to the fold, but really appreciative and enjoying it so far.
That's great. So each of you kind of touched upon the fundraising journey, and in terms of how you came to Hearst Lab. I'm curious what sort of advice or lessons you might be able to share with the Power to Fly community for those who may be also in the early stages of kicking off their business, or who may be thinking about how they might fundraise down the road. What pearls of wisdom might you share with them?
I think I'm happy to hop in. I think to Marcy's point and really to Roselle's point around how they found Hearst Lab and the nugget you pulled out earlier, it's never too early to start having conversations. And they don't have to be, you know, we are going to be fundraising or we are thinking about fundraising, but just get your name out there. And then more importantly, find a sort of way to get a lay of the land and feel confident that when it is time to raise, you have those folks to go to. And then I think what was really, really valuable for us in our raise was really going to other founders that were just one step ahead of us and asking about recent experiences and really asking the questions that you can't just Google. There's a lot of advice out there around how to think about valuation or how much to raise or what you should write in your cold email, but there's nothing like someone who knows you, who will give you unfiltered advice and who has just been through it in a similar environment. So that was really key to really feeling confident in our approach and getting some sort of directional insight into how we should think about, you know, all the different steps in the fundraising journey.
And Roselle, as a second-time founder, what have you learned along the way? How is it different for you this time around? If it is different, I'd be curious to get your insights on that.
Oh yeah, it's completely different second time around. So first time around, you know, you're just getting into the swing of it, and you never want to not follow a lead. And so whenever there's any potential to talk to an investor, you just jump on that opportunity. At least that was my experience the first time around. This time around, I'm far more selective, and selective on multiple levels. So I will do diligence before I even accept an intro to make sure the company invests in enterprise, that the VC invests in enterprise companies. Because if they don't even have that understanding, it's not going to be a good fit. Certainly you have to make sure that there are no competitors in their portfolio. Making sure that the check size is right and the amount of traction that they usually want to see before you talk to them is right. All of those items I didn't think about quite so much, if at all, with the first, with my first startup. It was just, okay, I have the opportunity to have an intro, oh, I'm going for it. And that ends up taking up a ton of time. And as a CEO of a small startup, you don't have extra time. And so this time around, I've been far more selective for that reason. And also just from a personality fit perspective. You know, there's some investors that are just not going to be a great personality fit, or for some other reason, just you don't connect with them. And you're going to be working closely with them for a number of years. And so this time around, I've definitely disqualified a number of potential investors just because I didn't think that the fit was there. I didn't think we were on the same wavelength. I didn't think that we would be able to work well or interact well together. So yeah, very, very different this time around.
Marcy, continuing along that same theme, what are your thoughts on how to prioritize meetings with investors and make sure that you use your time wisely? Because it is such a huge spend on your time.
Yeah, I think it's a really, really good question. And I'm a first-time founder, so I really didn't have the luxury of saying no to a lot of people. I think that and when I think of who invested ultimately, what I think is very interesting is that one of the earliest people that reached out to me, I knew right away it wasn't the right fit. They were they were investing in they're writing much larger check sizes, much later stages. And I said that to them in their email when they reached out to me. And they said, it's okay, we just want to, meet you. So I was kind of reluctant because I knew what a time intensive process this was, but I met with them and they actually ended up introducing me to someone who wrote the perfect check size and participated in the round. So, I think so much of it, like so much of life, is luck. And, but I think you can actually increase your luck as a first-time founder, if that's what you're asking, by really just maximizing those conversations, Someone at the beginning said to me, try to view this as your full-time job until you close the round. Like there's honestly, it's not only is the time, but the preparation for every meeting and just the emotional roller coaster you're on is very, intensive, and you want to try to shrink that amount of time that you're doing that. But you also need to be in it all in. So have your team prep for that you're not going to be really as available, and try to be organized about it as much as possible with some kind of either CRM or whatever your process is. And also have some champions. Like that really was critical for me, was finding someone or a couple of people who really just believed in it, were on board, were making the introductions, were giving me the pep talks, had been through it themselves. And that really made a difference. So, that's really critical too, I think.
Really like the idea of asking for help. And also when people, VCs are often, there's a trope of, let me know how I can be helpful. I think it's a great example of when they say that, actually take them up on that and ask them for that connection to somebody who might be a better fit for you. You never know what that may actually add to your journey. So there is a question from the audience. Pamela asked, what percentage of investor you used are male versus female? So I think Pamela's asking about either the ones that you approached that are male versus female, or potentially just on your cap table, your general approach to that. What are your thoughts on that?
So how many on the cap table? When she says female though, does she mean like exclusively female investors?
Yeah, I think that's what she's referring to. Yeah. So female.
So what would hers be considered? I'm not sure.
Well, we are a mixed gender investing team, right, to be fair. So I would kind of step back and think about it from the perspective of, these days, a lot of female founders are more focused on wanting diversity in their cap table. So maybe another way to answer this is, how do you think about diversity on your cap table? Is that something you focus on? Is that something you optimize for? Or not necessarily, but you hope that it can be diverse? That's one way to answer that question.
I mean, I think that definitely that was a goal of mine. I wanted, female investors on my cap table. I think the reality and just all the data shows, and there's just so many studies that are so discouraging about, VC dollars that go to female founders. I think it's like, I heard this week at another event I was at that only 1% of fintech investment goes to female founders. Mm-hmm. So, that's kind of the flip side of it. But I definitely pitched to a lot of female investors. I don't have any exclusive female investors on the cap table.
Yeah. Dina, how about you?
Yeah, so I mentioned that we extended the round to get HRSLAB in, and that was a big driver behind it. We have 4 institutional VCs participated in our pre-seed, and the 3 that had signed prior to HRSLAB had all been male-owned and dominantly male investment teams. I would say, and then when we were in conversations with HRSLAB, I had a frank conversation with Ethan, who was in total alignment, and said, it's really nice to have an investor that really emphasizes and even if it is a mixed gender team, it's very mission aligned in ensuring that there's inclusivity and access and opportunity for female founders, and is female focused. I think when it comes to just cap table makeup, I think, of course, it's really nice to be able to say, I have a diverse set of investors. But I think that alignment can happen in many different ways. So just like with HRSLAB, we're kind of mission and community aligned and values aligned. Our lead investor, we touch base with weekly and have incredible conversations with. regardless of kind of gender or, any sort of demographics. We found that we are just very much on the same page and have really incredible, candid, productive conversations. So we definitely look for the right fit in terms of, working style, and that can come in a lot of different ways.
Yeah. And Roselle, how about you?
Yeah, so for this startup, a good portion are investors who maybe aren't female themselves, but are very much in support of female founders like Hearst Lab. Mm-hmm. And then there are others that are just a mixed team. For my previous startup, I would say maybe 10% were female. And part of that is just the nature of the industry. I certainly have not pitched to as many female investors as I have male investors. And obviously we all know the dynamics in the VC industry and the demographics. And that's even more pronounced when you get to my industry, which is cybersecurity. And so some of the investors that I talk to are investors that used to be entrepreneurs who've had successful exits. They are predominantly male in cybersecurity, and I'm hoping to change that. But as of now, that's just the reality. And so when I'm looking at who's going to be a value add investor, I don't look at it from the lens of gender or anything else related to that. I look at it from, do they understand my space? Are they going to be able to provide helpful advice? Are they going to be able to provide introductions? Are they going to be able to provide some of the other resources that I'm going to need along the way to grow the business the way that I want to? So unfortunately, I don't have a ton of female investors on the cap table thus far.
I think this speaks a lot to the fact that there is increasing interest in having more women at the check writing table at VCs and at corporate VCs as well. I think that is something that there's a lot of momentum behind, but of course, there has to be even more momentum behind that to make diversity in the cap table even more prevalent than what it is today. And certainly within Hearst Lab, while we are focused on investing solely in women-led companies, and of course we have our scouts, our women executives across the company that are actively helping and being very supportive of our portfolio companies. We also have friends of the lab who are men around the company that are helpful. So I think that also reflects the mission alignment that you all are speaking of. So let's see. So Cindy Lamb asked, before you reach out to the investor, what kind of preparation do you think you would like to do better? Like resources that you hope you would have known. Maybe I would zoom out from this question and ask, were there surprises along the fundraising journey that you kind of reflect on now and you know about it, but that you weren't necessarily aware of at the very start of your journey?
So I can certainly say that one of the big takeaways from all of my investor conversations is I look at an investor pitch like a trailer in a movie. And most people like the trailers for action flicks that have lots of car chases and explosions and are really flashy. And this was something I didn't understand in the early days with my last startup. And I was here thinking this would be a very profound discussion. And often it wasn't really that at all. It was gut reaction based on whether it looked like, yeah, this is a cool movie, I want to check this out. And that's based on the glitzy part of the business as opposed to really the nuts and bolts. And so if you go into these discussions with the type of pitch that's more like a trailer for a rom-com or a drama, it's just not gonna fly the same way that an action flick does. And so that was a big takeaway for me from my last experience.
That's a great analogy.
So good. I can follow up. I think I totally agree with Roselle. I think there's definitely a level of kind of energy and excitement and buildup that's required, and I think also very harder to do over Zoom, which was, I think, for all of us, the environment in which we were pitching. But I think what I wished I had known going in is, or I wish I'd told myself or had really taken to heart, was just that it is a two-way conversation. And I would have armed myself and asked more questions of the investors that we spoke to that were more just, not just, how do you support your portfolio companies, but digging into, will they actually be hands-on and support and help, and having it be not only are we a good fit for their investment, but are they a good fit for our cap table. We intentionally went in saying we want really active, engaged, in the weeds of operating with us investors. And so we asked that question with everyone who we spoke to, what are the services and offerings and value you can offer to your portfolio companies. And of course, everyone has, long lists of trouble hearing you. Siri. Everyone has long lists of, what they say they might do. But when it comes to reality, a few are less hands-on than you would think, I think. So just asking more questions and digging into what's the relationship going to look like post, dollars hitting the bank.
Dana, you hit upon an interesting point there, just in terms of support that you can expect from your investors. And I think we can all agree that at this early stage, all the support you can get is kind of what's ideal. What are some ways that Hearst Lab has been helpful to you and your co-founder in starting your business and growing your business?
Yeah, it's funny. I've thought about this question, and it's hard to think of a succinct answer other than, anytime we have a question, challenge, need, task, we know that we can go to the Hearst Lab community and move the ball forward on it. And it's been pretty incredible, the diversity of tasks that Hearst Lab has been really, really incredible at helping with and getting through, anywhere from, talking through the problem together versus being pointed in the right direction versus actually having a Hearst Lab scout or chief sponsor or fellow actually come in and get hands on and do. We've, I guess, to get tactical, we're now going through procurement at some really big enterprise companies, and we're dealing with data security certifications and InfoSec teams. And, Ethan and I are looking through these documents and totally overwhelmed, but really comforted and confident by the fact that, we can reach out to the Hearst InfoSec team that we were connected to via the Hearst Lab team and get some expertise. Or we're sponsoring a conference and we're creating a video, and we wanted to level it up. And we brought in Michael Marlander, who's an amazing creative on the Hearst Lab team, who did a out of nowhere voiceover and sounded amazing. So I think just the idea that you have an army of people in your corner that are going to pinch hit whenever you need them is really confidence boosting, tactically really executionally helpful, and just on the roller coaster of entrepreneurship, just emotionally really goes a long way.
And Marcy and Rosa, I know you both are a little bit slightly newer to Hearst Lab than Dana, but not that much newer. I'm curious how you found your experience so far in terms of support.
Yeah, so we closed our deal with Hearst. Basically, it was the end of December, so let's say January, so it's been about a quarter. It's really, I think, incredible and unique for a startup to really just, although you're a small company, like you have, this huge force of Hearst behind you. So, I mean, I can't even describe the many, many ways we've gotten help from the incredible legal team. I mean, I don't just feel like I'm the sole lawyer here. I have we've interacted with, at least 7 to 10 of the lawyers have provided legal help for us in really incredible ways and helped just, I'm just thinking now and just realizing the impact that the legal team has had on so many of our issues. It's been really incredible. We had the design team, help us relaunch our entire website. And then just from the business development perspective, the introductions, just some of the ideas that we had for going to market, the scouts helping us. We have a meeting with one of them on a weekly basis trying to propel, one of our go-to-market strategies. And then, another one of the Hearst companies just helping us get, launched with some of their clients. So it's really, it's difficult to even quantify or express the depth of the help that we've gotten from Hearst. Just the big picture, I think, would be, you're a little startup, but you have like a huge company behind you, and it's hard to even express how powerful that is.
Yeah, I've only been part of the Hearst Lab Port Code since end of March, so just a little over a month. But it's already been super helpful. I think it was probably the day we inked the deal that I first sent over a customer NDA to the legal team. So I've already been pinging them a number of times, been amazingly helpful. We also have one of the fellows doing a very significant amount of dev work for us right now, because our engineering team is small, and we do have lots that's coming to fruition this quarter that we really need some help on. So yeah, it's been super helpful, and just knowing that you have the ability to flex up on the engineering side, or just reach out and get quick questions asked without it costing a ton of money, and being able to go to people that have the talent without having to spend hours and hours looking for someone with that skill set. It's already proven to be immensely useful for us.
I love that phrase, flex up. Thank you, Roselle. Okay, so we have a question from Brandy. Brandy asks, we're all aware that women get paid less than men. There's reason to believe that extends to equity as well. How can women founders be sure they keep their fair share of equity? So another cap table related question. So I think we've got two women solo founders here, and Dana, you have a mixed gender founding team. Would love to hear your respective approaches or philosophy on this.
So I will say, I do think there have been a fair number of investors who felt that the cap on my note was too high. And had I been a guy, they probably wouldn't have felt that way. And so that's just another criteria that I use for disqualifying them. And I've been very rigid about maintaining the cap, despite the fact that I've heard that a couple of times, because I know that there is this tax on being a woman when it comes to valuations. And I'm just not going to stand for that. But it definitely is a concern, because I think there's certainly an implicit bias in some cases, not all, definitely not all, but in some cases. And so the founders have to be very cognizant of that when they're having these discussions.
I think as you go through the fundraising process and you hear all these statistics as a female founder, and especially as a first-time founder, it's very discouraging, and you can reach a level of desperation, because ultimately your job is to keep, the doors open, and you need to close your round. And that's, we had basically an informal coach who I'd met years ago who said to me, Marcy, don't worry so much about the valuation. He said, you have to raise the money. So, that's one thing you do have to think about. But I think my background, just almost always being in a male-centered world has taught me to fight hard and negotiate. And, you have to do that. You have to call their bluff. You have to fight for what's yours and what's right. And that would be my best advice. And try not to be, try not to be swayed by the fact that, yes, you do have to keep the doors open. There's a balancing act.
Yeah, I totally agree. There's definitely a level of confidence and putting your foot down that you need to kind of establish as you enter a room as a fundraiser. I think the other side of this question, which is like our team and the equity and options and stakes of the early employees. And I think, of course, establishing fair, equitable compensation across the team, both in terms of salary and equity, and being as consistent and standardizing to ensure that everyone, regardless of any demographics, has equal, fair, equitable pay in the company and ownership of the company has been really important to me and Ethan. We are very intentional about when we're hiring the offers that we make and giving employees choices and standardizing in bands. Even though we're a tiny company, we want to, from the get-go, establish this culture of keeping things really consistent and in the name of fairness.
Thank you all for that. That was great. Moving over just to thinking about missions and values, all of you started your companies with a very specific mission in mind. All came out of a personal experience, personal problem that you had just known firsthand. How do you think about building a business that is values and mission driven? How do you keep that going as you scale up and grow?
I think you make it clear to your team that although you're a for-profit enterprise, you're guided by, in our case, we're guided by a social mission to allow older adults to live safely and securely without being financially exploited because they need help with their bills. And we repeat that, and and everyone who joins the team understands that, and they take pride in it. And they actually, one of the best parts of my week is when we have team meetings with the account managers and how they're all really thrilled to be able to provide this really integral service to older adults who are largely ignored by technology startups in general.
Yeah, we are, our tagline is a community for better products, and we always talk about how we can continue to democratize insights and data and access to data. The problem that this really was born of is one of them is that product testing is very expensive. And as we look around in our fridges and grocery stores on shelves, we can see that there are so many new products coming to market. A lot of really cool, interesting, emerging brands that don't necessarily have access to tons of startup capital, but everyone deserves to learn more about what consumers think and get some really interesting insights that will help their businesses and products succeed. So we're very intentional about, of course, as a company, kind of repeating that internally, but also we have an amazing head of emerging brand partnerships named Kaylee, who drives these monthly initiatives where we do offer pro bono work to small enough brands that qualify and are mission aligned in some way. So we had in February for Black History Month, in March for Women's History Month, in April for Sustainability Month. We have handfuls of brands that we bring on and don't charge a single cent to, in trying to really hammer home the fact that we really want to build up our community and allow access to data in a way that hasn't been allowed before.
Yeah, and so with us, it's being a cybersecurity company. I mean, I feel very passionately about this mission in general. I've been in the industry for 15 plus years now, and being a defender and understanding how bad cyber attacks can be and how it's growing worse every year. It gives a very clear mission to what we're doing, because we are absolutely trying to help to level the playing field and to give organizations the security posture that they need to have. And this is something that we never stray far from, because you can see stories about attacks on a regular basis that are just becoming more and more horrible. So there have been cyber attacks on hospitals recently. There was a cyber attack on a hospital, so the hospital couldn't even use its equipment and had to divert ambulances to another hospital, and then the patient died on the way to that second hospital. And so whenever I see stories like this, I literally post them in our Slack channel to say, if we ever are unsure of our mission and where we're really trying to go with this, we have perfect evidence right here of the need for it.
What are some mistakes you might have learned along the way earlier in the life cycle of your company? Mistakes and lessons learned that you would feel comfortable sharing with the Power to Fly community?
I think lessons learned for me would be the importance of a team as soon as possible. So, I did it on my own for a while, and I mean, I don't regret it so much, but I think it would have accelerated, the trajectory of the company had I gotten a team established sooner in the journey.
I would say as sort of a corollary to that, and this is an experience from my previous startup, is who's on that team really matters. With the right team, anything is possible. With the wrong team, everything is a struggle. And that's something that I certainly learned the hard way with my last startup. And another is that you start selling the product from day one before you even have anything, especially if you have an enterprise product, because the sales cycle is super long. And so you need to start initiating those conversations long before the product is ready to ship.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think the other, in the same vein, just delegation, smart delegation, and making sure that as much as possible, everyone on your team is doing what they're best at. And I think the mistake that I made in relation to that is wanting to do it all and wanting to bear, most of the work and not wanting to burn resources elsewhere. But that can really lead to just filling your calendar with things that aren't the most productive. So as much as possible, making sure that you and your team are working together and everyone's swimming in the right lanes and doing what they're really good at, so that you all boats rise and the company grows in the best, most sort of efficient way.
Great. So hopefully that answers Pamela's question. I combined my question with hers in the chat about what you've learned in the overall startup process. The next question was from Natalie. Her question was, how can you get access to capital for entrepreneurs who have ideas on recycling and organic products that are truly 100% green? I think that's a good question. I think this goes back to what was a prior theme about just doing your homework on your investors and really knowing what their investment thesis are, what type of companies they're interested in generally, and doing that research in Crunchbase, as well as just looking on Twitter and LinkedIn. Online research will be really helpful for that. So I'll answer the question that way. Catherine asked, what communities besides Hearst Lab engage in for founder camaraderie, emotional support, and the motivation to keep going? Hashtag founder life is hard. That's a great question, Catherine. How do you guys do that now that you're out of fundraising, but of course the journey is full of challenges as well as opportunities, and it has its ups and downs. How do you guys approach that?
I think I'm definitely in a part of a few sort of entrepreneurship communities, Slacks, as well as like industry specific CPG and innovation communities. But I think really what keeps me going is the individual like group texts, the smaller concentric circles within them that I can go to for unfiltered advice. And then the other group chats that are totally business free that I can go to when I don't want to talk about work at all, which is rare. So I think now I've established a really nice kind of world of supporters and friends and family and communities around me where I know when I'm stressed, I go here. When I want to get advice on X, I go here. When I don't want to talk about work, I go here. And just having that support system kind of laid out has been what keeps me going.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, there are a couple groups of founders that I'm a part of. And so that's great for your standard questions. Also, some of the investors have, outside of Hearst Lab, which does a great job with this, but others as well have a similar setup where their portfolio companies can discuss different challenges and solutions that they've been able to come up with based on their experiences. And also for me, I think probably the most helpful people have been other cybersecurity founders who have already gone through all of this or are a little bit further along than I am, or are at the same stage as I am, but that know, in my case, there's just a lot that's very industry specific. And so being able to discuss that with people who know the ins and outs of it and have been through this whole scene and know exactly the shape of the problems that I'm seeing, they have been very helpful and very insightful and very supportive.
Marcy, what networks have you tapped into along the way?
So I think there are some great, Slack channels for underrepresented founders. My alumni network of the startup community. And then, like what Dana said, just like some non-business related, your general support network, this can be totally all encompassing and all you ever talk about or think about all the time. But I think it's good to also, because founder burnout is definitely a risk. And so I think it's important to keep some balance in your life and have, a community outside of your work community to be able to support that as well.
All right, so we have time for, I would say, one more question, and I will make it a broad one. If you could go back in time and give yourself one piece of advice going into this entrepreneurial journey, what would that advice be that you would want to share with our audience today?
I think I would say that while you think that your most precious resource is money, it's actually time. And that's what you need to maximize for more than anything else. And granted, the money aspect of it does play a big role in how you can allocate your time. But at the end of the day, for an early stage startup founder, there is more work to do than can be done in a day, every single day. And so it's really important to be able to prioritize. And to Dana's point, sometimes delegating helps with that, and then having the right team makes that possible. And sometimes it's about just figuring out like what you can just let slide, because in some cases that's going to be necessary. You just can't do everything, and you have to ruthlessly prioritize. So yeah, I think that would be my big one.
My big point I mentioned before, but I just need to reiterate, is the importance of a team. It's really critical, and I would say form a team with members you really trust, that you can just let them run with the ball and take on their tasks, so you can do what you do best. But really critical is a team, and honestly, being a founder, a lot of it is being able to sell. So if you can't sell your idea to other people to join with you on the journey, then, I hate to be blunt, but maybe it's not the right role for you to be a founder, because, some people, are very early stage individuals with ideas, say to me, it's impossible for me to get anyone to help with this. That's really part of the process, and it's something you have to do successfully. I think a really critical part of being a founder is being able to sell whatever that is that you're selling, whether it's investing in your company, whether it's a partnership deal, whether it's your product, and that includes the mission to your team. So really critical is gathering and establishing that team as soon as possible.
Cool. Mine is, I think firstly would have been exactly what Roselle said around just time being your most precious resource. But another that comes to mind is an investor that we love, who's an investor in our last round, once said to us that they make a decision on investing, a yes decision on investing, when everyone on the team gets to an 8 out of 10. Getting to 10 out of 10 is just when there's so much at stake, and when you want to get everything right, is just oftentimes a fruitless effort. And I've really taken that to heart, and just being an optimizer and being a CEO and a founder, you want everything to be right, you want everything to be perfect, you want to be 10 out of 10 and optimize on every account. But sometimes you don't have the luxury of the time to get there. And if you can get to 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 on a big decision as a team, then sometimes that's enough. And you test it, and if it works, great. And if you don't, it doesn't. But I think just remembering that not everything needs to get to a 10 out of 10, and giving yourself the flexibility so you don't drive yourself crazy is an amazing piece of advice that I've really internalized.
There's some good common themes here. Time and perfection is the enemy of good enough. So everyone is very on theme. So this was a really great conversation. So frank, and I hope that everybody watching got a lot out of just hearing about your respective journeys and the lessons you learned along the way. I love for everyone to just tell more about how folks can find out more about you and your businesses as we close out this session. Marcy, do you want to go first?
Okay, sure. Our website is silverbills.com. We have a lot of information there, and the way to contact us is right on the website. So feel free to reach out, silverbills.com.
Awesome. Our website is letshighlight.com. If you're a product owner, marketer that wants to get some data back on your products, definitely reach out there. But also, if you're a consumer that loves giving feedback on cool new products coming to market, you can join our community of highlighters at the same website, letshighlight.com.
And our website is keycaliber.com. So anyone in cybersecurity or the cyber risk space, we're happy to chat with you. Or anyone else who wants to talk about the founder journey. And I can also be found on LinkedIn, Roselle Safran.
That's great. And for anyone interested in Hearst Lab, if you're an early stage female founder, you can check us out at our LinkedIn, which I'm putting in the chat right now. We post there pretty regularly. You can also just go to HearstLab.com and see more about our investment thesis and our portfolio companies. And on LinkedIn, you can find me, Jocelyn Lee. That's it.
Thanks, Jocelyn.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Huge thank you to this amazing panel. It was so great to get to sit in on this conversation. So huge round of applause for all of you ladies. I know that my colleague Elrushi is sharing all of your links so that way people can stay connected to you. And just again, a big thank you for taking time out of your day to spend with us.
Thank you so much, Meg. It was a pleasure.
Anytime.
Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
so this has been absolutely wonderful. Thank you all so much. As we move and get our next panel onboarded, I just want to take a couple quick seconds here to highlight some things for y'all. So if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's session, you want to refer to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. I want to highlight one more time that we are hosting a virtual job fair tomorrow. So if you are at all interested in taking a look at some of these amazing companies that are out there, please feel free to come. Even if you're not maybe an active job seeker and you are just interested to kind of see what's going on, maybe see what some other companies have to offer, please feel free to join us. We're going to be there. It's going to run tomorrow, May 6th. It's entirely free. I'll be there in case you are wishing for a friendly face to go with. So please feel free, to sign up and join us tomorrow. We are also going to be, I'm going to highlight one more time the merch store that we have going on over at bonfire.com. I'm again going to share that link in the chat as well. All the proceeds from our merch sales will be directly donated to TransTech Social, which is an incubator for LGBTQ talent with a focus on economically empowering transgender. The funds from this campaign will specifically support technical boot camp fees for Black, transgender, or non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. All right, so I'm really excited to introduce you to our final panel of the day. As we go through this next conversation, please feel free to participate in this conversation, submit questions or comments, anything you have into the group chat. It's going to be on the right-hand side of your screen. And we will try and float those to our panel as time allows. I'm going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct that we're going to share in the chat in just a moment. That's just intended to make sure that this event, like all of our virtual events, is a great experience for everyone involved. And please feel free to tag myself or my colleague Arushi. We are going to be in the group chat over there in case you have any questions or technical issues. Now to introduce our upcoming panel, I'm super excited that we get to talk a little bit about the expat life and kind of to bring us into some of the tax impacts of being a US expat. First up, we are going to have Katrina Montgomery Haynes, who is a CPA and founder of Haynes & Associates. Katrina has over 20 years of experience of providing US citizens, US green card holders, and foreign nationals with tax consulting and compliance services at some of the largest accounting firms in the world. She is a certified public accountant and is an active member of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, the National Society of Black Certified Public Accountants, and the National Association of Black Accountants. So welcome, Katrina. We're so happy to have you with us today. Joining her in conversation is going to be our own wonderful Nicole Felter. As the leader of our Chat and Learn program, Nicole has directly shaped the focus and impact of our most interactive virtual events. She pioneered our Spanish language event series and always brings a wonderful energy to any project. Nicole is part of Power to Fly's growing team in Argentina, where she lives with her partner and her young son. So welcome, Nicole. I will turn the stage over to you.
Awesome, awesome. Hello, hello. And I'm so excited to be here today and talk about taxes because we all have to pay them no matter where we live, right? And so I'm really excited to get kicked off here today with Katrina. So Katrina, I want to kick it off and ask, how are you doing during this busy, busy tax season? Okay, sorry everyone. It seems like there was a technical difficulty, so no worries, no worries. We are just figuring out some technical difficulties, but hello, I am here to entertain, and luckily I can talk to a wall, so we're all good here. No matter where you're calling in from, we would love to know what kind of questions you might have for Katrina about taxes and anything sort of surrounding that. Just for context, so as Meg mentioned, I live in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and I'm not sure if we have anyone else who's joining from around the globe, but I'm sure you all have a bunch of questions surrounding, stimulus checks, maybe, if that's something you got and how that might impact your taxes. I know that's a big question for me. And I know that I particularly do not know much about taxes. So I'm very excited to dive into today's conversation. And actually, we did do a previous conversation with Katrina as well. So we'll make sure that we drop that in the chat. But until then, how is everyone doing? How have you been enjoying financial inclusion? What has been your favorite talk so far? What has been your favorite piece of advice that you have picked up? I really enjoyed yesterday's conversation with Nekpen and Rosalind, where we got to talk, where Nekpen talked about having a vision board party with some of her connections in her network to build out her network, and then also, build off of each other's goals and ideas and objectives. I think that was really, really awesome. And then also, if you didn't get the chance to see Jan's conversation, that was hilarious. She is such a hoot. And she really talked about the importance of having a financial advisor. And if you have any recommendations for a financial advisor, I think that would be great, because she made me think about my money and my relationship with money, and am I planning enough for the future? And so I think it never hurts to get some outside advice. And I also want to shout out that if you've been enjoying financial inclusion, we have this type of programming every day, well, except for Saturdays and Sundays, but every day during the week, we do chat and learns where we feature the client companies that we work with, where they feature some of their leaders. And they highlight their companies. And so you get to know them on a bit more of a personal level, as well as community members, where they get to share their stories about things that they've overcome. And so I highly recommend that. And yeah, and then of course we have the virtual career fair happening tomorrow, and where we will be featuring some of our sponsored companies, where you'll get to learn a lot more about what companies are doing around diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And then don't forget to register for next month's summit, which will be focused on Pride. We'll have some really awesome speakers.
Hey, Nicole, it looks like we're working on getting Katrina all uploaded and onto the platform. But while we're waiting for her, I know that you hosted the summit for Track A yesterday. What were some of your favorite chats of the day? Because I had a couple from day one that were really, really impactful.
Well, okay, I really loved the one with Nekpen and Rosalind, and then the one with Dana and Anjali, that one was really good. They just had like really good chemistry and they vibed really well. And then of course the one with Jan, that one was hilarious.
Of course, that was wonderful.
She was so funny. Oh my gosh, yes, yes.
Did you catch the allyship panel that was earlier this afternoon? It was on male allyship. It was really good. Rob got to, he was the moderator for it, and it was with Anto and Vipul. It was great. It was one of those like one of those chats I'm definitely going to rewatch. And there was another one on Monday that was discussing the difference in the way genders are socialized to think about money. And it was absolutely wonderful. I can't wait to buy the woman's book and hear from her. So, it looks like we have Katrina up and ready. So I will leave y'all to it.
Thank you so much, Meg. Thank you. And sorry about that, Katrina. And it wouldn't be a virtual conference if we did not have some sort of like technical difficulties, right? So very happy to have you here. And I'm really excited to dive into this conversation. And so I really want to kick us off asking you if you can define what is a U.S. expat for us.
Sure. So a U.S. expat is, it's a broad term. Typically an expat or an expatriate is anyone who lives and works outside of their home country. For US tax purposes, we're talking about anyone who is a US citizen or a green card holder that's living and working outside of the United States. So that's the population we cover when we talk about expatriates or expats in general.
Perfect. And I know we've already got some questions coming up in the chat, so this is fantastic. But I actually want to kick us off with one that I think is really important for people living abroad. And that is, one, do I have to pay taxes as a freelancer living in another country, or as a contractor, or as a gig worker? Because I think what we're seeing during this pandemic, and I know that there was an article that came out about the sort of YOLO economy, we're seeing the shift of moving from, full-time jobs into embracing the freelance kind of lifestyle. And so I would love to hear about that a little bit more.
So the short answer is yes, you do. I think the question that a lot of people have is, where do they have to pay taxes? So, and that's going to depend on the country that you're living in. So depending on the country you're living in, how long you're there, what you're doing, you may be required to pay tax in that country, because even if you are paid outside of the country, let's say, for example, you're a gig worker, you have a contract with a US company, you get a US W-2, all of your income is deposited into a US bank account. That's not US source income, that's foreign source income. And that income is going to be subject to tax potentially in the country where it's being earned, which is where you are physically sitting. Not the country that holds your contract, not the country where you're being paid, not the country of origin, it's where you're physically sitting. So yes, you could potentially have to pay tax in that country on that income. In addition, as a US citizen or green card holder, you're subject to US income tax on your worldwide income. So even if you're not subject to tax in that jurisdiction where you're physically sitting, you will always be subject to tax in the United States. And the reverse is true. So say, for example, you are in Germany and you've got a German contract, all of your money goes through Germany. Hush. Sorry. All of your money goes through Germany. You would still be subject to tax on your worldwide income in the United States.
Taxes are so complicated.
I have a job.
Well, that is why you have a job. And I am sure you have been very, very, very busy, especially with the extension of the tax deadline. And and obviously being a mom, it is no easy task. So wow, it is so complicated. So sorry, I'm really laughing. It's just so hard, because it's almost like, why don't they teach us these things? But then you would be out of a job, right? Because then everyone would know it.
No, it's still complicated. The IRS is the Internal Revenue Tax Code. I have it around here somewhere. It's about, the code itself is 2 pages that are about the size of phone books. Then there's another 6 to 8 smaller phone books that interpret what's in those 2 phone books. So even if they tell you, there's still, what I found just in my practice is, I've been doing this for over 20 years. I work with people all the time. I learn new things all of the time. I'm teaching people new things all of the time, just because of what I see versus what they see. So I think the information is there, but then there's also the interpretation of the information, and that's where it makes it really complicated. But yes, it is complicated. Yes.
So complicated. So thankfully we have people like you to make it way easier.
Yes. Hey,
oh gosh. So Katrina, we had a question that came in from Shalina that was asking, can those claiming FEIE contribute to IRAs, etc.?
So what you're asking, the question is about FEIE is short for the foreign earned income exclusion. And the foreign earned income exclusion is something the IRS allows for taxpayers that have either established a bona fide residence in another country or countries, or a taxpayer or taxpayers that are physically present outside of the United States. Typically, it's for 330 out of any 365-day period. And if you meet either one of those tests, then you are eligible to exclude an amount from your income, and it's indexed for inflation. Or this year, I think it's around $107,000. Okay. So with the IRA contributions, the way the foreign earned income exclusion works is it will reduce your adjusted gross income. So before you get to the amount of income that's subject to tax. And that's where a lot of the calculations rely. So if you're thinking about the stimulus payments, or even if you're doing something for your child and you have to fill out a FAFSA, a lot of what they're asking you for is your adjusted gross income. The foreign earned income exclusion will reduce your adjusted gross income down, making it appear that you could potentially contribute to an IRA, whether it be traditional or Roth, because your adjusted gross income is low. But depending on what investment vehicle you're using, it may ask you to add that foreign earned income exclusion back to determine whether or not you're eligible. So the answer is potentially, but it's something you would have to look at in a little bit more detail. It's going to depend on how much exclusion you're getting, how much of contributions you're trying to make, and then just your overall tax situation. So it's not an absolute no. It is potentially, but it's gonna depend on how much income you're making.
Well, I feel like every time we talk about taxes, it's that kind of thing where it's like potentially, but does it meet the A, B, C,
Yes.
D, you know?
And I always tell people it's like if something's wrong with your car and you call your mechanic and you say, hey, this is what it sounds like, they're gonna say, that's great, but I need to see it. And so that's what I try to explain to people is I can give you the general rules, but for me to give you a definitive one way or another, I'm going to have to open up the hood and see what's going on in there.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So I want to ask you a question. I'm an average person who knows very little about taxes. Every time tax season comes around, I get very nervous because I don't know what really to do. And so I want to ask you, for somebody who knows nothing about taxes, is there an easy way to educate themselves? Are there books we should read, beyond working with an accountant and working with a professional for those more complicated tasks? But is there something that we can do to educate ourselves in the meantime?
Absolutely. The IRS has a YouTube channel. It's not the most exciting, but it's there. They talk about a lot of relevant information. The videos tend to be pretty short, 2 to 3 minutes, where they talk about a lot of things that you normally would call the IRS to ask questions about. A lot of that stuff is on the YouTube channel. When I started doing taxes, just a little bit, I've been doing taxes, I started working when I was about 12 or 13 years old, and my dad made me do my own tax return, that was just kind of the precursor to all of this. And at that point in time, you would have to go to the library and you would get all the tax forms and things like that. And that's how you would prepare your tax return. So fast forward I decided I wanted to be a tax accountant. I go to college and I start working for a company that does a lot of volume during tax season. I'm not going to say their name, but it's a bigger company. And one of the things they gave us during training was a publication that I share with anyone who wants to learn how to do their own taxes. It's an IRS publication. You can download it. It's publication 17. And it takes you from beginning to end of a domestic US taxpayer's life. It will give you just about everything you need to know. You don't need to read it hands down or like cover to cover, but use it as a guide to help you go through kind of the ins and outs and help guide you as far as who is a dependent, what filing status do I qualify for, what tax credits am I eligible for, what deductions am I eligible for, is this a business or a hobby? All of that stuff is in publication 17. So if you really want to educate yourself, publication 17 is the way to start. And I believe it's in English and Spanish now. So I think I probably have a copy of it around here. Oh, that's another thing. The IRS will send you hard copies of their documents. So if you want an actual physical copy of the publication, you can just go to the website and request one, and they send it out pretty quickly, like in a couple of days. So
interesting. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through it, but very interesting. It's good to know that there are resources.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you. Thank you for mentioning that. And so we're talking about, people living abroad, but what about living in the US? Beyond being a US citizen or a permanent resident, does an H-1B visa holder have to pay US taxes?
Yes. Short answer, yes. Yes, you do. So an H-1B visa is a type of visa that's normally affiliated with someone who is coming into a career at a level that's not a management level. So it's not someone necessarily that's entering the workforce for the first time, but it's someone who hasn't yet moved to the management level. In the US, a lot of times, those students tend to be, or those taxpayers tend to be coming off of a student visa, an F1 visa, or something along those lines. When you're in the US on an F or an F1 visa, all of your days of presence are exempt for what's called the substantial presence test, which if you're a non-resident alien, or we're not supposed to be using that word anymore. If you are a non-citizen of the United States, you are either gonna file as a full year resident, meaning you would pay tax on your worldwide income like any other US citizen. You're going to either be a non-resident, you only pay tax on your US source income, or a dual status resident. Part of the year you're a resident and part of the year you're a non-resident, and you pay tax accordingly for the respective portions of the year. When you're in the US on an F visa, F as in Frank, then you are treated as a non-resident. You only pay tax on any US source income, which you could be a student and working in the US, get a W-2, that's all you're going to pay tax on. You don't have to worry about the income that you received in your home country, any investments, anything like that. All you have, any non-US investments, you would only be focusing on the income that you earned while you're in the US. Okay. Now, let's say I'm an F1 visa holder. I get a job. I graduate from school. I get a job. My employer gets a H-1B visa for me. And now I switch over during the year. Well, that's that dual status, that transitional year. So part of the year when I was on an F, I was a non-resident. Part of the year when I'm on an H-1B, I'm a resident alien, okay? So that year, it would be a transitional year or a dual status year. Every year thereafter that you're on that H, you're gonna file and be treated just like a resident alien, meaning, or you are a resident alien, meaning you're gonna be treated just like a US citizen from that point forward.
Okay, so many different little implications. I want to take a little bit of a step back, and I want to ask you, when filing these returns, what is the most surprising thing to you that people? Well, it's probably not surprising anymore, but that people don't know that they can get, maybe a tax credit or an exclusion? Are there things that people tend to miss when they're filing their taxes where they could, be getting more money back?
I would just say people not keeping track of what they're doing through the year. It just, if I were to ask you today, what did you do May 5th in 2020? You're not going to remember. I mean, there's no way you're going to remember. So just having some sort of system to keep track of whatever you're doing throughout the year so that you can recall that information at tax time. It doesn't matter what that system is. I have some people that literally come to me with an envelope full of receipts. I have people that have extremely detailed and complicated spreadsheets. I have people that keep everything electronically in different folders and different files and things like that. It doesn't matter, well, for me at least, it doesn't matter what that system is, but just having some system. If you have a home especially, what expenditures are you using for that home? Did you get new windows? Did the windows make your home more energy efficient? Well, there's a potential deduction. And again, if I asked you about that at the beginning of the year, or about last year, you may not remember that you did that last year. Specifically with people that run their own business or who have a side business, it is a gig economy right now. People are doing Lyft and Uber and Instacart and Shift and all that kind of stuff. Keeping track of those expenses, keeping track of your mileage potentially. And there's an app, a friend of mine, she's a in-home piano teacher, and she drives a lot for her business. And I've been getting on her about keeping track of her mileage. And she just, she's so busy. She's got other things going on. I found her an app that will track it for her. And she just has to go in at the end of the day and look at her trips. And just as long as she's got her phone in the car, then she can just check the box if this is business or not. And then it'll print her out a report at the end of the year. So she doesn't have to manually go and write it down every single time. But anything you do for your business, my clients that have their own business, I always tell them over provide and I'll scale it back instead of not providing enough. Some of my clients are musicians. If you go to a gig late at night and you get something to eat with your band, or, that could potentially be a deduction. Or if you have to dress up for a certain event, like a red carpet or something like that, that could potentially be a deduction. If you have a in-home studio and you stack it with refreshments, that could be a deduction. So things like that, where I'm always like, give me everything, and I'll tell you, this is, this might be a little suspect. If you get chips every day and then you're saying it's a business expense because I need this to be creative, probably not so much. But, I'd rather you give it to me and I can say that's probably taking it a little far than we don't have it at all.
Oh my gosh, I have never thought about all of these different things you can get like tax deductions on. And so talking about US expats, how does that apply living abroad, right? Because I believe within the US, I remember going with my parents to their accountant when they were doing their taxes, and they would ask if you had any big purchases throughout the year, house, I don't know, a car, things like that. So when you do those things abroad, does that also count, or do they only want to see big purchases that you've made in the US?
No, as it's going to matter whether you're here or not. So in the US, if you're a US taxpayer, I always say the IRS is like that crazy ex that you see on a Lifetime movie that's like, no, I'm going to have you no matter what. So it doesn't matter if your transactions are inside or outside of the United States. The IRS is always going to tax them, and you're always going to get those benefits. So you definitely need to keep track of them regardless, because the IRS is going to give you those same tax benefits. It's just like they're going to give you the tax and they're going to assess, they're also going to give you that additional benefit, those additional benefits.
Wow. Okay. Good to know. Very, very good to know, especially, as you're living abroad. So I want to ask another question. Do I need a US based tax representative while living abroad? Can I do my taxes as a US expat on TurboTax, or do you have another one maybe to recommend? What's the best way to go about filing the taxes?
Oh, this is another, it depends. So yes, it's possible to do your own taxes on TurboTax, depending on how complicated your situation is. It's not unheard of. Some people do very well. I would just say it depends on how much time you want to spend learning about the US income tax code, Internal Revenue Code. It depends on how much research you want to do. So for example, I have clients that have just a W-2. They live and work overseas. They've got a W-2. That's not something that you necessarily need to pay someone for. If you are living and working overseas, your tax situation is going to be pretty straightforward from a US perspective. Now, let's say you're living and working overseas, you're getting paid by a foreign employer. Let's say you are investing in the foreign pension, which would be deductible normally, but because it's a foreign pension and not a US pension, those things we need to take into consideration. A lot of people don't realize how complicated their tax situation is. So same person, all they've got is a W-2, but they're also getting their foreign employer is investing in the foreign pension. The foreign pension is investing in mutual funds. Well, now what you have is what's called a passive foreign investment company. There's a whole separate set of filings required for that. The penalties get to $50,000 very, very fast. you could have invested in your foreign employer's pension plan, and that could be treated as a foreign trust. That's another one that'll get you the $50,000 penalty really fast. At the very least, you'll get a $10,000 penalty really fast just for not filing or filing it late. So I think it's definitely possible, but at the very least, you don't want to be penny rich and pound foolish. If you're living overseas, it might be best to just find someone. And there are a ton of preparers out there that work in this space a bit, especially that are physically outside of the United States. So you don't need necessarily someone who works in the United States, but I always tell people I don't do UK tax returns because it takes all of my energy to make sure that I manage the US income tax situation the best I can. For me personally, I don't want to get, I know a lot about a lot of countries, but just not, I don't need to know so much that I'm an expert. So if someone's doing a bunch of different countries, then that would give me pause, me personally as a consumer. But if you feel comfortable with them, that's fine. But there are some people that live outside of the country in different parts of the world, and all they do is US tax returns, even though they're located in Belgium or the UK or France. And if they are comfortable with the law, then I would say yes. That's a long answer to a short question. You can do it yourself, but I would say in the beginning, if you can, get a consultation from somebody so that they can let you know your situation isn't very complicated. As long as you stay away from this or that, or as long as you continue down this path, you'll be fine. But it could be something as simple as paying into a social tax, and now you've got a foreign trust or a foreign pension plan that you need to report and pay tax on, and all this other stuff. It can get complicated really fast, and the penalties add up really quickly.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. And I appreciate that. I don't feel any less confused, to be honest, but I think that's just, it just feels like, oh, I don't know what those things, it's like when you look in a mirror, when you put two mirrors next to each other and it's like each one keeps going into each other. That's how I feel about taxes. Like the more I learn, the
pretty accurate.
The less I know. Yeah.
It's pretty accurate.
It's okay. This is the reason. Yeah. This is the reason we do this, because it's a complicated topic.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you two last questions. We had a question that came in through the chat, which was asking the name of that mileage app.
I knew somebody was going to ask me that. I'll send it to you later, and I'll let you send it to everybody else, because I was like, as soon as I said it, I was like, somebody's going to ask me for that. There were 3 or 4 that I found that did the same thing. The one I was looking for her, I think, was the lowest cost, but it had the best benefit. But if you Google mileage apps or apps to track your mileage, they'll give you, there's a couple of articles that'll come up with the 2 or 3 that are the tops. I can't think of the one off of the top. It's probably has mileage in the name, or mile tracker or something like that, but can't remember.
Perfect. No worries.
Yeah.
And finishing up here, this is going to get maybe a little bit complicated, but stimulus checks. What can we expect around returns with that? For common people? I say it seems a little bit complicated. So love to learn a little bit more.
Okay, so there were 3 rounds of stimulus checks thus far. We will probably see at least 1 more round of stimulus checks. The first 2 were cut in 2020. The third was cut in 2021. If you did not receive your 2020 stimulus checks, or if you only got a portion of the checks, then you were eligible to, or you are eligible to calculate what's called a recovery rebate credit on your 2020 tax return. If you did not get your stimulus check for 2021, then that will be paid out on your 2021 tax return, most likely. It's very important, if you are someone who qualifies for a stimulus check, that you file your tax return as quickly as possible, because they are going off of whatever the adjusted gross income number from whatever the last tax return you filed. For a lot of people, that was 2019. It may be a year prior to that. 2020 was the year where a lot of people took a big financial hit. So if your income changed drastically between 2019 and 2020, you need to get your tax return in as quickly as possible. The IRS is still continuing to cut stimulus checks related to that January 1st stimulus issuance, which is why for some people that are still waiting on their tax returns, refunds or their return hasn't been processed and they filed in February. That's the holdup. The IRS is processing stimulus payments simultaneously with these with the tax returns themselves. So the first thing is you got to get your tax return filed as quickly as possible. You want an accurate return first and foremost. But if you are someone who's waiting on that stimulus money, then you want to make sure that you get that tax return in so they have an accurate number, especially if your income dropped substantially or if it dropped at all. That's more money for you. That's the first thing. Second thing, if you have children, the IRS they increase the amount of the child tax credit, which is a refundable credit that you get for children. And prior to 2021, that was a $2,000 per child credit. It's gone up to $3,600 per child. And what the IRS is supposed to do is prepay a portion of that credit in 6 months, over the period of 6 months between July and December. No idea how they're going to do that yet. But what they're supposed to do is they're supposed to cut you a check for approximately $300 for every child you have that will qualify between July and December as an additional stimulus, sub-stimulus package is what I'm calling it. So if you have children that are child tax credit age, which I believe is under age 17 or 18, then you also want to get that tax return in before July so that you can get on the list to be one of those people that gets those credits. If you are living and working outside of the United States, it does not preclude you from getting a stimulus check. So if you are currently an expat and living outside of the United States, as long as you have a social security number, you qualify for, and you are not filing as a non-resident alien, then you will be eligible for a stimulus check. So I deal with some people who, they're in another country and that has been wrecked by the COVID-19 pandemic, and they'll call and say, "Do I get a stimulus check?" Yes, you do. It's that good bad relationship, that love-hate relationship we have with the IRS. There's bad, but there's also good to it too. So that's kind of my spiel on the stimulus situation. If your check was wrong, then don't worry, you'll get it back. You may not get it back on the 2020 return, but you will in 2021. And get your returns in as quickly as possible, because there most likely will be at least one more stimulus. This is just my, personal opinion based on the way things are going. We probably will have at least one more, and you want to make sure you get in line for that one as well.
Thank you so much for sharing. Yes, I was able to get a stimulus check as well, so I was very excited about that. And we have one more question that came in. It may be a big question, so but I would love to hear your opinion. So Ashley asks, what do you think should be changed in the tax code?
Okay. I do not like when they took, there's so many things. So these are a couple. Here's two that really bother me. One is and they're both related to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which was the last major round of tax legislation under the previous administration. They got rid of the personal exemption and replaced it with a bigger standard deduction. I don't like that at all. If you have a larger family, you were hurt by that. Because and then there were some other things that went away that you couldn't take itemized deductions for. All of that I would like to see reversed and put back to the way it was before. I think that in the new environment of people working from home, I think they need to expand the in-home office deduction for anyone who works in their home, let's say 3 or 4, however many days on average, 4 days a week. I know that when I worked for Coca-Cola, they would give us we would get a commuter benefit if we didn't drive to work. So if you drove to work, it was like you got a certain number of days that you could drive your car on the campus. And if you didn't drive more than that, they would either pay for your public transportation outright by, I'm in Atlanta, so we've got a train system. And then we also had agreements with both Uber and Lyft. This was awesome. I used to use this all the time. anywhere in the metropolitan city of Atlanta to or from the headquarters was $5, and that was it. So we had a separate code on the Uber that would say Coke pool, and it would be you and whoever else was coming. We would all go to Coke together, and it was just $5 for all of us. So I would like to see that in-home office deduction expanded outside of people who were just self-employed to people that work from home and have given up their office. And then the third thing I would like to see changed is with, again, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, they added a piece of legislation that expanded the term foreign branch to include self-employed individuals living and working overseas and taxpayers that had foreign rental properties. So it's an additional tax filing that you have to complete if you are self-employed and live outside of the United States, and or if you have foreign rental property that just is, it's tedious and unnecessary. But basically the IRS has said if you are self-employed and you live outside of the United States, you've created a foreign branch of a US company, and now you have to disclose all this additional information. So those are the three things I would like to see changed, because they the first two just irritate me a little bit, and the third one it's frustrating because it's just a lot of extra work, and it doesn't make sense. I don't understand what they're trying to do there. So, but nobody asked me either, you know. Maybe.
I mean, I can definitely say that there's probably a lot of people that agree with you regarding the second one specifically, with so many people now working from home. Perfect. Okay, so this is really educational. Like I said, I'm still pretty confused, but that's why I can come back and watch this and take some more notes. And on that same note, how can we keep up with you? How can we support you and connect with you?
Sure. So social media is best. LinkedIn, probably I'm the most active. So if you search for me on LinkedIn, Katrina Montgomery Haynes, my information is on the Power to Fly website. If you have a specific question, at this point, I probably, unless you need help by the 17th, then it would probably be best to just go to my website, hayneshelp.com, HAYNES, and then help.com. And if you go to the contact us section, there's actually a link to schedule an appointment, and my calendar will just pop up. So if you have questions or you have any clarification requests, you could always email me, and that is in the same place on my website. So yes, but if it's urgent, just let me know it's urgent, and we'll try to fix you in, because that's what we're here to do, is help.
I love it. I love it. Well, thank you so much, Katrina. This was such a great conversation with so much packed into it. But the biggest thing I took out of here was that I need to file my taxes, because I still haven't done that. So I need to file my taxes ASAP. So I just want to say thank you so much, and I hope that you have a wonderful night.
Yeah, I still got several hours here to go, because we're on the home stretch. But yes, thank you.
And I will hand it back over to you, Meg.
All right. Thank you both so much for that amazing discussion. And Katrina, thank you so much for spending time and letting us learn from you. Big round of applause for you, ladies. All right, now as we wind down day 3 of May's Financial Inclusion Summit, I just want to flag one more time. Take a look, if you have some time tonight, at our merch store. We are really proud to partner with TransTech Social for all of the, we're proud to partner with TransTech Social, and what Power to Fly is doing with that is we are going to donate 100% of proceeds from sale of this purchased merchandise to TransTech Social. TransTech Social, in case you haven't heard of it, is an incubator for LGBTQ talent with a focus on economically empowering transgender people. And all of the funds from any merchandise that you purchase on our website, all the funds from that campaign will specifically support technical bootcamp fees for Black, transgender, or non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. So definitely check that out. It's a great way to get some really comfortable and awesome swag for, your athleisure, or hanging around at home like we're all doing right now. And also supporting a really great organization. So last but not least, I do want to flag that we have our virtual career fair happening tomorrow, May 6th. There's going to be some amazing companies there. And I saw that my colleague Arushi put that link into the chat. So hopefully you'll sign up and we'll see you around. Yeah, and that I think closes us out for the end of May's mini summit. So thank you all so much for hanging out with us and learning, and hopefully we'll see you back here for some virtual events in the meantime, and as well as our June Pride Summit happening next month. Thanks so much. Have a great night, everyone.